Okay. Okay, well. No, that's what I'm gonna do. Wow, I am autistic as fuck. Damn, I did not. Fuck, dude, I am. Pog, anyway. Ugh. Fucking where the fuck is this bitch ass? Give me this shit. Put me up, daddy. Ugh. Give me a better. What's up, honey? We're doing the debate thing soon. Do I have a better piano? I bet I do. Grand. Yes. Ah, yes!
All right. Hello, Bob.
What? What the hell? Whoa, where am I? What's up?
What's up? Let me invite just real quick. All right, we'll give a couple minutes for people to come in here.
All right.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
See if this works. Channel in stage. Hello, Bob. You got this video on?
Yo.
I'll get my video on. Got the recording starting. Man, this is gonna be a good one. Oh, I'm not in the center. That sucks.
You hate to see it. Only you had an alphabetical name or something.
All right, Chester, can you talk real quick?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right, I just want to double check that. Okay. And give me 1 second. All right. Give me 1 second.
How do I mute the side chat so it doesn't distract me?
You ignore
How do you mute it?
Yeah, because it keeps
Yeah.
popping up on the side.
That I don't know if it can. Anyone can say, but I'm not an expert on Discord side chats.
No, yeah, I hit X, but it still has the like little notifications, like the little bubbles. That's fine.
All right.
We'll just leave it as,
That's
as
fine.
it is.
All right,
Oh
let's
wait,
get
never
this
mind.
debate.
I got it. I got it.
Yeah, let's get this debate started. All right, Chester is taking the pro position that Trump is correct about election fraud and January 6th. Roberto is taking the con position that Trump is incorrect and his position is wrong. As everybody here knows, those positions are pre laid out. And I'll let these two fine fellows introduce themselves right now, and then we can get into open arguments. And they'll let you know how they're going to be doing the argument. I'll let Chester go first because he's doing the pro take to explain the Trump argument and do it. Then I'll let Roberto do the con, and then we'll flip it at the end for the closing statements at the end. All right? Does everybody understand what's going on here? Can I get an okay and everybody in chat if everybody understands what's going on?
You're.
It seems like everybody's here and everybody's ready to go. Can you two introduce yourselves just before we get into opening statements?
Yep. You go ahead,
Oh.
Bob.
I'm just TC Roberto B. I yell at people online for fun. Yeah. Twitch.tv TC Roberto B.
Gotcha. And then Chester?
I'm Chester.
All right, and then just for everybody in the audience to know, I'm not going to be timing these guys for their opening statements, but they both agreed about the same amount of time. So let's just keep this civil, and I'm not going to like do anything specific on that. But as I said, because Chester is the pro, he's going to need to explain what the hell is going on and what the hell is Trump talking about, and why is he correct? So Chester, can you get started?
All right, so I'll leave most of it to the actual debate itself, so it's going to be pretty brief from me, but my opening statement is as follows. So, I'd first like to start by saying I appreciate the invite to what I hope to be a fruitful discussion regarding the stolen 2020 election, as well as the riots, and I want to emphasize riots, which happened on January 6th of 2021. Now, while I don't have a crystal ball, I do feel confident in claiming I know where Bob will attempt to steer this discussion based off our previous informal debate on the Destiny Discord a week ago, before I was unsurprisingly censored and banished for daring to go against the groupthink perpetuated by what seems to be 99% of their members within that community. Now, while I understand facts, logic, and common sense can often be a hard pill to swallow, the medicine I provide Bob and the rest of you is necessary for better understanding of what happened surrounding those two events. I want to say, some, if not most of you, will probably become aggravated with how I maneuver during this debate, as I will refuse to get caught up in the weeds of what I consider to be moot points. My main focus will be upon the philosophical aspect of certain areas regarding each event and highlighting the hypocrisies surrounding how we hold one party accountable and not the other when there's clear wrongdoings on one party and not the other. So, with that being said, I don't want to get too much into it as of right now. So, I will conclude my opener with that, and I will let Bob take it over.
Well, I guess okay. All right, hell yeah. Yeah. I just want to give a big shout out and thank you to Duke and Octavian for graciously setting this up on exceptionally short notice. Like Chester said, he did get banned from DGG, so this was rather a quick setup. This was like 4 days in advance, so thank you guys so much for that. That being said, I'm here to just talk about the facts of the matter. I'm not really here to argue about whether or not January 6th like was a riot or not, like whether or not you think it was a riot. I don't think it's really important to like the grand scheme of whether or not like Donald Trump was attempting to cause a coup or something like that. When it comes to like the false election shit like that, there were 62 cases. Donald Trump had more than his fair day in court. Unfortunately, though, the courts disagreed with him, and I have nothing to run on but facts. So I'm not going to be playing the whole like feelings games. But yeah, I'm here to debate Trump and January 6th and a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, I'm more than interested to see where this conversation goes. And yeah, heck yeah, let's do it.
All right, Chester, do you want to get us started? Where do you guys want to start this out? I know we
Yeah,
said
I
we
mean-
wanted to start it out in the pre-conversation and fraud, so we do want to get on the claims of fraud. And I guess, Chester, which one do you? I guess I'll Chester or Bob, which one do you guys want to start with the claims of fraud?
I
fine.
want to really start with the most obvious, which would be the Hunter Biden laptop story, which is, we can get into that, but I'd like to start there.
I mean, what about it?
Yeah.
Because like I'm not too familiar with that. I wasn't really. I was.
It's fine,
I
you
was
don't-
prepping for like Trump, not Hunter Biden. So like, inform me a little bit about that, and then like loop me around how that's gonna relate.
Yeah,
to
can you? I guess I would agree with Roberto. Can you? How does the? I guess for my question, how does the Hunter Biden laptop relate to the election fraud that happened in November? Is my question.
Well, this is another thing that we can get into, but if we're going to talk about election fraud, I think in the broad scope of things, it means election interference. And I hope we agree upon that. So like basically ways of tampering with the results, whether it be directly or indirectly.
So how did the Hunter Biden story just like? Because I'm like super like uninformed about. So like, if you're like telling someone who had very
That's
very
fine.
like little information on that, how would you explain to them how like the Hunter Biden case is like leading to election fraud?
Yeah. So with the Hunter Biden one, I think it's the most obvious because we had before the election, on the eve of the election, the laptop, or the guy who owned the computer repair shop came forward with Hunter Biden's laptop, claiming it had a bunch of damning information on it regarding not only embarrassing photos and videos, which we've all seen at this point, but also it showed Joe Biden himself being directly involved and privy to Hunter's foreign business dealings with entities such as Ukraine and China. Now, this is very important because before the election, Joe Biden, when asked about this, said that he had no idea about Hunter's business dealings with either of those when it comes to those types of situations. That was a lie because as the emails within the laptop show, he was not only privy to it, but he was involved with most of them. And we can also look back to the incident where Joe Biden on video, on record, says in regards to Burisma, where he threatened to have the prosecutor, or he threatened to have aid to Ukraine withheld while he was vice president if Ukraine didn't fire the prosecutor that was handling the Burisma case. And then they ended up firing the prosecutor, and then they got their foreign aid. So, we can go many different avenues on the Hunter Biden laptop,
But how does
but
this
I
like
think it's the most obvious one because the last thing I'll say on that is the Media Research Center did a poll showing that if 17% of Biden voters, which are Democrats, would have voted for Trump if they would have known the contents and the evidence from the Biden laptop, which was suppressed with collusion between Twitter and the FBI, which was shown in the Twitter files.
So you're saying that like this relates to election fraud because like if this information had been like come out sooner, then like voters would have voted a different way, is what you're saying, right? And like because
Yeah.
this information didn't come out sooner. Well, I mean like it's not like the media or anything on like a time travel machine or anything like where they could like precognitively like know about the stuff. It could only like
Well,
they can only report it on it as the facts come out. So I don't
okay,
know how
so
that would
I
really relate to like election fraud or like systems being like rigged against Trump that
well,
would make him lose the election. I would akin this to the same thing as like when that report came out about Hillary Clinton in the middle, like her running and how that like pretty much like fucked over like a lot of her chances for having president, right?
well, do you know the timeline of the Hunter Biden laptop?
No.
Okay, so what happened was this. This is the timeline. On the eve of the election, right before, the like I said earlier, the guy who owned the this is why the whole thing's a joke and laughable that it was suppressed. Um, it's just so it's very laughable because if you look at the timeline, it's clear the evidence speaks for itself that they were trying their hardest to suppress this. But anyway, so the guy who owned the computer repair shop came forward and said that he has the laptop because Hunter Biden left it there and didn't pick it up. And then by the policy, after a certain period of time, it is now property of the computer repair shop, which is why now that is now legally his property. And that's
So
very important because after this came out, right, and now the story started to gain traction on like Twitter and YouTube and Facebook, they shut it down. And I want us to focus on Twitter specifically because Twitter is the one where we have the most clear-cut evidence of collusion with the FBI to suppress this story.
but does
And
Twitter have like any like bearing on like how we like run elections or anything like that?
well, hold on. That's why I'm very clear to point out FBI's involvement in this, right?
Does the
Because
FBI have
that
any direct
is
involvement with how like any particular state runs their election?
so. I will finish my point on this because I think the evidence speaks for itself. Because, and this is where we're going to get to later in the debate too, of having philosophically the same argument if it shoes on the other foot. Because I don't feel like we're being fair when we apply the standards to Trump that we are applying to Biden when it comes to your side. But anyways, we have on the timeline the internal emails within Twitter of FBI agents. I forget who specifically, but someone in the FBI messaged the higher ups in Twitter and said, "Hey, I believe this is something to look into. I believe this is something you need to like suppress. You got to get rid of." And Twitter had internal dialogue, as you can see in the Twitter files. They had internal dialogue with themselves, saying, some of them saying, "Hey, I don't think this falls under the hacked materials," because they ended up banning the story, right? And they also suppressed anyone that tried to propagate it by calling it hacked materials, which is why social media, and this, I'm just going to focus on Twitter, but because we have information on them, but all social media did the same thing. Twitter is just the one we have evidence on because of Elon Musk taking it over and exposing this. But anyways, they had internal dialogue saying that it was hacked materials when themselves within Twitter were arguing, "I don't believe this falls under that," but they still ran with it, even though we have the guy that owns the computer repair shop coming forward and telling us that it was that he got it from Hunter Biden himself dropping off the laptop. Yet they ran with it until after the election that it was hacked materials. And then now we know that they've come out and said, "Oh, you're right, it's not hacked. It was actually Hunter's laptop." But that's like,
And so
that's
how does this
bullshit.
relate to like Trump losing the election and like it being like all fraudulent and stuff like that?
So I'll
How does
revert
that
back
how does this
to
like
the
relate to
last
any of
statement I
Donald Trump's
said.
claims on like a January 6th, for example, about
Yeah.
election fraud?
So I'll revert back to the final statement I said, which was that on the previous statement I had, which was the Media Research Center did a poll showing that 17% of Biden voters would have voted for Trump, which would have swayed the election if they would have known that the contents and evidence from the Biden laptop in their entirety, which they were not privy to because it was suppressed across all platforms under false pretenses given by the FBI to Twitter and other social media outlets.
And so that now validates all of Trump's other claims because he didn't even mention like any of the Biden stuff as far as I'm aware on like January 6th and like anything leading up to that. So I'm failing to
Oh,
see
he
how like
did.
any of this really relates to any of the topic at hand. Like I get what you're saying, but to me this just feels like a giant whataboutism about an entirely different topic. So like even if I grant you this, I don't see how any of this relates to anything that Donald Trump has said like on January 6th or anything leading up to that. Like the months and months of like him lying about like states like having fraudulent election processes and stuff like that. Like I said like earlier, this would just as this like implying that like the like media had like precognitive like ability to report on this stuff instead of just reporting it on it as it was coming out. Which I mean, like, yeah, you could say like that certain like influences like were suppressing it, but at the end of the day, like one could argue that happens all the time. Like Trump was allowed to say the government suppresses things all the time. So I'm failing to see how this really relates to January 6th in any way or election fraud. Because like I get your
So when we
opinion
talk
that
about,
like it could sway like electors. I mean, it could sway like voters, right? But there's tons of things that get suppressed all the time that could sway voters one way or another. You know, I could argue that if Trump voters, for example, like knew about like the Trump's plan to like with the false electors and shit like that, they might have voted like overwhelmingly against Trump because they knew that he was trying to coup the government or something. So I fail to see how this relates to all of the topic at hand.
well, that's totally like your opinion, but the fact of the matter is this is just one of multiple reasons Trump believes that the election was rigged. As you can look at all of his claims, this is definitely one of them. This was actually the one that was the biggest. It's not really talked about much
He
anymore,
didn't bring
but
this
it
up at
was
all
the
on
one.
January 6th or before this, my man.
It was it was the one that regardless, it falls into the claims of was the election stolen, rigged, which is what we're addressing right now in part one. So regardless of if it has anything to relate with Trump directly addressing it in relation to January 6th is a moot point because the fact of the matter is this is something that swayed the election and it's something that was brought up by Trump immediately after the election when
Yeah, and I'm arguing
Twitter.
that this is all just like opinion and stuff. Like I said, like there's stuff about Trump that could have like come out earlier and stuff that would have probably like swayed some of his voters and stuff like that.
But this
We
is
could
no,
go
this
around
is
and around in
egregious. This is
circles.
no, this is egregious. This is collusion with foreign governments and your son being on the board of foreign governments, companies, and then pressuring. No, sorry, but that's I'm not going to act as if this is like some minuscule point because this is
Well, it's a
huge.
precognitive point. Like I'm saying, like you're working in the future as though like every voter could have known about this and stuff, if only.
Well, if it wasn't suppressed, but you're disregarding the main point, which is the FBI pointed to Twitter and said, "Hey, look into this. This is," and they insinuated that this was hacked materials, and they swayed the heads of Twitter and other social media platforms to un to unilaterally suppress this and ban people for even talking about it. If you can go back in time, you shouldn't have banned this at all because this is something that was
Yeah,
in
but we can't
hindsight
go
now
back in
because they
time. That's the problem, my man. That's the whole issue with what you're saying, though, is you're like working on like if we could like jump through time, but we can't.
well, okay, we wouldn't have to jump through time if there wasn't if it wasn't
And like I said, like
found
even if I grant you this, I could just say that like there's other things about Trump that were suppressed that could have easily swayed his voters towards Biden.
like what?
Like for example, like him colluding to the whole false elector plan and stuff like that. The several like phone calls they had with a lot of his like committee
No,
about him knowing that the election was stolen and stuff, and him just planning on
apples
saying
and
that it wasn't.
oranges. Give me one social media example of social media stifle or suppressing anything negative because I'm telling you, you will not find one. The social media worked overtime to find anything to hurt Trump. So social media and media. So find me one example of social media banning and suppressing a negative story. Actually, I could show you
I
the
mean, didn't
opposite. I
Twitter
could
ban
show
Donald
you. Hold
Trump?
on, let's go. Let's go. I could show you the opposite. I could show you the media propagating false information about Trump, which was the Steele dossier, which is what the 17 intelligence agencies ran off of to wrongfully go after Trump and end up being coming or being proved to be totally false. And it was also what they used to get FISA warrants approved to spy on the Trump campaign in 2016 illegally, which the lawyer for the FBI who altered documents to get that warrant approved actually ended up getting he ended up getting convicted for doing such, and he got obviously fired too. But the point of the matter is, they ran with that Steele dossier for God knows how long and pushed it up to the high heavens as if it was gospel from God Himself. But it turned out to be completely bullshit, and they used it against Trump and his impeachment, which was bullshit, and as we know, and I mean, we'll get into that too, because that's another point I'm going to make is the corruption of the FBI, and that why I'm bringing up the FBI's involvement with the Twitter files is because the FBI has a hand in subverting democracy in a very large way, very large way.
Okay, I mean, this doesn't at all address any of the claims that Donald Trump made on January 6th or like any of the claims leading up to January 6th. I mean, like the whole Russia collusion thing was like probably like a mishandled thing, but like again, this is I thought we were talking about like solid evidence like how the election was like stolen from like Trump and stuff like that. Because like the other day, like you were talking about like hard evidence stuff like that of like Georgia and like other states like that doing this, and now you're just talking about like the Twitter files, which I just don't find at all convincing. This is like how Donald Trump was like this is how he lost the election. I mean, like, yeah, I guess you could argue that would be like how he like lost the election, but I mean, like, these were not the claims that you were making the other day, my man, because you were talking about like
Doesn't
how
matter.
because you were talking
I
about
did
how
more
all the claims.
research.
So all the claims that Donald. So just to clarify though, then any of the claims that Trump made on January 6th, those were all false though, and the ones that you're saying now
Well,
are true.
that's not true. No, that's
Oh,
not. You're
so
creating a false
because I
narrative.
came here to address the claims that Trump was making on January 6th and leading up to that and stuff, and the insurrection
Well, if you
and the
wanted to
attempted
narrow
coup.
it down to that, we could have, but we kept it broad. And if you want to argue, because we're arguing, if
Yeah, I'd
I'm
like to
not
focus in
mistaken,
on like Trump knowing that the election was stolen leading up to January 6th. I mean, like,
we can
and
go
yeah,
wherever you want. We can go wherever you want. But if you're going to ask me what my stance is, I'm going to give you my stance and my supporting evidence, because this is a point of contention with Trump, and he did bring this up after the election. It was the most fresh example of election stealing, because it was the one that was directly brought up right afterwards, because they reneged on it when they said that it wasn't hacked materials, and
I mean,
it
like,
was
even if I grant you this,
legitimate
my man, I could
materials.
also argue that there would just be like more
There's no granting
Biden
me; it's
vote.
fact.
But even if I grant you this, there's just more Biden. There could have been more Biden voters that would have come out of the woodwork and still overwhelmingly voted for him. So even if that 17% did vote for Trump, there still might be like 20% of Biden voters that still might have come out of the woodwork. This is all conjecture.
No, because if this is, I don't think you
Like, there's no
understand the
way for us to
gravity of
know if
how.
there's voters that would have voted and would not have voted. There's no way for us to know. It's not like we can go in everyone's individual
Well,
house.
where's
This is
your
purely
poll? Where's your
conjecture.
counter poll?
This is pure
Because
conjecture.
no, it's not
No, you're
conjecture. It was a
taking the
poll
results of a
done
poll
of
and you're
Democrat
conjecturing about
voters.
the
It was a
results of
poll
it.
done
You're
by.
saying that
Hold
because of
on.
this poll that Trump definitely would have won the election. I'm saying that regardless of this poll, maybe people could have come out. This is just purely conjecture.
It's not conjecture that business dealings of your son with foreign
No, even if I grant you
adversaries.
that, you're saying that the results of this, though,
There's
about
no
like the
granting. It's the
17% of like
facts.
voters that would have voted for Trump, I could easily argue that there would have been 20% of voters that would have come out of the woodwork magically for Biden because Trump already wasn't predicting that Biden would have such an overwhelming turnout for himself. Would he? Didn't he? Trump was super
Yeah.
confident.
Well,
He was super confident. He even made the claim about how if he got 66 million votes, he would have the win for sure. And then he got 75 million. We didn't lose. Those were his exact words. And then Biden got
okay,
how
we
many?
can
What,
go into
80
that. We
million
can go into
votes?
that. I mean, I was just going with this was my first point, and that's why I'm not going to let you narrow it down to just what we were talking about the other day, because it's Trump's claims, and this is just, I'm sorry, but it's your ignorance of the matter, because Trump's claims go far beyond what we were discussing the other day, and this is clear. This is the biggest form of in your face example of like imagine a story about an unflattering story where Trump son had business dealings with foreign countries, and the social media powers that be suppressed it so that we couldn't see that information before on the eve of an election. That is I don't even know what to call it. That's censorship. That's modern day book burning. Okay, like it's just a fact of the matter that this would have swayed the election if it came out when it was supposed to. But they
That's
knew
not
it would be
fact. That's purely
detrimental.
conjecture,
So
my
they
man. Like I said, like I could
not
easily
conjecture.
argue that like because there's so many people that didn't vote in the election, right? That percentage could have voted. Like this is purely conjecture. I could easily argue that like they could have objectively come on out. They were so passionate for Biden. They really wanted to stick it to Trump, regardless of information. They really just wanted to give it to the man, really fuck over Trump. I could easily argue that, but I'm not because it's just conjecture. That's just feelings.
It's not feelings, but anyways,
You can say it's not all you want, my
I
man.
think
And
it's pretty
keep trying to
obvious. I
hammer
think
in
it's
this
pretty
point.
obvious. I think
Okay,
it's
well then
pretty
let's move on
obvious.
to something, man, because you keep saying it's obvious, but I'm telling you it's just feelings.
What's feelings about what I said
Because
about
it's conjecture.
regarding?
What I'm saying is that you're saying that this 17% would have 100% guaranteed Trump the nomination.
Let me ask
I'm
you
telling you
something.
that's just your opinion.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. In 2016, when Comey came out that he was investigating Hillary, did that sway the election at all?
I mean, it could have.
No. That's not could have. Did it sway the election? In Hillary's
Objectively,
opinion, by the way.
In Hillary's opinion, yeah, I mean, I think it
And the
did.
modern Democrats' opinion, by the way, too. Remember, Democrats hated Comey after that.
No, I don't think that that's what lost her election, but that's me personally. No, I think she just had horrible policy
Okay.
positions and shit, and I think she was very unlikable.
The fact of the matter is some things do sway elections and that are damning to politicians. This is one of them. And that's what happened with Hillary,
I
and it's
mean, you could
what
argue,
should have
yeah, it had
happened
some
with Biden.
influence, but I mean, like I said, I don't think that's like what lost her the
To what
election.
extent could be argued. You're right. But
I think
I'm arguing.
I think the democratic processes that were at play that worked functionally lost her the election when Donald Trump functionally won it, because it's not like
Yeah,
Donald Trump
banning
lost,
people.
like it's
Yeah,
not like Donald Trump stole that
right.
election, right?
Right.
So why even bring that up?
That's very, yeah. Democracy's in play when you're banning people that talk about the story and
Well, it just seems like
suppressing it. Yeah,
democracy
that's
is like
democracy
fair,
right
right? And it
there.
worked out like for Trump when it was convenient, but all of a sudden when it didn't work out for Trump, all of a sudden democracy was not convenient.
Well, we do have heads of FBI saying that they're going to make sure Trump doesn't get elected in 2016. So
And then he did.
What's democratic
And
about
then he
that?
did.
He did, but that's only because it came to light what they're planning. So it kind of put a shot
So
them
when
in
you
the
say
foot.
that would be the
And let's not
democratic
forget,
powers that be
that's
working as they should, right? That's the checks and balances in the government working as they should,
and
right?
there was foul play in the 2016 election too. So he should have won by a lot more. But we can go into 2020.
Yeah, I'm talking about the 2020 elections, man.
Well, it all relates
The
to each
one where
other.
Trump lost and then said that he won.
Well, I'm just simply pointing out the glaring hypocrisy where it's when it suits my party, I don't want to. When it suits my party, I don't want to dive into that. But when it's against Trump, let's really like put that under a microscope. I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy.
Well, I mean, no one ever said that. I mean, like, no one has ever said that like Trump illegitimately won the 2016 election. I think everyone fairly was like, all right, GG's.
What?
Hillary Clinton.
Where were you when they were impeaching him?
I mean, like those impeachments.
Kidding me?
But that's not the same as what Trump was saying on January 6th about how the election was 100% stolen and stuff. He won 100%.
It's two different types of stealing. It's two different types of stealing.
They're
Okay,
completely
one is
non-comparable though. When Hillary Clinton, like when those investigations went through and they were all told that they were wrong, and Hillary Clinton had to suck it up like a buttercup and say, GG's, she lost. What did she do? She said, GG's, I lose. Donald Trump instead stamped his feet, went to the Capitol, caused a riot, capitalized on that riot, and tried to steal the election using false electors.
All
right, so you're just going to.
I don't even know where to start on that because it's just mind-boggling how you say that Trump is the only one who claimed that the election was stolen.
Yeah,
when
everyone
Hillary
else around
and the
him, literally
Democrats
everyone else around him was telling him that it wasn't.
Hold on.
This is like the Al Gore whataboutism that you Trumpers love to use. But what happened when Al Gore was told that the election wasn't stolen from him? He gave it up. He certified the vote.
You're right. There is a difference between 2016 and 2020. One of them was stolen, and it was not 2016. 2020.
So, and you still have yet to show me how 2020 was stolen, though.
2016 was from the rooftops.
This whataboutism implies that
Russia
2016 was stolen.
Russia collusion. 17 intelligence.
This whataboutism is implying, though, that
17
Trump
intelligence
somehow.
Agencies.
My man, you do realize that this whataboutism is implying that Trump stole the 2016 election, right?
No, you didn't steal anything.
Okay, so then why are you even using this as a whataboutism when we were talking about the 2020 election?
Because I'm pointing out the hypocrisy. You just said that Trump is the only one.
No, it's not hypocritical, though, because Hillary Clinton certified that it went through.
You say 2020 was the only election, the recent election, that one side claims was stolen. 2016 was most definitely claimed to be stolen by the left.
Every side always claims that it was stolen. What I'm saying is that Trump knew that it wasn't stolen. He already looked into it. He already had his day in court. And he knew that it wasn't stolen. And he still proceeded to say that it was.
That's not true. He just released... You really think that? Because he just released a statement on Truth Social just the other day of illustrating the election irregularities in the states that he should have won, and he's amplifying his claims of voter fraud in those states. Yet you're going to tell me he doesn't think it's stolen? Where's the logic in that?
His own campaign manager told him several times that it wasn't stolen. He told him several times that there were going to be millions of mail-in ballots.
Doesn't matter.
And after Trump told his base not to use any mail-in voting, what do you think was going to happen when all those mail-in votes were counted? None of them were Trump. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, he did it to himself.
So-
and after several people in his own campaign, his lawyers, everyone around him, there was no one in Trump's team telling him that he had won the election. Multiple times, he had several of his own people. The DOJ even looked into it, right? And what did they tell him? Sir, the election was not stolen. And then he went on January 6th, gave that bolstering speech, then capitalized on that riot, told Mike Pence and begged state officials to certify these false electors. And thank God Mike Pence didn't, like a true patriot. And Joe Biden is now our president. But yeah, Donald Trump attempted that coup using lies. And you
Let's
have
not
yet
let
to
a
even
good
show me
story get
one
in the
true
way
statement.
of facts, because you are not representing what happened truthfully.
Well, you have yet to disprove anything I've said, though, my man.
I mean, I've already
You
gone
haven't even
over
mentioned one thing that Donald Trump said on January 6th.
It doesn't matter. Well,
Well, it does matter because that's literally what we're
hold on, no, no.
discussing. That's the whole point of my argument.
I just told you that Trump released a statement regarding the irregularities of the states with their
Yesterday
the way they
or like
maintained
last week?
the way they made just the other day, the way they maintained data.
So
like,
years
for
after he
example,
was already told by several
For
people in his committee, several people
example.
closest to him, that it wasn't stolen, after he had several
the way,
people in his DOJ investigate
lying.
this?
By the way, you're lying because you said all. You purported the same lie that Destiny said in the debate with Alex Jones and Glenn Greenwald, where he got caught up on that. So I'm not sure why you'd use it, because you just
What
said
lie?
all, when it's you said all of his campaign said the election
Who
was
in his
not stolen.
campaign
That's
told
not
him
true.
his election wasn't?
Giuliani, Mark
Giuliani
Meadows,
under oath did admit that he was lying. So do I believe Giuliani when he's on TV, or do I believe him when he's under oath?
Hold on.
No, answer that question. No. Don't
Hold
run
on,
away
hold
from it. Answer that question. Do I believe Giuliani when he's on TV, or do I believe him when he's in court under oath, under the threat of perjury? When do I believe Giuliani?
That was a sham court.
That was a sham
And
court?
If you're gonna
That was a
point
Trump-elected
to
judge. Wait a minute.
litigation-
How is that a sham court?
If you're gonna point to
So do I believe
Trump,
Giuliani
wait,
when he's
who did
under
Trump
oath,
choose as
or
vice
do I
president?
believe
Who
him
did Trump choose
on
as vice
TV?
president? Yeah.
Mike Pence, he chose Mike Pence as vice president. And thank God Mike Pence didn't certify
Listen.
the vote, which was part of Trump's plan. So again, man, I want you to answer my question. Do I believe Giuliani when he's under oath and under the threat of perjury, or do I believe him when he's simply on television? Because I can go on TV and I can say a bunch of wild shit that I cannot say under the threat of perjury, regardless of what judge is presiding over the court. You do realize that's how perjury works, right? Regardless of who's presiding over it, right? If it comes later that I lied and perjured myself in that court, regardless who's proceeding over it, I get charged with perjury. So it could, regardless of the sham court thing, right? Do I believe him when he's under threat of perjury or on TV? Answer that question. I'm not letting you run from that because you ran from it the other day before you got banned.
So, anyways.
No, not anyways. Answer that question, my man, because I'm not letting you run from it. If you do this shit, I will literally just circle back to it.
Keep circling back, because you cut me off when I was going through my point of how you were lying when you said all of his staff, right? And I'm telling you, 3 of them after the election, which is important. After the election, 3 of them, his close staff, said it was stolen and it should be looked into. Now, because there's sham committees and sham, lawsuits coming against Trump, of course people are going to try to defend themselves and run away from their statements. Similar to how Tucker Carlson ran away from his statements after the lawsuit settled with Dominion, right? So to save your ass,
where he knowingly lied about the election being stolen, right? That lawsuit, by the way. Where he knowingly lied about the election being stolen, my man? Are you sure you really want to bring that up?
Where's knowingly? Where's knowingly?
What do you mean knowingly? That's why it was settled. That's why Fox settled it.
No.
Because they knew that they were lying.
I just told you. A couple days ago, Trump released on Truth Social.
Years later, after he was told by several people in his committee that it wasn't stolen. So again, I want you to answer the question, my man. Do I believe Giuliani and the rest of his people when they're under the threat of perjury, or do I believe them when they're on TV with the ability to say whatever they want on news networks that admitted that they were lying about the election?
They were not lying.
When do I believe them? When do I believe them? When they're in court or when they're on TV? When do I believe these people?
Listen, to some people, I want to ask you a question. Do people not change their story when they are now being threatened, and especially in politics? We're talking about politics.
Under the threat of perjury? I'll bet they do probably change their story to the truth. Yeah.
We're not talking about impartial, because when it comes to politics, there's not impartiality as we'd like. So when you're being hunted down in sham courts And you could say it's a Trump-appointed judge. That doesn't make a damn difference because plenty of people in the swamp are liable for going against Trump. Like the best example is Mike Pence. Mike Pence was someone who is highly vetted, obviously, if he's going to be a vice president pick. Yet you want me to believe that because Trump made a bad judgment call with Mike Pence, who he vetted very
How did Trump make
to
a
high
bad
degree,
judgment call
you're
with
going
Mike
to tell
Pence?
me that he's going to vet all
In what
federal
way did Trump
judges
make a
to the
bad
same?
call with Mike Pence?
Because Mike Pence went against
Didn't certify the false electors?
Mike Pence. To this day, maintains that the election was not stolen. He is wrong.
In what way is he wrong? You still have yet to show me how he was wrong.
Okay, let's go into that. So, have you seen the documentary 2000 Mules?
No.
Okay, so basically in
Is
this
this
documentary by
documentary gonna-
Dinesh D'Souza.
Sorry, my bad.
Are you
My
gonna cut
bad.
me off or are you gonna let me go?
No, that was my bad. My bad. I'm sorry about that.
It's fine. So, in this documentary by Dinesh D'Souza, he highlights how, in conjunction with Truth the Vote, I believe is the name of the group, that they aggregated a bunch of digital data, right, that tracks people, the same data that tracks us for advertising and whatnot. They aggregated and bought that data, right, and they narrowed it down to that there was 2,000 mules, right, where in the middle of the night we're going and ballot dumping based off digital tracking of they're basically tracking each mule that had a specific what's the word? They had a specific system where they would go and pick up absentee ballots, and then they would go and stuff them in ballot boxes all throughout drop centers around the city in multiple major cities like Philadelphia and Atlanta, and also there was like Phoenix. So basically, these people were going from Dropbox to Dropbox and going to also Democratic think tanks. I forget what it's called. Democratic committees and picking up absentee ballots and going from Dropbox to Dropbox and stuffing ballots in there in the middle of the night. And there's also video footage in the same documentary of them doing it. So, I mean, the evidence is clearly there in terms of ballot stuffing and absentee voter fraud.
So your source is a movie you watched, my man?
It's a documentary based off of actual facts surrounding the election. Let me ask you this.
Can you
can a documentary not rely off of facts?
I mean, it can, but can you provide me any of the sources that documentary used or anything like that so I can look into it?
We'd have to watch it together if we want to go down that route. But I'm just telling you, I would have thought you had like a whole list of things that you.
So like when you're talking about like these voter dumps, like this is just. I don't have anything to work off of, my man. You haven't even provided a source for this. I could just say that like Dinesh D'Souza made this up because it's a movie. Like I looked this up on like Google. It has a 1-star review on IMDb. What even is this, my man? Is this the smoking gun that's going to somehow prove that the entire election was stolen?
You to watch it.
Okay, I mean, I'll watch it in my free time for sure. I can definitely take a look for it on stream if I'm not going to get copyrighted and shit. But like, I thought this was going to be used somehow, like the smoking gun of proving to me that the election was stolen. How does this at all like does this account for like mail-in ballots or anything like that? And like that big like sham that like Trump was pushing? Because this whole mule theory again was not brought up on January 6th. This is again something that I have not heard Trump mention at all. This is something I mean, some guy that made some movie talked about. But I thought we were talking about Trump and whether or not he thought the election was stolen, not some guy who made a movie about it.
We're talking about
because like it's cool that it convinced you, but I'm talking about what convinced Trump that the election was stolen.
Well, Trump has cited the movie, so that's actually
when did he cite this movie, my man? Because I don't remember him citing it.
Really? You want me to pull it up? He did cite it.
When did he cite this during the January 6th speech or any time before that? I'm so confused on that.
You see, I don't understand why you keep doing this, where you keep reverting back to the January 6th speech. We did not agree that everything that I have to bring up as terms for Trump, because Trump didn't claim everything in that January 6th speech. Where did we agree to where I have to go that narrow on the January 6th speech?
So you're just not even going to address this then, is what I'm hearing from you.
I'm asking you. We agreed to the parameters of election fraud, right? That didn't say election fraud with January 6th speech. It says election
Trump
fraud.
Is correct about
so
election
I'm going
fraud
the broad
in January
scope
6th.
Of things. January 6th is part 2. We can go to the next part. But I'm talking about election fraud. That is a whole different separate
issue. You're going to try to argue that Trump somehow like time traveled into the future and then like went back on January 6th and made all these claims and shit?
Wait, what?
Because like I'm talking about like what Trump knew before January 6th, leading up to like when he lost the election, right?
Right.
Everything after that is, oh well, buddy, you already lost the election. So like this claim about like voter dumps and stuff like that, I don't understand. Are you talking about like the millions
Wait,
of mail-in ballots and stuff like that that didn't get accounted for?
hold on.
Are you talking
Just
about
because
those? Are you talking
information
about
is
those votes? Because that's like what it sounds like you're talking about. It sounds like you're talking about a bunch of mail-in ballots, and then some guy is saying that like a bunch of mules drop these off in drop boxes. But I don't
yeah,
think
no, it's not
But
some
how can you
guy. It's
substantiate that?
not some guy. It's if you watch the documentary, it's first of all the
Because it
mules
sounds like
that some of the mules came forward and actually said that they got paid
And
by
do you
these
have any
committees
testimony
to
from
drop
them?
off the ballots. Yeah, it's in the fucking documentary. Watch it. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
outside of
And
the
then
documentary, is there like anything like under like court or anything like that? Did they actually like testify to any of this?
yeah, no, they tried to take truth, and this is another form of
It's a yes or no
modern day
question. Did they at
censorship.
all testify to
I'm
this?
answering your question, my guy. You gotta let me answer it. They took the documentary that was focused on Truth the Vote, which is the company that did the investigation on the mules, right? They were taken to court. And actually they ended up coming out on top where they weren't held liable for they weren't it wasn't saying that they were right in their claims, but it was saying that there's no litigation to be had of damages for them putting out what they believed to be true with the people they had in the documentary. But
So they
like I was saying,
testified in court that they did this?
wait, what? Testifying in court what?
These mules testified in court that they dropped off these
No.
thousands of votes?
No,
So then
they
why
were
should I
anonymous.
believe them?
Well, it doesn't matter because the data shows
Well,
itself
why should I
that
believe
these
them though?
people
Because the data says
what
that like Biden won with millions of mail-in ballots, so this wouldn't at all account for how Biden won.
because
So I
if
don't
you
know why I
watch
would believe them. You keep saying watch the movie, but again, this
You could
movie
say
isn't
that.
any sort of like any sort of court testimony or anything. I can make up whatever I want and put it in a documentary and upload it to whatever website I want. That doesn't make it true.
Yeah, there's whistleblowers in the documentary, so that's
Okay, but did
that's
any of them testify?
it doesn't matter if they testified
Well,
or
it kind of
not.
does, my man. Yeah, it really does. Because what people say on television versus what they say in court, much like Giuliani, when do I believe them?
Did
We
you know that
see how I
most of
circled that back?
you know that most of Trump's lawsuits for election fraud got dismissed
No, my man,
before it
please
was
answer
even-
that question for me, though. When do
before
I
they were
believe
even
them, though?
brought to
When they're in a
court.
documentary,
Well, they
or do I
wouldn't
believe them
hear-
when they're under threat of perjury?
They wouldn't hear these arguments. A lot of these courts, they threw out a lot of Trump's lawsuits before they even reached court, right? That just shows they're scared of discovery because discovery has already found, like, let's go to Georgia, for example. Georgia was found that they didn't maintain digital copies of I believe it was like all of Fulton County, which is the biggest one that's in question. They didn't maintain all the records of that. And we're supposed to rely off the count, the recount, and the digital recount, but they didn't maintain the records they were supposed to maintain per their law. So doesn't matter what any judge says, they neglected to do what they were supposed to do, which leads to transparency in the election, which is a big argument I'm making and back to Georgia too, in the State Farm Arena where they sent home all the poll watchers and most of the staff, and they said, we're done for the night, right?
This is a lie, my man. Poll watchers were not
Oh,
sent
it's not a
home.
lie.
They were not. No, they were invited
Not
to
a lie.
stay.
You're lying, because I could tell you the GOP poll watchers everyone was sent home under the pretenses that they were done counting for the night, right?
Mhm.
And then the only way the GOP poll watchers found out that was a lie was when they got back to City Hall or wherever they were going after they were at the State Farm Arena. A reporter came up to them and told them, "Hey, do you know there's still poll people at the State Farm Arena counting votes right now because there's cameras on them, right?" So they're like, "What? That's crazy. No way." And then on camera for 2 hours, they were counting votes after they shut down. And then once the poll watchers got back to the arena, conveniently they stopped, like almost like someone tipped them off, like, "Hey, they're coming, shut it down." And then they conveniently stopped right when the poll watchers got back. That is lack of transparency, and there's nothing you could argue, and nothing a judge can
No
say
one told
that
observers they had to
justifies
leave,
that.
though, my man.
They
They had
did.
independent
Everyone left.
monitors and investigators that oversaw the count, according to state and county officials, man.
What?
Like they thought that
2
they were done
hours.
for the night, but then when instructed to continue scanning
Not
ballots by
thought.
investigators who reviewed the entire surveillance tape, conformed normal ballot processing, according to Gabriel Sterling, top official in the Secretary of State office. Video which shows clips of surveillance footage in a room
Oh my gosh.
where ballots were
What would
counted.
you think?
What would I
what
think?
would you think?
I would have to believe the people that like testified under perjury and stuff like
No,
this.
why? No, I'm gonna ask you a question. Why would they claim they're done for the night? Which is why all the poll watchers left. Because mind you, why did the poll watchers come back if they thought something was amiss, right? Why would they come back if they were under the pretense that it was done for the night? Why would they continue counting votes? Let me ask you that. Why would they continue counting votes after they claimed they were done for the night?
Looks like the stay behind
for 2 hours unsupervised.
And counted them for 2 hours with no whistleblower full encounter director. Refuted those claims. Saying in a public meeting, no observers were told the facility. According to Barron, staff members who opened the filtering ballots were scanning, started leaving the facility due to concern. Election workers started picking up. There's the meeting. Republicans are going to leave building 2. Let's see. Let's take a look. These aren't magical ballots. They didn't show up for.
And not to mention, these ballots were pulled out of like a suitcase under a table, which is also very sketchy. But we don't got to get into that. I want to get into the lack of transparency regarding the 2 hours of unaccounted counting of votes when they said they were done for the night.
Why did the poll watchers
leave? Because the poll watchers came back because all the staff. Okay, at
no
about
one told them they had to leave.
Buddy, hold on. You're not gonna fool me. Okay, you're not debating an idiot. This is if you look at the video footage, right? The staff of the polling said we are done for the night. It wasn't just the poll watchers that left. It was like 95.
Where's the footage of them telling the poll watchers explicitly they had to leave?
They left and they came back.
Yeah, why did they leave? Why did the poll watchers leave of their own free will, my man?
Because they said they were done for the night. Because they said they were done for the night. Why do you think they came back? Because they found out that they weren't done for the night. Why would they leave if they knew they were going to continue counting votes? Why would they leave?
Looks like they had to count ballots that had already been prepared, not ballots that were incoming and stuff. So this is not some magical thing where they were pulling ballots out of a suitcase, my man. This is what I'm saying.
What are you saying? Because there's 2 hours.
You're implying that these are like votes that like came out of a suitcase. No, these were votes that were already processed and stuff. You were saying that poll watchers were kicked out. They were never told they had to leave. You're just lying, my man. Unfortunately,
yeah, they were. They were told.
You're just lying. You are literally lying. I have several reports here that I even have in this like document I can link in the side chat. You're just lying. You're literally just lying.
Poll watchers were told.
We're not told.
They were shutting down. Let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this.
Where's the evidence of you?
No, my man.
You need to show me evidence of them being leave. You need to.
Besides 4 people.
Why did they leave? I don't know. That's a good question. You should ask them because they're really fucking stupid for fucking leaving. This is what I'm saying is you have no evidence of them being told that they had to go, that they were not allowed to come back in or anything like that. You have nothing to substantiate this claim.
You're right. They were told. No, they were told. I will go slower for you.
No, you can go as slow as you want, but they were not told. You have nothing that substantiates this.
It was shutting down for the night. They were told they were shutting down for the night.
Yeah, and then they continued to count votes that were already processed. These are not new votes.
So you say there was no poll watchers, so you cannot claim that because there's no poll watchers there.
There were poll watchers.
No, they left. They were gone for 2 hours. You cannot claim one thing when there was no one there to substantiate it besides the poll workers themselves. Because they said they were shutting down for the night, which is why 99% of the staff left. You could see everyone clearing out because they were under the pretense that they were shutting down for the night. I'm sure the poll watchers were under the impression that some poll workers are going to stay to a little later to shut everything down, but they're not surely going to count votes when we're not here. But that's wrong. The poll watchers claimed they got to the city hall. The GOP poll watchers claimed they got to the city hall where they were supposed to check in afterwards. And when they were there, under their testimony, a reporter told them, "Hey, do you know that they're still counting votes over there?" And they're like, "No, we didn't know that." They said they were shutting down.
So these poll watchers testified that they were kicked out?
Let me finish. Not in court, if that's where you're going to go. But they testified
so they
in their
just
own
said
testimonies.
That. They just
in their
said
own testimonies.
That, though.
Okay, testimony, whatever. Informal testified to. Give me a break. So, anyways.
I can't, man. I can't. I really can't because you're making dangerous claims saying that
the
the election was stolen when it wasn't. I'm not going to give you a break because you're trying to run from this stuff. I have looked into it. I have looked it up. This is what I'm saying, my man. Are you talking about like the couple hours that they had a pipe burst where the urinal broke? Are you talking about that?
False, by the way. That was false, by the way.
The urinal did break. That was very much substantiated.
No, okay.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't a massive pipe burst like they said, but a urinal did break. Which, I mean, I guess it was stupid to kick people out for that, but I mean, we could argue around in circles for whether or not that was, a legitimate thing to kick people out over. But this like claim that they were like pulling ballots out of a suitcase and just like counting like new ballots. My man, these were pre-processed ballots in ballot boxes that they pulled out. They did not tell poll watchers they had to leave. The poll watchers left probably because they assumed that they were done for the night. But unfortunately, there were more ballots to count. It's not my fault that the poll watchers didn't have the due diligence to stick around.
Because they were misled. What do you mean? They were misled. They were told they were shutting down for the night. But why do you think they immediately came back when they found out from the reporter
even if
that
they
told
were
them,
kicked out,
no,
though,
no,
this
I'm asking
does.
you a question.
So even
I'm
if I
asking you a
grant you
question.
this, even if I grant you this, my man, this does
Grant
not
me
at all.
grant me it,
So
right.
even if I grant you this, though, this wouldn't even at all magically mean that Georgia somehow stole the election from Trump. Because, like I said, these are pre-processed ballots. They weren't a suitcase. They were ballot boxes that these votes were kicked out, were pulled out of.
You claim.
No, I'm not claiming. The people that claimed under the threat of perjury claim this.
Oh, like people haven't lied under perjury before. Give me a break. The fact of the matter is this: transparency was not
Wait, so you're
upheld
telling me that
because-
Giuliani lied under the threat of perjury?
Listen, we're not going to go.
Or do I believe him when he's?
We're going to talk about right now Georgia with State Farm Arena. We're going to talk about that because that's the one that was clear cut. Example of
It's clearly not
you're
clear
for
cut,
poll
my
watching.
man.
Wait, what's the wait? Hold on.
It's
What's the
obviously
purpose
not
of poll
clear cut if
watchers?
there's so much questions about this,
What's
man.
the purpose of poll
Why did the
watchers?
poll watchers stay?
Why did the poll watchers come back when they found out they were still counting?
Why did they come back? Well, because they found out they were still counting. But did they find anything?
Well, why do they think? So
did
that
they
shows
find
that they would
anything
have
that
stayed.
leads to election fraud? Did they find any evidence of election fraud, though? Wait a
does
minute.
that
Even
not
if I grant
show-
you this,
Hold on.
did they even find anything that led to election
You're not
fraud
granting
in
me
Georgia?
anything because this is just facts. You can't argue facts. And if
No,
why
you've
would they
been
leave?
lying straight for like?
This isn't a lie. This isn't a lie.
You said
Where's
that they
the
were.
lie? Where's the lie that everyone left besides 4 people, right? And then the poll watchers, when they found out that they were still counting votes, came back at 1 a.m. So you're telling me if they really
You said they
didn't
were
think,
kicked out. You said that they were kicked out. They were not kicked out.
because they were not okay. See, now you want to
They
get
were
into
told that
semantics
they
of
were welcome
kicked
to
out.
stay if they wanted to, but that they were wrapping up for the
They
evening.
were told they were done for the evening, which is why
They were
left.
also told that they were welcome to stay longer if they felt like they wanted to.
Okay, so you say. I mean,
So
listen,
you say.
man.
So you say. So I
Hey,
say.
Hey
Well,
guys,
you
guys,
could go
guys,
around
guys,
in
guys, guys,
circles,
guys,
my man.
guys, guys, guys. Hey, I'm talking. Okay. I just wanna bring the tone down. Okay, you guys are talking over each other more and more, and we agreed to one thing before we started this conversation, as the chat before, right? And it's the fact that we have January 6th is now in play. You guys can now talk about January 6th and the riot that, or whatever you call it, on that stage.
Okay.
Chester, you can go ahead. Do you want to say something?
Well, I want to establish a few things on January 6th. In terms, like, I want to get some ground terms or some terms set. So, I want to understand first. You claim it was an insurrection, right? Now, are you claiming that it was an organic insurrection, like it came from the mob itself, or are you claiming that Trump incited an insurrection?
I don't think that Trump organized and planned a riot that day. I think he capitalized on the riot that happened. I think he capitalized on people's emotions, but I don't think that he directly was like, go and riot. I think that the words he said definitely riled people up, maybe caused the environment for a riot to happen, right? But he did say peacefully in his speech. I do have to say that. I think it's very important. So I don't think directly he was maybe planning for a riot, but I could say maybe he was hoping for one, but that's my reading. So I don't think that's fair for me to do. So I think he capitalized on the riot, but to say that like he directly was like planning on the riot happening that day, you know what I mean? I think maybe he thought there was.
But what
good
do you
chances of a
mean
riot.
capitalized? Because I want to know what you mean by that. How did you
So when the
capitalize?
riot happened, and then he went to the White House and he was making phone calls to state officials saying like, "Hey, maybe you guys should like hold off the certification." I think that was like him capitalizing on the riot.
Okay, I mean that could be argued, but we're not in Trump's brain on that. So at
Right.
least I'll give you that. You're not saying that he incited the insurrection, which a lot of people won't say. So,
Well, because I mean, it's like
but
hard.
that's also
because, I
why he
mean,
wasn't charged.
Yeah, like
with that,
it's hard for
so-
him to like. It's hard to point at him and say like he directly caused the riot when he was saying things like we're gonna peacefully
hold
go
on.
down. I'll be with you, shit like that. Like at
Are you
least.
saying it was a riot or an insurrection, though?
Well, the way that I'm using insurrection, I wound up looking up the word insurrection before this a little bit ago, which I probably should have done before this a little longer ago. I don't think I would exactly
It's
use
fine.
the
It's
word
a convoluted
insurrection.
word, so I want to establish
I
what
would-
you, because we have our own versions of it. So I want to know what your version is.
I would use attempted coup is the words that I would use for that day, because I think an insurrection, yeah, the violence part of it kind of gets hitched on that and shit, and we could argue
Like-
about whether or not the people that like brought weapons intended to use them, yada yada yada. We could could go down so many routes. I just don't want to argue in circles about. I'd rather just stick with the main point of like what Trump was doing and stuff like that instead of arguing about like what all these individuals were doing and like what Ashley Babbitt and all that other crap. Like that's just like it was a riot at that point. But that's
It was
those
a
I mean, I didn't
riot.
ban you guys talking about Atlanta. You can still talk about that. I'm just saying January 6th is in play. I just want to, you
No,
guys
I
can
mean
still
we
go back to
don't.
that.
I think, and I was gonna put this in my introduction too. I don't. I really don't. I think in this overall debate, we're not going to convince each other of anything. But the hope is that he can help. I will concede smaller points, right, and help he can concede smaller points. Like for example, I will concede that there were because in my so let me get my version of insurrection is rising up of the people to subvert the government, like to basically undermine the government in whatever sense. It could be either rightfully or wrongly, right? It's just up to
I'm
the
so sorry. I
insurrection
hate to
group.
cut you off, my man. Can you please restart? I was memeing in the side chat and I got super distracted. What are
Oh,
you
come
doing?
on. Just let him go. Like,
No,
and just ignore his statement.
yeah. This just turn off side chat for now. They're gonna
Yeah,
all
no, that's
chime
why.
in a moment, anyways. So whatever. But anyways, what I was saying is for insurrection, right? My version of insurrection is somebody basically, or I mean, sorry, a group of citizens, I guess, for a good broader sense of the word, is they are trying to subvert the powers that be, which would be the government, right? So it's basically trying to overrule, and it could be for justified reasons or unjustified reasons. It's all determined upon what the group thinks is justified, and usually they're going to think they're justified. But I will concede that parts of the riot were insurrectionists, right? Like there is no doubt that there were Proud Boys or some certain people in there that were texting amongst each other saying some pretty heinous things, because I don't advocate for, as much as I hate Hillary Clinton, I will never be on that bandwagon of lynch her or whatever, because I try to go by the rule of thumb of what I say about someone else's candidate, I have to be okay with them saying about mine, and I'm not cool with anyone saying that about mine. So anyone that advocates for violence in any sense of the word, it's not. I'm not for it. So like people were saying, they want, if they got a hold of Mike Pence, they would hang him. They're saying that if they got a hold of Nancy Pelosi, they'd drag her down the staircase and let her head hit every stair on the way out. Right? I don't condone that, and I don't agree with that. But that is a minor point of the riot, right? Like I don't think the broad scope of the riot was to overthrow the government. That's what I'm going to argue, and I'll stand by that, because I think it was just a demonstration of frustration against the government. Because whether you believe the election was stolen or not, these people did think the election was stolen, and it's the same way I will give it to the left. Because the left, and this is why I think the left needs to be more honest on, because a lot of them like to compare Trump to Hitler, right? If Hitler was really trying to take power, wouldn't you do anything to stop him from taking power, even if it's illegal?
Wait, why? I'm kind of hung
I'm
up
asking
here.
that because I'm about to
Wait,
bring it
so
full circle.
what? Okay, so what was your question first?
Okay, so is it not true? These people there thought the election was stolen, whether they were misled or whatever. They thought the election was stolen, right?
Undoubtedly, yeah.
Okay, so if they think the election is stolen, I want to draw a parallel right now to if you believe, like for the left, for example, this is why I think they stole the election too, by the way, and why I think they're justifying it, but they can't come out and say it, is they look at Trump. We've heard it the last however many years. Trump is Hitler, right? If Trump is really Hitler, in their opinion, wouldn't you do anything in your power to stop Hitler from gaining power, legal or illegal?
Wait, so you're saying that like the government thought that Trump was Hitler, so they were doing anything they could to stop Trump Hitler?
That's my argument. But I'm saying that, like, if my whole point is that they,
I
you can
feel like
justify
if that's the
certain things
analogy
if you
you
believe them to be true.
I feel like if that's the analogy you wanted to draw, I would just throw back we were way more aggressive with Hitler than just like legislative measures. I don't know if that's really a sound comparison because like
I'm not
no,
making the comparison.
I don't think
The
they were
left is
doing
making that
everything.
comparison.
Well, that's why I argue. That's why I argue with a lot of leftists online that like to use hyperbole, like Trump was like literally Hitler and shit like that, because obviously he wasn't like throwing like children and women into fucking concentration camps and shit like that. So I don't think that Congress and everyone else in government saw him as like a Hitler-esque person. I think that what he was
But
trying to
they did.
do was probably like maybe definably fascistic at the end there with the false elector thingy, but like I don't think that like at the time leading up to that anyone sensible saw him as like a Hitler 2.0. You know what I mean? I think that's something that
You
maybe
could
like a
say that,
lot
but
of
I
like
think
far
I think it was a
lefties would
common
do.
theme.
But I
I
don't
think it was a common theme.
I could maybe see like Congress wanting to like kind of stick it to him, but I don't think like to that degree where they'd be subverting like the voters and like the will of the people. I think that would be very very like bad. Obviously, I don't see any
You
like
say
evidence of
that.
them doing that, right? And also, like I said, like this comparison, I don't think that Congress is as far left as like your average dumbass Twitter user. I don't think that.
Okay. The only thing I want to draw, well, that's not true. I don't think so because we had was it Chuck Schumer or was it Maxine Waters? One of them were literally advocating to go confront Trump supporters in public where they live, calling for that. So they clearly have a certain,
Well, yeah,
feel,
and I would
and that
say
happened.
those, and I would disavow those people and say they should probably
Okay, well,
stop
fair
that
enough.
behavior, right? That's really bad behavior, right? That's super
Of
hyperbolic.
course. I don't think that's hyperbolic. I think that is straight call to action to harass Trump supporters where they work, where they live,
Yeah,
and it
and I
happened
think
to Tucker Carlson, by the way. Remember,
yeah, and I think it's
Antifa
really
went to
bad
his
when
house
people
and
do that.
surrounded it.
Yeah, and I think that's really bad. I'm not at all gonna try to defend those like people and say that, you know what I mean?
But
But
my
like at the
point
same
being is
time, like
that these people genuinely believe that Trump and MAGA supporters, and even Biden made a speech where he's insinuating that pretty much all MAGA supporters are supporting a fascist. Like they basically are insinuating that we are enemies of the republic, right? So the same way that they're going to justify means to subvert Trump democratically getting elected, which I believe they did because they literally looked at him like Hitler, and I'll take them at their word for it. Many of them did say that, and they always drew those analogies is the same way that I believe that the people of the January 6th riots, believe that the election was stolen. And I want to ask you a question: whether we believe that it was stolen or not, if let's just go to a complete hypothetical of if an election was stolen, if we found not this election but just any election, if we found clear-cut evidence that the election was stolen and the wrong person gained power, what is the right of the people to do in that situation?
well, I think if the election was stolen and there
Like
was
legitimately,
actually
there's no
evidence
question
of it,
about it.
there was actual evidence of it, I think we'd be in a really, really scary situation. I don't know what we do about it. Yeah, man. I think there probably would be
But
a little
what
bit of violence around the
philosophically,
country.
what would you do? What would you condone?
What would I condone? I mean, if there was
Because
actual evidence.
that's an ill-gotten position, right? That they shouldn't be holding that position.
So your argument is that basically they were justified in doing they doing because they genuinely believed the election was stolen.
Yes, and but it's not. But this is the thing: they were allowed to do what they were doing, which was rioting, right? Which it became violent because, and we could argue that because there was clearly
Well, they were
provocative
doing a bit more than rioting, right? Regardless of what provocateurs you're about to bring up were, right? Like someone literally bought
riots.
like uh, regardless of what like some old boomer said to his like nephew or whatever in a text, right? There was still someone who like literally brought like a guillotine and it was a group of friends were saying hang Mike Pence and shit like
Right,
that. Like I
and I can
don't
see
know
that's
if I
wrong.
would go that far. You know what I mean? Like there's
Is
protesting the government. There's maybe like organizing and like making an actual revolution, right? But like again, I don't think that if Trump like if that's the argument that you want to go with, then why wouldn't Trump actually like organize a more militarized like movement against like Congress and stuff like that, right?
because that's a all-in approach, in my opinion. I can't speak for Trump, but and I can only and I can't speak for the writers. I was not there that day, although I do
Well,
stand
good
in
for you. I'm
solidarity with
glad.
them because, well, I still stand in solidarity with them because they were voicing, like I said, they genuinely believed, just as people genuinely believed Trump is Hitler or Trump is Hitler reincarnate. They genuinely believed that the election was stolen from them, and they have a right and a duty to voice that opinion if they believe so. And and if that's the case, I think that it is your duty as the citizen to protest an illegitimate president. I mean, whether we agree or disagree if it's true or not, it's what our belief is. And I'd venture to say that that I mean, the thing with Biden is it's a hard one, right? It's not, there's too much ambiguity of if he's legitimate or not. That's why I posed the question to you
I
of
hate to do
if
this.
it was
Can
clear
I
cut.
interject real quick though, my man? So I am one of the few people that's very quick to say like the violence during like the BLM riots pretty bad. Can you also agree that like the violence during J6, regardless, even if they thought like their cause was just, probably not the best course of action to be so violent about it?
That's a hard question to answer. I'm gonna be honest with you because there's a difference, in my opinion, between those. I mean, I will concede that the BLM riots, they genuinely believed what they believed. Although I believe they are misguided and that all cops are bad or all cops are bastards, and so burn down everything, right? Although I disagree with that, that's genuinely what they believe, and I can't change that. That's how they feel the system treats them. So they were justified, and that's why the word justified is a very tricky word. I got into this debate the other day in the Destiny Discord where we all like Hitler thought he was justified, right? The Nazis thought they're everyone that's doing bad has justified good intentions. So I can't necessarily say that it was wrong. I don't condone violence though. I'll say that. Like as I said earlier, I don't condone violence. So whatever means to usurp back legitimate power but it's hard. It's hard. That's such a hard point to make because you can't really take back power without violence. Like we don't really ever see that happening within rebellions or coups. So I don't know. It's a hard one to answer, but I am against violence. So like I said, I detest the people who said they wanted to drag Nancy Pelosi down the staircase and have her head hit every stair, right? And also hang Mike Pence. Although I detest both of those people and I detest Hillary Clinton, I will never advocate for violence against them because that's just not me. But I mean, what do you do? That's why I'm genuinely asking. What do you do if we have clear-cut evidence that it's an illegitimate president? Like, what if the guy just came forward and said, "Yeah, I cheated." Like, he literally straight like that's all the evidence you really need. He says, "Yeah, I cheated. So what? I'm in office now." What is the duty of the people at that
Well,
point?
at that point, yeah, it would be on them to like organize properly and make like a more like focused like attempt to like retake the government. But it was a very like disorganized, sporadic event, like that was like
Right.
kind of like shambled together, but like many groups of people, right? As like the Proud Boys, there was even like
And they didn't even
FBI
have
informants inside the Proud Boys, even and shit like that. Like we go round and round and round and round and round and round about all the people that were like involved and stuff like this, you know?
which is my point that it wasn't the goal of it was not to overtake the government because if it was truly to overtake the government, there would have been obviously there's policemen there. That's like there's so many elements of law enforcement there, whether it be the Capitol Police, Washington Metro. There's so many police there that it'd be foolish to say that an unarmed group. I know there's some that were armed, but for by and large, 99% of them were not armed, right? Why would it not? And you know that those people do own guns, probably back at home.
Yeah, so
So
that's
why would
kind of
they
like
not
my
bring their
point though, is
guns?
like why wouldn't they if they like why wouldn't they make a more focused effort, right, to actually like combat, right? That's like the whole point of why we have the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, right? Is to like combat like tyrannical
Because
governments, not just to like
that's what they
protect
wanted.
me from some guy wandering onto my lawn.
You're right.
It's for exactly like that scenario, right?
You're right.
But many
But
people
that's
didn't. And I
but this
get
goes
that's because
back
they wanted to
to
peacefully support Donald Trump,
right.
and then there was a
That's where it
lot.
goes back to January 6th, in my
Mhm.
opinion, was set up as we know because there was because and they're gonna release the footage by the way. I hope they do because it's been found out that that congressmen that have been able to see the footage with inside the Capitol before the rioters got there. There was agents in Trump gear within the Capitol already that were already ready to like positioned in there. So that we don't know the full extent of how many agents were already there, but there was a lot of them, and they were inciting this because they were hoping that it would become more violent than what it was, so that they could justify it. This is why I think it didn't get to the what you're alluding to. It didn't get to that level because if it did get to that level, then they have a reason to really crack down on Trump supporters, right? And so it's kind of like a more tame approach is like just voice your opinion and have mild violence to show dis your dissatisfaction with how the election went down. But the all or nothing approach, there would have been guns involved. There would have been a storming of the Capitol and like taking of hostages
Which I
and
mean, I
things of
think
that
like
sort,
probably
right?
should have happened if there was a legitimate like stealing of the election. All I'm saying is like until like this footage like comes out of like the FBI like doing all this stuff, my man. Like there's
Just look at Ray Epps. Just look at him. If you don't believe it, look
some
at Ray
old
Epps. Ray Epps is
guy,
the most obvious.
some old guy.
People got much more time for much less. Much more time for much less. This guy got a year probation when people got jail time for doing much less. If it's not obvious this guy is an FBI plant, I don't know what can convince you because this guy was on footage days leading up saying, "We got to storm the Capitol. We got to storm the Capitol." What the fuck, bro?
I
That is
mean, what
like
would
you are
convince me is like
inciting it.
some sort of like documents or like any sort of like yeah,
What?
like any
What?
sort of like documentation that was like proving or like stating that he was like an actual FBI agent. Like I've thought about things that would change my mind about this because you said you don't know. Like if there was like any information, any documentation that came out that was like yeah, Agent Epstein, you know, or Agent Epps, sorry, Agent Epps, you know, like then yeah, like that would convince me, right? But until something like that comes out, I'm gonna
You,
be very hard pressed to be convinced that some old
what?
dude texting
You
his
just have to look at
nephew.
you have to look at exculpatory evidence of things that are just surrounding this that it why ask yourself genuinely why would people who did much less like they were just like for example when I say much less I say like people such as just walking into the Capitol and going into the chambers or going into offices just strolling around. They weren't on video doing any violence, right? They're just strolling around, right? Those people got actual prison sentences, right? Some of them, not all of them, but some of them got actual prison sentences when they had no, they did, there's no videos of them claiming to storm the Capitol, blah, 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 right?
Hmm.
When you compare those to Ray Epps, why is it justified that he gets a slap on the wrist and they get years? It's almost like he is a agent that was burned essentially, and that like they were saying in the Glenn Greenwald Alex Jones debate, is it is the norm when because people were pointing out to him they weren't expecting Ray Epps to get as much heat as he did because when people started saying, "Hey, what's up with this guy? Why is he not on your guys' list? Why are you guys not focusing on him?" Then they said, "Okay, yeah, we checked into him, and you're right, and okay, we'll give him a year probation." Bad boy, but that's about it. Come on now, that's retarded, man. That guy's an agent, and he was a provocateur.
I'm
Like,
just curious, would you put him on like the same level as like some of the Proud Boys that did get like some severe those like major charges pushed against them? Not like the little Mima that got like some prison time, which I mean sucks for that Mima, you know. I do sympathize with her. You know, if she was just walking around after being, you know, led around to believe that the election was stolen from her, you know. I don't think that's
yeah.
right. She should get like multiple years of prison time, okay? But like would you compare like Ray Epps to yeah, like one of the one of the Proud Boys, like that level of organization?
Well, Proud Boys, if I remember correctly, not all of them were trying to be insurrectionists. Like it's like
Not all
not
of them,
everyone's
just the
this.
ones that were though. But that's what I'm kind of
Yeah,
getting
I
at,
mean,
though,
hey,
right? For the sake
if
of
they
my
were on
argument.
text plotting to do horrible things, and if that's on them, and I still sympathize with them because, like I said, they believe the election was stolen, as do I,
Mhm.
and they have their right to take action in their means. Violence not being one of them. If they want to do other means, fine, but violence, I kind of draw my line at that. But like you said, there's people that strolled around that got way harsher punishments than Ray Epps. When Ray Epps is on film advocating to storm the Capitol in the days leading up. There's not more clear evidence you can get of someone trying to incite an insurrection than that. Yet he gets a slap on the wrist. Like, oh, come on, you have to concede that something's fishy about that guy if he got such a slap on the wrist for what he did.
I just don't think that some old guy
All right,
texting his
so be it.
grandson is like the sole inciter and like the guy that
I'm
like
not
caused
text.
the January 6th riots to happen the way they did.
No, I'm telling you to look at his actions. His actions on video. There's at least three videos I saw when I was doing my
Led
research
to
that were like
all
the
of
most
those people
egregious.
showing up and yelling "Stop the Steal" and like "Hang Mike Pence." That was all organized by like Epps and his team.
No, that's not what I said. But Ray Epps did more egregious acts and incitements than people who got worse sentences for doing much less. If that doesn't scream something's up with this guy, I don't know what is because that this guy, whether you want to say he's the same level of Proud Boys, which I don't agree with, because he's definitely not up there, because he did advocate for this. I will say, Ray Epps did say peacefully, right? But he still advocated to storm the Capitol, which is already
Didn't he
illegal in itself.
also when someone said go inside the Capitol, didn't he say no? Don't do that. Aren't there videos of him
No,
saying
he advocated it. No, he told people to calm down. He told people to calm down because, and he also told people not to bring in, like, one guy had bear spray or something, and he told him, "Hey, leave that behind." Right? He tried to, he wasn't full fledged like attack the cops. Like he wasn't that type of guy. But he did, and I watched a video of them when the first barricade went down. He was part of the initial group that stormed past the barricade. So he is like at the forefront of storming the Capitol, and he's on video advocating to storm the Capitol multiple times. Yet he receives a slap on the wrist compared to people that were. And I want to draw comparison. I want to draw I want to contrast the two types of people. They're like, there's the people that were at the forefront pushing into the Capitol, right? Then there's the people that showed up later and don't know what's going on really, but just see like, oh, people are in the Capitol, like they're the aftermath, and they stroll in, right? Because they just ignorantly strolled upon what's going on, and they're part of the larger group. But and some of those people on the second wave, I would call them, got harsh punishments compared to Ray Epps, who was at the forefront. That's egregious. That's disgusting. Like, there's literally a video of Ray Epps storming past the first barricade that was pushed down, where cops are manning it, right? And I will give it, Ray Epps didn't push the barricade himself, but he was at the forefront and went through with the protesters or rioters. Once they pushed down that first barricade, he pushed right up with them. So he is not an innocent by any means. And I mean, I think we're beating a dead horse when it comes to Ray Epps. I think at this point,
like I said, I'm wholly convinced on this point, my man. But we can go to something else if you want.
Honestly, at this point, I think I've made it. It's kind of hard to. If we want to bring in questions, we could do that. We can just go straight to that if you want.
Convincing evidence on Ray Epps outside of.
So if Chester, if you believe that you said all your points, but Berto, is there any other points that you want to make in this debate before we go to questions?
I mean, like, we could go around in circles and stuff. I thought we were gonna have a conversation about, honestly, a lot different points in this. But
well, if you want to, if you thought we were gonna have a conversation about a lot of different points, what are the points that you wanted to talk about that you want to have in this conversation before I put it over to questions?
I thought we were gonna talk about like the things that like Trump was saying on like January 6th about like him like knowing that the election wasn't stolen and like him capitalizing on that, and like how J6 was just like a part of like his grand scheme to overturn the election and shit, using the false elector plot, basically trying to subvert the democratic process of America, and basically in short terms coup the U.S. I thought that's what we were going to talk about, was the attempted coup on that day, not the riot, because I could really give a fuck about the riot.
Do you want to talk about that? I mean, unless.
I mean, I'm down.
I mean,
like, I'm literally giving, like, right now. Okay, I'm giving you the floor because Cesar said he said everything that he wants to say. I'm giving you the floor. Talk about what you want to talk about. Make the points that you think support your argument.
So, like,
seriously, good, whatever you want.
So like I thought that we were coming here to talk about like whether or not there was like an attempted coup on January 6th, whether or not it was a riot. I firmly believe that like Trump used the false elector plot, where he had those fake electors in 7 different states to subvert the democratic process. Hope that Mike Pence would certify those false electors and use them to win him the vote. And then basically, if anyone objected in Congress, you get kicked to the House, where Trump, the Republican side, I think it was like 26 to like Dems 24. So you have just enough votes to win that way either way. And that was the coup attempt. But Mike Pence didn't certify the false electors.
I mean, I'm not gonna dance around that. I haven't really done much research on the slate of electors because I think it's pretty obvious what happened on that. And honestly,
well, what's pretty obvious about it? I'm curious.
What's obvious is that you're right. He tried to use the electors, the false slate of electors, to overturn the results of certain states, right? But that's because he genuinely, I'm going to loop back to it. He genuinely thought, and this is where we disagree. I don't know why we disagree on this, by the way. I don't know where you can get your information from where you think that we went over this earlier, so I know where you're coming from. You say all of his advisors told him it was not stolen, blah, blah, blah. But I don't believe that, because in the beginning, they did tell him, some of them did tell him it was stolen, but that's a moot point. We're not going to get anywhere with that. But I believe he genuinely did think it was stolen, as did the followers, and he was doing what he thought was the right way, the right steps forward that weren't too drastic, because as we were talking about earlier,
So then why did
drastic would be calling the people to arms, taking over the capital, and also commanding the armed, because he's president, he's commander in chief at this moment. So he could have, whether they followed him or not, which 80% of them probably would have, because 80% of the military is right leaning. He was commander in chief at the time, so he could have ordered a coup if he really so desired. But I think to call it, to call, if you want to call it a soft coup, sure. But to call it a coup of like overtaking the government by force, that, as it was said in the Destiny and Greenwald debate, you guys don't know what a real coup is if you think that was a coup.
I mean, I would guess I would lean with the soft coup terminology, right? But I mean, I'm just curious then. So like, if he did concoct this like false elector plan, why would he need to do that if he had actually won the election?
Well, it doesn't mean that there's not elements within the government that are like we saw with the Georgia case for the when he called the secretary, what was it, the Secretary of State for Georgia, or what was the guy's position? I forget. Something. Anyways, he called the guy, and the phone call got leaked where he was telling them to find the votes.
Yeah, he needs those votes. Yeah, he needs them to find those votes and stuff. Yeah.
But no, but you okay. I don't agree with. I think the context you're trying to put it is like he's like find the votes, like muster them up. No, there's so much contextual. Like if you watch, I actually watched the whole full video where Destiny react to that phone call, and and there's so many points within the phone call. Even the first 5 minutes when he's making his case to the guy, he's pointing out to areas of where he's pointing out multiple instances of in his opinion election fraud and mishandlings of the election. So he's not, and he's saying that he's like, in this instance, there was 20,000 votes. In this instance, there's this. So he's pointing to irregularities to get those votes. He's not just saying muster up votes out of thin air.
So in that instance, he was hoping that the democratic process that he believed was rigged against him, right, that had failed him all the way up until that point, would now start working. Just to clarify.
Wait, say that again?
So like, because basically like Trump thought that like there was all these systems in place, right, that like rigged the election against him, and then he
Right.
made this false elector scheme, right, which would have basically had to rely on the system being not corrupt and the democratic processes being seen through, right? Because like basically everything about that false elector thing, right? If they had been duly elected, like second like electors, right? Because I think there's like cases in like Hawaii and I think even another state where there was like a legitimate second slate of electors and stuff like that. So like the whole like fraudulent part of that is that they weren't like actually duly elected, like electors, right? That they were false electors. So like
Yeah, but it
so
gets into the question of
so the
if
whole
he
plan would
thought he
have.
was genuinely doing the right thing, which he thought he
Yes,
was.
but that's what I'm
And
saying. Is like so the whole plot would have precedented on the democratic process working as intended, even though he said that the democratic process had been failing him the whole time and that the election had been stolen from him. So it's weird that in one breath you can say like, all these processes have failed and failed me so miserably, and that they've all lied and they're all scheming, while at the same time literally directly relying on these processes to enact his plot. That
But
seems
like we
just a
said, it was
little
a
weird to
soft
me.
coup because if you go in the all or nothing, I'm gonna go back to this. If he goes to the all or nothing, right, which is a real coup of taking power of the military and commanding them to take over all the institutions of power, media, all the Capitol building, all that stuff, right? That's a real coup. That is an all or nothing attempt where you either you're gonna win or you're gonna fail, and there's really no in between, and then there's harsh punishments that are going to be enacted if you fail.
No,
So
I see what you're saying, man. I hear you. Also, so I'm not really arguing with you that it was like a hard coup that he was trying to like take the government and seize it and like
yeah.
dictator mode. As I'm saying is that I think it's a little funny to me that like he can say that the election was stolen in all these different ways with all these different processes, and the same process that he claimed were like used to steal the election from him, he's now relying on to use his plot to move forward. Does that make sense to you? Do you see what I'm
The
saying
best
there?
analogy I understand what you're saying, but the best analogy I can make is like, for example, say you're going to court for a murder that you didn't commit, but you have to rely on you're still subjugated to that same system that's wrongly trying to railroad you. So you have to go along with the system, whether you want to or not, of taking like a plea deal, even though it's admitting guilt and it's not ideally what you want to do. It is the only recourse you have that's not extreme, like having your family come burn down the courthouse, right? So that's an extreme. That would be an extreme coup in that sense. Versus a soft is like trying to just leverage, other, trying to leverage.
Like fringe
It's
legal
just there's
theories.
levels. There's levels to it, and it's politics. It's a game too. It's like you know for a fact he had to think of all I can tell you this. He probably thought of a hard coup, but he realized the all or nothing approach of that, and it's also the court of public opinion, which even if
No, what I'm
the
saying,
reason
my
I don't
man,
think he did a
what I'm saying isn't even like the coup thing. What I'm saying is like this is kind of like me trying to point out that I think that he knew that the election wasn't stolen because there's no way for him to like think that the election was stolen with all these like government processes and then rely on the same processes that he believed genuinely robbed him and like fucked him over in the election to then proceed with his plot. That just doesn't logically that
you
wouldn't
could
line
say
up. So I
that,
think that
but
I think he knew that the
so
election
be it.
wasn't stolen from him or else he wouldn't have used that plan. That's my
That's your opinion.
argument.
I think it's more of the political game of him realizing that not most of the country was on board with the election being stolen. So for him to rally support in the sense he had, the only way he could have done it was the legal way, or through the more bureaucratic ways instead of the military. Because if you just say election stolen, I'm going to have the military take over, he would have lost so much support of people that were not on board on that he had. The only choice he had really was to do it the way he did, and it didn't work. And it's just, I don't think it was him knowing though that it wasn't stolen. It was more like, this is like my only path forward that I have to go by.
I
And
mean, it wasn't
so
his
I think
only
that's,
path forward. I mean, there's definitely ways he could have guaranteed power and stuff like that.
well, his
Like you
only
even brought
path
I
up.
think we're
forward
getting a
without
bit off
looking like a
topic
But
with
his only
talking.
path
We're talking about
yeah,
different ways. I think we're
his
getting a
only
bit off
path
path
forward
about talking
without
about
looking
different
like a
ways.
dictator. I mean,
I think
there's
we've
no
kind
point to make
of,
him look like a dictator, even with this. So that's what's crazy is like this isn't even like if he wanted to be a dictator, he could have been a dictator that day. But
as
that's
we've gone on for a couple minutes about like whether or not Trump, could have or could have not have done a hard coup. I feel like that's a bit off the topic.
yeah.
So I'm just gonna say let's wrap it up.
yeah, I'm,
Um,
I'm cool with that.
yeah, no. Jesse already said that earlier. I think Bob got
The
over his
only the
point. So if any, no, hold on. You guys are
If he
both
has
gonna have
any
closing
other
statements. So
points,
before, yeah, no, 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 no. If you guys both are gonna have closing statements, so if you have anything you didn't want to say or anything like that, we can close it up. But then I just want to let everybody know after that there will be a Q&A section. So just make sure to put your questions in chat and add me, and then I will relay your questions. And I'd like to thank all of our super supporters. They get their questions asked first. So if you want to get your questions answered first, you want to be ahead of everybody and feel better than everybody, you can support us as everybody does. I'll have Chester go first since it seems like he was done with his stuff first. So and I think he'll probably be quicker. And then Roberto go after him. Chester, you can go ahead.
No, yeah, Roberto, I apologize that it didn't go. I know you had a whole list of what you want to go through, so I apologize if we didn't go through it as you wanted, because I do want you to feel like all your points are heard. But the only thing is I'm gonna argue on what I know, and I'm sure I'm ignorant to a lot of the things that you prepared on, just as you were ignorant to the fact of the Hunter Biden laptop. So, and the context with all that, but regardless, my closing statement. I mean, I appreciate the platform that you guys given me to speak. It was definitely a lot more controlled than it was, in Destiny's Discord. I'll say that much when it was a 10 verse 1. So I do appreciate that. And I think I've made the points I've wanted to make that, whether I convince people or not, this is what it's all about. We need to hear each other's sides, and I'm a big proponent of that, which is why I feel it was a real injustice that I was banned, because we shouldn't have this narrative where if you're against the opinion of the group, that you should be ostracized. I want to engage with you guys, whether I disagree with you or not. I can take the heat, but to silence opinions is just kind of tyrannical, and that's actually fascist in my opinion. But I do appreciate this platform.
Heck yeah, man. Here, hold on, real quick. Oh no, I done did myself dirty. Okay, there we go. All right, there we are. Thank you so much for having this, man. Thank you so much, Octavian and Duke. I definitely want to have more follow-up conversation with you. Hopefully, man, this is the first of many talks that we'll be having. This is just something like, I just want to like set this up, give you some space to like, because you like really did want to have like this talk, and so I'm glad that we got to have this. I'm really sorry about what happens a lot in DGG, where unfortunately, like a lot of people do get very opinionated. A lot of people hop in the call. So yeah, I empathize a little bit like that.
That's
It's
fine.
I saw a lot of people in the chat getting very pissed at me giving people ground and shit like that. But unfortunately, guys, we're very quick to just like cut people off, shit on them, be like, "No, you're wrong." And unfortunately, we have to hear people out all the way to the end, as long as it may be, in order to actually figure out what they're thinking and like get through it step by step. So hopefully, we'll have more conversations in the future. Chester, it was a really fun conversation, and
Yeah, and the only thing I'll say too is maybe we should next time, to avoid this broad scope, we should narrow things down so we can get into the weeds of certain issues, rather than I have points about the Hunter Biden and you have points about the slate of electors, and so we're both ignorant of those topics and there's a disconnect, right? So maybe we should have a more narrow scope next time,
Yep,
so we could actually have a more.
but I saw you join the politics server, so if you ever want to hang out in there, my man, I'm in there all the time streaming. So yeah, dude, feel free, hop in.
Yeah.
We're not going to advertise other servers in here, just so you know. That's kind of weird. Also, I don't really give a fuck. If you guys want to hang out later, you guys can DM each other. Because I want to ask these questions that people have asked me to ask you. So first off, I'd like to thank all of our super supporters because they could go first, as I did before. And the first question is going to be for Chester. Chester, why didn't Dinesh just do it and True the Vote cooperate with Georgia election officials when asked for the evidence presented in the film?
Well, that's a good question, and I'm not sure the answer on that. I just know I have a brief rundown of that is that they did cooperate in some sense. For you to say they just blindly didn't, I mean, they have their reasons, man. I'm not gonna try to guess why, but I will say that the evidence within that documentary speaks for itself. It's based off geolocation data of individuals, and it shows them going from point to point. And this, by the way, this isn't just they were being generous in the data that they presented, because if you watch the documentary, they narrowed it down to only 10 or more Dropbox locations of ballots that they tracked people as mules. But when they did like 5, which is also justified in my opinion, they found that there's a lot more mules and a lot more votes. So you can try to contest them cooperating or not with the judge, or I mean with the court, but the evidence speaks for itself. And if you want to watch the documentary, I encourage anyone to watch it, because the evidence, like I said, speaks for itself.
All right, thank you for responding, Chester. Chester, this next one's actually also going to be for you. If you could check the side chat for the event really quick. I just added you with a tweet that somebody said that you made saying, quote, "I can't stop thinking." I'm not going to really finish that statement if you're the one that tweeted it. So if you go to the stage chat, it's
What
a tweet
is
you
that?
made talking about Hunter
What
Biden.
is that?
That was
Why?
I'm lost.
so there's
Why'd
a chat
you
on the
make
side of the screen. You're on
that?
your laptop,
Dad,
right?
who did
You know
that?
the chat
Yeah.
you're complaining about the top right, you X'd out of?
Main
Yeah,
stage?
the one that was right there on the top
yeah.
right of your screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we open that up really quick, I just added you. If you scroll up, I just added you with a tweet that somebody in the chat posted that they had a question about.
Why would
it
you
was
link that? Oh, I'm
made
so
by you,
pissed.
and I just wanted.
No,
I
man,
think they
replay
needed a
buffer
response
on.
as quickly as
Fuck.
possible.
That's not me.
So that's not you. That's somebody else.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I just want to thank both of our super supporters for asking those questions. Does anyone have any questions for Roberto? Because I'm getting a lot of questions for Chester.
Nah, I'm just unquestionable. All my facts are objective.
That's my
Yeah,
twin.
sure, 100%.
That's my twin. I'll have
Yeah.
to talk to him about that.
That's your twin?
That's disgusting. That's
Okay.
disgusting.
I have a question from one of the users saying to Chester again, quote, "What would Trump supporters have to do for you not to fundamentally stand in solidarity with them?"
What? Wait, what?
No, I know what he's saying. He's saying basically where's my extent of standing in support with them because this guy, I'm assuming, thinks that it was a coup and a violent one at that. Listen, I'm not going to beat a dead horse on this. I believe, just as many others believe, that this election was stolen. And as I will ask all of you to ask yourselves, what do you think is the right course of action if you believe that the democracy was subverted and the wrong person was now in charge. And I'm sure you would go to great lengths to justify your behavior of what you do. So I will leave it at that, and that's my answer to that question.
Here, I think they it might have been misinterpreted by me. I'm gonna let them say what they said. Paul, do not troll me here, or I'll kick you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
So Chester,
can you clarify your question?
Yeah, so like just like a clarification, I'm not like trying to say it's like a coup or anything like that, right? All I'm trying to ask is like you made this statement about like the solidarity and principle of like, you know, people actually in pursuit of the truths that they so believe, right? So to what extent does the individual have to actually go to void that pursuit of truth and make it wholesalely irrelevant in a framework of justice?
Wait, can you pull him back in? I want clarification because the end of that got a little confusing for me. He maybe rephrase it a little differently because I think that it was a little. Say that one more time.
Yeah, sorry. So when we have individuals that you're standing in solidarity with, in virtue of them pursuing a truth that they genuinely believe,
so hard.
what has to be done to void that support for that pursuit of truth in a framework of justice, right? Like when we have a justice system, right? And when we want to pursue justice, how do we say, okay, well, it is true that they might be genuinely like pushing for this thing because they genuinely believe it, but it's breaking the law. At what point are we like saying, hey, look, you know, we need to actually say that stuff is irrelevant? Does that make sense?
I get it. I get your question, but I'll go. The way I'll answer it is this. I think I answered it kind of earlier in this debate. Is that, and you know, correct me if I'm not answering it correctly, but I believe that this goes back to the same question of what is justified if our government subverted democracy, right? And so I'm not one to say. I personally don't call for violence, right? Because I'm not a violent person, but I understand that you cannot take back power without violence usually. Like you usually have to take back power with violence, which is unfortunate, but it's just the way of it is. So if democracy was actually subverted, which I believe it was, and there's enough evidence in my opinion to support that, I believe justified you could take back the government. And I mean, I can't even advocate for a way to take it back because there's no really way to take it back without violence.
Hey, wait, Octa, I think I have a better way to ask this question. Chester, if a group of Marxist-Leninist communists stepped up and genuinely believed that the United States was a capitalist force that was unleashing hell upon earth with the goal to extract all the labor from the world and destroy it, right? Does that mean that they should, you know, like through this principle that you're providing us now, they should overthrow the country?
Well, no, because this is the thing. This country, because I'm a conservative, right? And conservatives have found fundamental values that are rooted in the founding of this country and its founding principles, right? So, for example, if our founding, and it's not let's use one that's not ambiguous. So we're not going to use the Second Amendment. Let's use the First Amendment, right? And let's use only one of the facets of it. So let's not use, because there's five different things within the First Amendment. Let's use freedom of religion, right? Freedom of religion. So if someone's arguing, like say your group A is arguing to protect that, and so and then group B is arguing to erode that for whatever reason, like they have their justification. I don't think group B is justified because the fundamental of the doctrine states you're creating your own doctrine at that point. Group B is creating their own doctrine and their own, dogma, right? To go against the institution of America, which is, the freedom of religion. So they could be justified in saying that they want to do that, and they're more than glad to do that. But you have to acknowledge that that's not a founding principle of this country. So you have to. I believe I'm in line with the founding fathers when the viewpoints I take, and that's what I'll argue for.
Yeah, Paul can go back and forth with you for an hour, but it's we got to have other people ask questions at some point. So another question, another one for Chester. It seems like I said, a lot of people have lot of questions for him.
Believe me, I
just
know
wanna
it's gonna
ask
be
real
for
quick,
me
I
because
hate to
these
cut you
people.
off, Octavian. Are we gonna have the post talk free for all downstairs?
I mean, we could. You guys don't have to be there,
Okay.
but there generally is a call where people join afterward.
Okay.
But again, it's not
like a
required.
shit
Like there have
show.
been
Is that what it
times.
is?
I'm not going to comment on what it is. But
Ah.
Chester, do you know why a lot of these cases were dismissed without discovery? Do you
Yeah,
think
because
standing for these
I know why.
lawsuits are an important thing?
Because they're dismissed without, and this goes back to if you believe in the institutions, which I don't. I think they've been so eroded, and I wanted to get into our debate with how the FBI is the epitome of that, right? And I have so many examples of the FBI becoming political and not apolitical, which they should be. But if you want to hold the viewpoint that 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 these institutions are doing what's in line with law and not manipulating law for their benefit, that's your prerogative. But I genuinely believe they dismissed it because they did not want discovery to discover things like, let's go back to what I was saying earlier, where Georgia through Freedom of Information Acts was found to have to mismanaged or not managed and save things that they were obligated to, right? And so they wanted to hide behind that, whether it was malice or just what's the word where you're just like a buffoon and you're like, oh, whoopsies, like whether it was malice or just your mismanagement. I don't care what it was. I think it's wrong to not hear these out in court and have discovery be had so we could delve into the findings and the claims of these states that say, oh, there's no election fraud here. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. That's against transparency. I think a whole court proceeding has to happen for us to know the truth. And I think they didn't want that because discovery would really fuck their shit up, in my opinion.
Yeah, Chester. I guess for the second part of the question, since you definitely answered the first, do you think that for these lawsuits that standing is important, or do you think that it is not as important?
So, standing in the sense of the rulings, if they were allowed, I'll answer it this way: if the lawsuits were able to come to fruition, and it was allowed to be duked out in court, and then they want to dismiss it at the end for standing of whatever reason, right? That's fine. But at least give us the opportunity for discovery, where we could just not take the state's words for what they claim on their recounts and their claims with the whole with absentee ballots and whatnot. Because it's all, I will repeat, it has already been found with Georgia that someone already requested data that should have been held from all counties, and most counties either did not have the data requested or partial data, which is against the law in itself. But that stuff is important for transparency, and I think we need to have the opportunity to go to court and have discovery, regardless of what standing is. You can use standing to at the end of the court case, but we need to have discovery. We need to know exactly what the hell they did and how they did it.
Gotcha. Another question for Chester, as we expected. You used the word believe a few times in order to justify some actions. They would like to know why knowing, they want to know why knowing or ought to have known it is not the correct measure. I guess they're asking if people believe something, but it's still but if they're wrong, it's morally wrong. Do you think that they're still morally culpable? I guess is probably the thing they're trying to get for.
I think everyone everyone is accountable for their actions. So, for example, if someone went against Hitler, which they did, plenty of people did, they paid for their consequences. Like the most obvious was the Operation Valkyrie, where unfortunately it did not succeed, and anyone that was rounded up had severe punishment, and they had a moral cause, right? We could all agree on. So regardless of whether you're and that's all subjective at the end of the day too, because like I said, Hitler and his cronies thought they were moral and they were right. So it's a hard question to answer. Everyone's responsible for their actions within the said system that they are participating in, and that's the best way I could answer it.
Gotcha. Another question. They ask, do you know that people were also charged harsher punishments for walking into the building? I guess. Well, I guess the second part of this question. Do you acknowledge people were given harsher punishments for walking into the building and causing chaos? Is the question.
Some, I will agree. There were some that were. I've seen videos of it. That yeah, there were people that's like the group inside the building was not a monolith. There were people strolling around. There were people ruffling through desks, ruffling through paperwork within the capital proceedings. And there were people that were destroying property, which was very minuscule, by the way. It wasn't that much of that, but yeah, there's not every protester and rioter is created equal in that scenario. So, the fact of the matter is,
That's
if you
what I was getting
compare
earlier.
Ray Epps and what he did
Wait,
to
okay.
other
My mic is
people
dead.
who actually received jail time, you will see that Ray Epps did far more egregious things and got a far less sentence than people that did a lot less than him. So that is not contestable. You could look down the list of people, read each of their cases, and you will find people that did a lot less than Ray Epps and got a much harsher punishment. And not to mention, the last thing I'll say on this is I really hope that the guy, Mike, I forget the guy's name, the guy that heads Congress right now, the Republican guy, I really hope he releases the footage, because Congress members that have watched that footage say that it
Mike
shows
Johnson?
Mike Johnson. Congress members that have reviewed that footage have said, and there's a lot of footage, but they said they couldn't even view all of it. That's why they also want it to be released, so it could be crowdfunded, where we could all watch it ourselves and come to our own conclusions. But from what he did watch, the guy that was interviewed on Tucker, a congressman, he said that if we watch that footage, we will see that the government had agents all around there that day, and provocateurs and Trump supporters. So the government wanted something to happen, and they didn't get exactly what they wanted. I think they wanted it to be a lot more violent than what it was, but they were definitely provocateurs to a greater extent than what they've let on. And let the footage speak for itself. Release the footage.
Chaz, another question for you. Do you think
This
that Ashley
question
Babbitt
is-
should have reasonably known that our actions that day would have resulted in her in being shot? If so, should have Trump reasonably known that his actions were more likely than not going to cause a riot that would need for lethal force?
I think that's two questions right there. The first for Ashley Babbitt is, that's a hard one, because she was trying to break into the chambers. I will disagree with the force used against her. I think it's been argued that she did not brandish a weapon. She didn't. There's rules of engagement, right? And it's not like there were multiple people storming through. It was just Ashley at that point that was elevated and trying to get through, and she did not have a weapon present. So I don't believe that she should have been shot. I think if she were to make it through, just her alone, given the circumstances, because circumstances is super important, they could have easily pulled her and arrested her without any issue. But for them to just shoot her because she's breaking in, that's ridiculous. That's like, that's just fucking retarded, and I don't stand by that at all. But as for Trump, I don't understand that question, because Trump did not. When you say his rhetoric, what did he say that would have incited? I don't understand the second part.
Gotcha. I have a question for Roberto. When is the last time you took a shower?
Literally 20 minutes before this debate. Why?
I had somebody DM me to ask you that question.
Wow, really? All these questions for Chester, and that's the one I get as a moist critical rip?
Come
Wow,
on,
I love
guys!
you
Don't be
guys.
mean to my boy Roberto.
I love you guys. No, honestly, that's a.
I'm just
questions.
saying. People
hard-hitting
ask me
you need to
questions,
know.
right?
No,
Roberto,
people
you gotta
ask me
admit,
questions, and I gotta ask the questions that the audience wants to know.
they
Okay.
photoshopped a picture of me talking about Hunter Biden's cock.
Yeah,
so
that was pretty impressive. The speed and quality of which they did that, I'm not gonna lie, that had me fooled for half a second. Then I saw it and I was like, no way. Verified?
All
They
right.
had you fooled. Come on, come on.
Well, the verified check gave it away. I was like, no way, this guy's paying $8 to Twitter after saying all that shit about them. There's
That's
no
not even
way.
my real name, so I wouldn't have a verified check mark on that name.
All right, Octavian, what's next? What are we doing?
Yeah. Give me 1 sec. Ron, you said you wanted to come up to talk about your thing, about your question.
Oh yeah. Well, I just joined, but I just wanted to ask, one, what your definition of election fraud is, and then two, what is the strongest piece of evidence contributing to the election fraud, and then three, what would it take to convince you?
I don't. We already discussed that during the debate.
Yeah,
Anyways,
in the conversation if he wants.
Yeah, if you just listened and you were here, you probably would have.
And I want to say something real quick. Can I say something real quick? Stink. I want to comment on you because you were one of the people that got me banned from Destiny. So you need to stop being fascistic because I'm watching your comments right now and you're telling him to kick people. You need to.
Oh, he's a huge thug.
Hold on. I need to defend. Hold on. I need to defend Stink here real quick. Stink is a super supporter, which gives him more rights than everybody else, right? So in this server, if you pay, you do get.
Yeah.
So hold on. So on my Destiny server, if you pay, if yeah, exactly, right. So if you want to have the same rules and things and be able to do the same things as Stink does, right? I'd highly recommend becoming a supporter or super supporter for the server, right? And I would say that Paul, you said you had another question.
Yeah.
To ask. Oh,
wait. Yeah, I have a really quick question, Chester, and then I'm not going to ask any follow-ups. So, lots of people have been citing the size of the riot as a major factor of corroboration for the defining of January 6th as a riot. So, on the topic of size, how big is Hunter Biden's penis?
Damn.
All right. Anyways, I think you wanted to say something in response to Chester.
Chester, do me a favor. Can you click on my profile real quick and just read what's there?
Yeah, I already saw your.
You know what it says? It says better than you, motherfucker. Don't forget it.
What? I have a question for Stink though. Why do you have a picture? Why do you have a banner of Biden strolling as if if he's some sort of badass? Like this guy is all
right,
senile. Come on.
All right.
I wouldn't say this Stink has a bad profile. He has a great profile. In fact, you could say one of the best profiles because he's one of our super supporters. Anyways,
yes, you're right.
I think that's where we're going to close it up. I'd like to thank both of you guys for showing up today and being on time, as well as being solid prepared. I'd like to thank everybody for being here, and I especially like to thank all of our super supporters for supporting us monetarily, so we can continue to do this. I'm going to close this down. Like we normally do, if you guys go to the chat below, I think everybody's already joining Blue. There'll be a conversation there afterward. This is where the recording ends. So, or at least on my end.
Octavian, I'm gonna go down there.
Yeah.
But can I do a voice call with you really quick before I go down there?
Yeah, sure.
All right, cool. I'll add you and then let me do that. And
Twitch.tv, Super Roto B. I'll see you guys downstairs later.
Yeah, just go to.
It should have been so easy.
Yeah, Bob, you really surrendered our position.
Dude, that
there,
sucked.
brother.
That sucked. Can you even hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You surrendered our position. What the fuck?
Oh my god, dude! Oh, fucking get me out of there. Hold on.
Dude, Chester won, bro. It's over.
Oh, dude, it's over. It's so dude. As soon as
enemy of the state,
dude, as
bro,
soon as he said the facts were on his side, dude, I should have just known. Dude, the facts were gonna speak for themselves.
Why weren't you aggressive with him? You should have thrown a fucking brick at his head in that debate,
dude. Because I really want to, but the other day, 20 people threw bricks at his head, and I'm actually trying to change his dumb mind.
Bob. These debates are not about changing their mind. It's about changing everybody else's.
No, but
right?
you guys already all agree with me. You all agree with me.
It is not. It is not
that I need to change.
And we then reconsolidate the truth. Reconsolidate the truth. Yes.
We wanted to see MAGA blood. We wanted to see guts spilled, and you gave us.
Can't change his mind. So do the blood sports.
Well, the moment I even got a little bit aggressive, Octavian said, "Hey, you guys are shouting over each other too." I really tried to pin him down, and he ran so many times. I tried so hard to pin him down. He just wouldn't answer a question. So I recognize if he's just going to be one of these guys, right? Give me a break.
I literally mogged. I mogged that. Hold on 1 second. 20%. I mogged that freshman socialist so quickly during that debate. It was so easy, right? You should have done the same. The reality with these people, right, is the only thing they actually know that's in their vocabulary is the violence that they would give us if they were in power, right? So the only a rational explanation there then after is to simply be crude, rude, and push the point across and hold his feet to the fire, which you did not, right? You failed the position.
Oh no! Wait, what did I even
treated it like a therapy session instead of a debate. That's the real issue.
How did I treat it like a therapy session?
Because you were trying to cut through to him and change his mind on the shut up. That's
I had so many things prepared for an entirely different debate than
and you should have held his feet to the fire and got us there.
Get him back on topic.
I tried so hard. I tried.
have like a bullet point of what Trump says about the election and make him defend it. Like make him actually defend what Trump says when Trump talks about the election.
That's what I should
Because
have
it's not
done.
about how the media should have covered the Biden story fairly. It's about how like it's all fake and a huge conspiracy and like he would have won California.
Fuck, see, that's what I should have done, actually, because I have all these Trump quotes.
You did a disservice to the entirety of the Justice Department for not even actually trying to argue like the legal case for why we called insurrection in the first place. Like, what the fuck happened? Like you have all this preparation.
Because he's just going to sit there and say that the legal systems are corrupt
and
shit.
And what? Dude, like the entire thing, like this guy literally came at you with like his like narrative and everything like that, and we never got to see yours because you weren't willing to say it. You only wanted to play ball in his park and rather than, playing it both ways. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. That's not the way debates work.
You're right. I probably should have held him down to my shit a little bit.
You should have.
Yeah.
Yes. Look. Wait. Look. I have respect for you for like doing the debate and stuff like that.
Check this out. Yeah.
Look. First off, you should re-challenge him to a debate.
Oh,
that's
definitely.
like the first thing. And second off, you should be significantly more aggressive and consult with a lot of people in here about the position in and of itself. And you should
let me do it.
I only had like 3 days to get ready for this.
You should not let this fucking guy control the discourse, right? That was like absolutely ridiculous, and he threw the position. Like I said, this is like almost like a 1-for-1. Aside from like you don't seem ignorant, but it's almost a 1-for-1 to the B. What's his name? Conversation. Who's the schizophrenic that she did? Melek. Yeah.
He dunked on you, bro. He dunked.
Yeah. No, I mean he won the debate, which is like the saddest part.
You really think so?
I gave you like 18 sources yesterday, and you didn't use any of them, bro.
And it's not because you're incorrect. It's because
the rhetoric.
you let him get away with just saying so much uncontested bullshit that like you have to contest everything. Like especially with election denialism stuff, you cannot just be like, well, they did in Georgia, and also they just like dismissed all these cases without standing, and also they just list off rattle off like 10 different things. You need to go point by point. Like
he had the burden of proof in so many different examples, and not once did you prosecute him on it. Like it was like absolutely unbelievable. Wait, actually, hold on. Wait, pardon me. You did at once. You did at once. Hold on. Wait, live for you. Hold on. You did at once with the documentary, right? But you should have been absolutely dismissive to the documentary claim, and you should have like thrown him into the water for actually citing a documentary by a known partisan hack as like a source of meaningful corroboration.
Well,
then you should have.
D'Souza went to jail for fucking election fraud shit. Like,
exactly.
Jesus, why should we trust this motherfucker?
Furthermore, you should have defended the Justice Department. Furthermore, you should have defended the Justice Department, and when he started accusing the FBI of being this like secretive shadow state that's like destroying like the American or is like a function of the American government. Like I can't believe you let him get away with that and like feed that crap, right? Like once again, I don't know like what the fuck happened. Like is this your first time like debating online? Because like it's not like a formal thing. You're supposed to be mean.
No, I've just been mean in the past, and I felt like that's what made him run away and get banned in the first place and shouldn't.
We are not here to be his therapist. We are here to kill him, like in the debate stage, right? That's like the entire point, right? Like we are not here to be his friend, right? Like that's like the entire point. You've done a diss to the Democratic argument.
I think the nice way of saying it is that you just needed a little bit more like knowledge on each topic. So
that's not it at all. No, he didn't.
I'm not even trying to join here.
You just need to be mean.
There's a few times I think he slipped up on
shit, for example, right? Like that whole precog argument.
No,
I wasn't even prepping for that. Like look at the 7-page thing I have. Like dude, like I wasn't even prepping for like some of the wild tinfoil hat shit he was doing because I guess I was trying to stick the facts and then like
you exerted no control in the debate.
Well. But Berto, you understand that there is going to be tinfoil hat shit because the entirety of the other side's argument is tinfoil hat shit. That's like not true. So like you should prepare for like the Ray Epps shit. Like kind of shocking you didn't like have a response to that when that's like the number one thing they point to being like this was a setup. The feds were in on it because of Ray Epps because there's so much evidence of Ray Epps. Like I don't know. Like I understand
that
you
wasn't even trying to argue about the riot thing. I mean, like Ray Epps being part of the riot was completely irrelevant. I was talking about like the whole like insurrection, like the plot to like overthrow.
But it's such a big talking point they turn to. Yeah. What would be the most functional way of diffusing?
I mean, like, you just let this guy shit all over the Justice Department. Like, it was, like, actually mind-boggling to like hear him just like keep going like absolutely uncontested.
You made your point. You made your point.
I'm just saying, like it's despicable.
I get it. It's just like it's hard to argue with people that like literally like anytime I tried to bring up a source or like link anything to him, he wouldn't even address it. He would just keep talking and shit, right?
Have you debated with conservatives before?
Wait.
It's a Gishgal thing. It's like instead of being able to engage on the actual topic, you spend half your time like wrangling the herd of like mental cats back in order.
Well, this is what conservatives do, right? Like you need to link it, and then you need to not move on until they admit that you linked something and that they.
And then like
they
the
are
other
just
issue is like even when I like really try to
you fumbled our position trying to play therapy, dude. Come on.
So wait, what would be some functional?
It's fake. Oh, it's fake. Like for example, like the Georgia thing. I was like, anytime I try to hold down, you just go, oh, well, you just think that the courts are real, right?
Dude, the treatment, this room temperature IQ, fucking like brainlet corn-fed Nebraskan was literally like throwing at you. You could have easily fucking like got into it with him, and yet you let him control the room. He won the debate. Good job, Chester. By the way,
I'm not trying to like bitch out there.
Appreciate that.
On this
How do
guy.
I win?
He's literally just gonna sit there and like say that every source that I bring up is just like some like.
Then control the room. Hello.
Oh, hang on.
It's
How
like,
would you like,
go, like
for my own
unreasonable.
edification? What would you do? What would you recommend to have like done better?
Watch
Like
Paul's debate. He's like done this before.
Watch my debate against the socialists, and like you'll see it. Right? It's like so simple.
Like so, like what
should you have done? What should you have done? As soon as Chester, look, I'm gonna tell you what like ultimately would have happened. Right? First off, you guys would have had no common ground if you had done it the way I said. Right? You would have agreed on absolutely nothing, like you should. Right? You shouldn't have ceded like any ground whatsoever. Not even like in principle, but just like as a matter of the debate. Right? To like progress the point and like have the more compelling argument. It's not like a dialogue; it's a debate. And then furthermore, you should have tried to run him down a track of logic. And when he tried to retreat from it, you should have continued to push him down it, right? When I debated, I don't know what his name was, right? Like he was
Leo.
when I debated Leo, he continually like started throwing around a definition of revolution to me. And first off, I negotiated with him what we were going to talk about. I held him to the definition the entire time, which by the way, it sounds like Chester did with you, right? Like he you negotiated something with him and then he continued to hold you to that. But then when it sounds like he went off topic, you did not do the same, right? So that's like a start. And then also whenever he tries to get off of topic once again, you just bring it back to the point over and over again, right? It's like so simple. Like you just gotta stop being nice. It's not a therapy session. It's not a conversation. It's a debate. You're technically talking to us, not him, right? That's like the way it works.
You control me, Paul.
Yeah, I mean,
big game.
Yeah, I could do it in a formal setting. Like right now, like I'm just gonna be crude and rude, but yeah.
Like I just don't like personally. I don't know. I just don't. Maybe
like
something where I just need to be super aggressive like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, I think you did great. I think you did great.
Shut up.
You
I'm more the opinion that you change someone's mind over like because like you're like trying to say like I'm trying to like convince
you. Roberto, do you think that Chester can realistically change his mind on this topic?
He's chosen a side.
Well, the other day he conceded several of my points.
It'd be ignorant to say that he hasn't chosen a side.
No. Not just like the random minutia that never will like go against his actual point. The entire thing that the election was stolen, the mules, all of this shit. You really think he will ever go back on that?
I mean, there's a strong possibility, maybe, yeah.
What about him do you think would make him ever do that?
The other day he conceded several points to me.
Are we looping? Did I just say that, yes, he can concede random minutia, but the entire idea that the election was stolen, you can't be as committed as Chester is to this idea and just go back to it or come back from it in like one conversation. Maybe 10 years from now, he'll look back and be like, man, I was one stupid fucking teenager or 20-year-old or whatever the fuck. But right now he's not going to do that, clearly, right? So the more effective thing is just embarrassing people that believe in these things by just dominating the conversation and making anyone that says these things look foolish, because it is foolish.
Alberto, don't listen to him. That's ridiculous. That's not how you progress any conversation.
Shut the fuck up.
Wait, it's not a conversation though. But it's it's not a conversation though. It's a debate. There is a difference, but there's a valid point there, right? People have these positions and they're rooted to their sense of identity and they're rooted to like an emotional core. And the goal isn't necessarily, it's not to change like their mind, right? It's to signal to the audience what the failures of their points are, so that they're kind of like then left with something to chew on.
Specifically on this topic,
which
it
I
is
still
even
honestly,
more
even in
important than
fairness,
ever.
Fox, I don't think I did the best job of doing. In fairness, I definitely think
This
I could
is
have
the
like
thing.
been way more like stuck down to my points and shit. And
But,
if I actually like
Roberto.
stuck to my
But this is
document
the
here,
this
I
is what it
could
is.
probably
It's a
done that
different
better.
Roberto, you could have. I went into this.
skills than just having a conversation and knowing the material, right?
I went into this genuinely thinking I knew that neither of our main positions like are hardcore, because they would say I have a hardcore position. Okay, so do you. We all have our hardcore
Exactly.
positions.
Yes, true.
But this is the thing.
Well,
This is the thing. I go into this debate thinking that I will I will plead ignorance and also concede on things that will maybe bring me closer to your side, and I hope that I could do the same for the other side.
But wait,
I don't think we're going to change drastically.
That's only in the event of information presented to you that you don't know about, right? Like the entire the principle of the argument is what we're talking about, and we've almost all chosen our sides, right? We almost all know who we're voting for in the next election, right?
But Roberto admitted that Chester wouldn't change his side because you said before Chester joined that anything you link to him, he immediately writes off as
that's true
propaganda or fake or whatever. And so of course you're not going to link. You're not going to link anything to him. You're not going to be like, oh, these courts decided against this case because there was no evidence of X thing. He's going to write that off as.
It's like linking the FBI. The FBI is corrupt.
Exactly. This is
you
what
have
I'm
to
saying.
highlight. This is the point you need to highlight. Is that like when he says things like sham courts, like you needed. That's what the audience needs to see, right?
And like
he
that's what I
has
was
these,
kind of like trying
beliefs
to
that aren't rooted in reality whatsoever.
And that's what I was trying to like allude to with my question of like, well, how can Trump
Allude?
think that all these courts are like
Allude?
a sham?
You say it.
That's what I'm saying. It's like when like
Say
Trump was
the
saying that
argument.
all these courts are like shams and shit, but then he's
not a
relying on these
poem.
courts to like fucking do his coup, right?
Here, do we?
But then
do we
he
want to
just
do an
blew right
example?
past it.
Do we want to do an example?
Right. Well, it's
example?
because you do have to be a little bit more like you have
Direct?
to point it out a little bit a little bit more direct, and also when it comes to the
A
like
little bit more.
dismissing
He has to
sources,
be direct, Fox. Just fucking say it, dude.
you have to hammer it home. It's a fair point. You have to hammer it home, and you have to like nail him to the ground with it. And be like, okay, so you're admitting, make him state the claim, right? That like all courts and all of the findings from all of these are.
I don't even know how many times I still didn't even get an answer to the question of whether or not I should believe Giuliani when he's on TV or in court.
Jonah, go. Let's do an example. Chester, why do you believe these election fraud claims if almost, it's not almost all, but a fuck ton of the judges that heard these cases were Trump appointed judges and they still believe there wasn't enough evidence for election fraud? Do you think they were against Trump after he appointed them?
Are you asking me or are you just saying what he should have said?
I'm asking you. Answer the
because
question.
I'm going to revert back to the same thing I told him, which is that just because they're Trump appointed and just because they're a judge doesn't make what they say infallible, or it doesn't make what they say any more legitimate than what I've witnessed with fraud. The judges are there to hold on. The judges are there as an intermediary to the evidence, right? The judges are there to intermediary to the evidence. I've seen that. I don't need a judge to dictate that to me.
So do you agree that a judge might know more about evidentiary standards than you?
You agree that a judge might be able to manipulate the law better?
He's technically answering it through not answering it, Jonah. Just like.
I'm answering it. I'm answering it, but because you want to make it black and white, where
Bob, you see what we're talking about here? It's like evident right here.
No,
right?
I'll ask you.
Yeah. So what do I do here?
Infallible.
What do you do here? Just rerun the argument.
Chester, I'll ask the same question.
Point out how bad it makes him look that he won't answer the question directly.
Yeah, I'd actually like to focus on that.
Do you think you know evidentiary standards better than a judge who's trained their entire life with a law degree? Yes or no?
I believe judges, as they have been
answer
shown
the question,
to
Chester. Answer the question. Watch what I'm doing right now, Bob. Answer the question, Chester.
You like taking dick up the ass on Monday or Wednesday? It's not.
I don't know, dude. You're the one that thinks about Hunter Biden's combo time. Answer the question. Answer the question.
What you're insinuating the answer is not the answer.
Answer the question. Answer Jonah's question.
You can disagree with what the ruling was and still agree that you don't know shit about evidentiary standards. You even admitted.
Are you a judge? Have you gone to law school?
You even admitted that standing is not like important and that we shouldn't do it and that would collapse the fucking criminal justice system in like a day. So of course you don't know shit about evidentiary standards.
I don't need to be a doctor to know what the common cold is. I don't need a doctor to tell me I have a
something really important that Juna said, right?
Surgery. And anybody that would say like, oh yeah, I can just like pick up a scalpel and do it because like, yeah, I kind of got the facts, is gonna look like a fucking moron.
Like
Like
what
I said,
Juna
a
said
judge
earlier.
is an
Small balloon,
intermediary
Chester,
to evidence that
Chester,
I've witnessed. I don't need a judge
Chester,
to
do you
tell
know- do you
me.
know-
But then
do you
I'd
know
like to
more
point
or
out
less
what
about-
Juna said earlier, and we kind of
It's
glossed
a
past it.
microscopic bullet to bite.
Shut
Just
up, Fox.
fucking bite
But Chester,
do you know more
Chester,
or less about the law?
Supposedly Fox was on my side the
if
other
this
day in
if this was
DGG,
true, then
supposedly.
why wouldn't these judges be more partisan towards Trump then and lie in his favor then?
Because you try to use that argument because they were Trump appointed, right? That doesn't make a difference because we already saw that just because Trump chooses somebody like Mike Pence doesn't mean they're going to be loyal to him. That's a ridiculous argument.
Bob, what will you say to that?
This guy's just wearing like tinfoil at this point. Like I don't know what else.
Just keep pushing him. Keep pushing him.
So then I don't get then this is why I circle back to you. Like so, like I don't understand then how like you can say that all these courts are shams and then
pushing him.
reply on that and then
Yes,
rely
yeah,
on
look,
them.
literally,
Use your
all you
false
need to
elector
do,
case, right?
all
Like,
you
this-
need to
this
do,
doesn't make sense.
then let him just present.
Don't speak the ground if you're not biased. Do
Let
not speak
him
the ground.
let him present the fucking like crazy point if that's the case, right? If you need to boil this guy down to saying the entire court system is rigged, right? Then that's like good enough, right? Let the delusion speak for its fucking self, dog.
Okay, why are you guys able to pin me down on these things? But when I try to pin him down on the whole lack of transparency,
I am monkey.
no. You guys want to we dance around this again. But what about the whole lack of what about the lack of transparency for the 2 hours of unaccounted of the poll?
What was the where
what?
was
It really is
the
just
lack of
Jesus
forethought with
Christ.
poll watchers just
No,
saying
the poll watchers the poll watchers were told to leave for 2 hours, and then they've realized that they were still counting. They came back.
Yeah, Chester, Bob didn't have this knowledge. I do. Why? And I asked you the same thing I asked in DGG, which is like, why did Trump drop the lawsuit on January 7th? Like
Did he?
the same logic. Yeah, he did.
Can you answer my question?
Yeah, hold on.
But I
And
thought
that
that
you
was one of
said
the
this is Trump v. Raffensperger. That's where this was evidence used for. And the same thing you
Right.
said in the debate, which is why didn't they make this go to discovery? Because they didn't think it would hold up. Why didn't Trump do the same thing?
I don't know. I'd have to look more into it, but I do know that the evidence speaks for
it's so
itself.
cut
But
and
hold on,
dry.
I'm asking you.
You're saying
I'm
that.
asking
Yeah,
you.
You're saying that.
I'm asking
You're
you,
saying
though.
it's so. I know. I'm asking you the same thing. If it's so cut and dry, why would they drop the case?
I'm not sure. There might be political reasons for that,
there
but
it
that
is.
doesn't change the evidence
Yeah.
of the matter of what happened. Are the facts that I illustrated and I told you, are the facts not right? That
Yeah, I know.
said?
If the facts are so easy to litigate, why didn't they take
Oh
it to
my
court?
gosh. Yeah,
Why don't-
you want to
why
fall
don't you
back
know
on the
that?
courts.
Why
but
don't you know that?
You don't want to answer that question because you know there's no defense.
I already know. I already know where
for
this
it.
goes. I already know where this goes. I can show you all of the people, all of the people in that county, the Fulton County election observers or election officials who like came out and said like, yeah, we investigated this and nothing amiss was there.
It doesn't change the
But you're
facts
not
of the
going to
matter.
believe it. You're going to say things like Raffensperger is a rhino, like all this shit.
Why
So, like, what's
did
the point, right?
Why did the poll watchers come back when they found out that the votes were still being counted? That insinuates that they were misled, right?
Yeah. Why did the Fulton County officials come back and say that there was
Yeah,
no
of course.
fraud?
You don't want to answer that. You don't want to answer that. I understand.
I'm just trying.
I understand why you wouldn't want to either. So
Yeah, I'm not going to have the specific details, so I'm going to defer to the people who were there and who are largely going to be on your side as a conservative because they are conservatives.
Oh, my side, right?
Yes.
Just like Raffensperger, he's a conservative, right? He's not a rhino, but he's total conservative.
I literally called it 2 seconds ago when I said that you would say that Raffensperger is a rhino.
Yeah.
You realize that?
There's many of them. That's the thing. I'll give you Democrats. You guys stick together. You guys stick together.
So this is someone who supported Trump in every other aspect. And when it came time to do something that would benefit him, I'm speaking of Raffensperger here, to put Trump in office, to put another Republican in office, because it would get all of his policies as a Georgian passed, he went against that. He did the hard
I think it was a game of politics. I think Raffensperger was a pussy, and he should have. Because it would have made.
Was he a pussy when he was
it
going with
would have
Trump?
put him in hot water if he aligned with Trump on that.
Was he a pussy when he was going with Trump?
Because he's in a state that's a battleground state where his decision can make or break his position for the next term. It's not. You can laugh at it, but it's the truth. Politics is a big fucking game.
Spinning a story.
It broke against all of his other. No. Stop.
A game you don't know anything about.
Expand outwards past like this election interference thing for 2 seconds and understand that as a Republican, he has many other interests besides Trump winning the election. He probably wants lower taxes. He probably wants abortion repealed across the country. So why would he sacrifice all these other things just to go against Trump?
the same reason the same exact reason why when the Republicans learned very quick, and I think we all agree that the Republicans learned really quick when they were vocal against Trump, they lost their seats, right? So,
Okay.
and
so you're saying he
but
did it
then
to lose his seat?
But hold on. So there's a game.
How was the Secretary of State of
I'm
Georgia
only saying this
appointed?
to. I'm telling you this as to illustrate that there's a political game. So the same message that was sent to Republicans of, hey, in stronghold Republican areas.
Get to the motive.
Hold on.
What's Raffensperger's
I'm getting to
motive
it.
this?
So the Republicans that are in stronghold Republican areas don't don't go against Trump. Now, when it comes to battleground states like Georgia, where Raffensperger is, it's a little bit of a different game where you could be aligned with Trump, but you have to be very careful with how you go forward.
Wait, hold on. You think Georgia is like a battleground? Like it's historically a
Again,
battleground?
how
No, I'm
is
talking about
the
26
Secretary of
oh my
State for
gosh.
Georgia
Yield to Stink right now, please.
Yeah, like I'm sorry, but to say that like, oh, he's in a safe district or he's in a swing district. No, Georgia's been red for like decades, dog. Like the only reason that this even went to
Clearly it's
Biden
not.
and the Senate seats went there was because of like a Herculean fucking movement by Stacey Abrams and the Democrats out there. Like if you look at the state legislator out there, it's Republican. They have a Republican governor. They have a Republican Secretary of State, the person we're talking about, and they win by like huge margins. So it's insane to me to say that like, oh, they're doing this because it gets them political points. No, they lose things.
No,
you think
it's
they're
politically.
happy? Hold on. Do you think Brian Kemp and Raffensperger are getting something out of having Biden in office right now?
Well, it also makes you. It doesn't make you look
Answer
too
that
flattering
question.
if your
Answer that
state.
question.
I'm
Answer that
answering it. It doesn't make your state look too flattering if you guys were part. If you allowed such things to happen. Also, it shows really Did you know that the Fulton
Do you really
County?
think what do you think?
Did you know that the Fulton County
election
head was
I need to
ousted?
respond to that. I need to respond to that. What do you think
Yeah,
they
well,
care more
yeah.
about? Having their state look good or having their political goals accomplished?
It doesn't matter because if you
No,
don't
that
look
doesn't
good,
matter.
it could
Answer
get
that
you
question.
outed in the next election.
Yeah, why? They would have been outed either way.
Incompetence. It gets people voted out all the time.
How?
What
So
do
you're
you
saying
mean
they,
how?
So okay, let's go back. You're saying they're incompetent if they would have sided with Trump on this.
No, if they were to side with Trump in the sense where if they were to investigate and they did find discrepancies within their state and they had to do a recount now and then maybe Trump won after the recount
They did do
or
recounts.
after not after the recount after a runoff election, my bad. After a runoff
They had a
election
runoff
where
election for the Senate.
right,
Did the
but hold on, I'm
Democrats
talking about
manage
the
to rig that
presidential. I'm
one
talking about the
too?
presidential race. I'm talking about the presidential
Okay.
race because Georgia would have been the only state to do this, right? So it shows if that's why all the other states did the same thing, like Pennsylvania, Arizona, all of them also were, even though there was Republicans in positions of power in some of these states when it came to this, no one wants that embarrassment on their state is the state that causes is so corrupt or inadequate or whatever. Distrust in the system where
So
there has to be a runoff
corruption. It
presidential
has to be either corruption or inadequacy to side with Trump in
incompetence.
these. Don't you think you're painting like this like broad conspiracy that all of these Republican officials worked against all of their other interests in order to get Biden into office?
Yeah, is it a conspiracy that
Answer that question.
Yeah, you don't know. Yeah,
hold on.
because you want to paint a conspiracy.
Did you even hear it?
You want to
Did you
paint it
even
as
hear
conspiracy.
Hold on. I don't even think you heard me. I think you were just ready to talk. What did I ask you?
You're right. I didn't listen to you.
Yeah, okay. So don't you think that it's like kind of insane that all of these like different Republican officials across multiple states all are working against all of their other interests just to get Biden into office?
Because it's the same reason that many Republicans. Do you know what the Lincoln Project is? Do you know?
Yes.
Are you aware? Okay, so is it a conspiracy that there's a lot of Republicans that are against Trump?
No, but none of those people are officials. They're all retired.
So it's only conspiracy when it comes to the election, but it's not a conspiracy that many Republicans are against Trump and have been very vocal about it since day one. But it's only convenient for you when it's on your argument. I get it.
True.
Yeah. Don't you think there's like a different burden of proof on like posting like anti-Trump YouTube video as compared to like falsely certifying the election in favor of Biden?
I think one has more detrimental effects and one's more embarrassing.
That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
I'm answering it. It's more embarrassing. One's more embarrassing than the other.
Massively different.
It's funny how the truth tends to be really
I
convenient.
think it's a lot of people saving their asses.
Don't you think like the consequences of them performing certain actions are vastly different as well? Like as an example, like Raffensperger or Kemp, if they go against Trump, they have a chance of losing their seat because Georgia is filled with Republicans. The Lincoln Project people don't have to answer to anyone like that.
You don't want to get started on Georgia, bro. Georgia is.
Okay, can you respond to what I said?
There have been found. No, I'm telling you right now. There in Georgia alone, they have been found to mismanage documents and images that they were supposed to keep, and it was only found out because there was freedom of information.
You want to stop talking about the Lincoln Project? Is that right?
No, I'm telling you. You just asked. I'm relaying this back to what you just said, right? Because you're acting like it's
the Lincoln Project in your response.
Yeah, you don't even want to. You don't even want to engage in real dialogue because I know you don't want to hear this, but it's convenient.
I promise I'm not interrupting you to be rude, but I think you're just dancing all over the place.
Ask me again, and I'm gonna go back to my point in a moment. But ask me again what you want.
So the question I originally asked you was, don't you think like the burdens of proof and the people that the Lincoln Project and the Georgia Republican officials, like, don't you think those are vastly different? The examples I gave was like the burden of proof of like
they're part of the same group.
Hold on.
They're part of the same group.
Hold on, stop. Falsely certifying an election as opposed to like dude, Roberto, what are you looking at, man?
What do you mean?
Are you looking at porn? Jesus Christ!
I hella forgot. I forgot that.
There's no way.
No, it's not on stream. It's not on stream. No, someone just said something in GGG chat. I was like, wait.
All right. Okay. Anyways, what I was asking you was just like, don't you think that there's a difference between the Lincoln Project, like posting like anti-Trump YouTube videos, and then like Republican officials in all these swing states like certifying the election for one of their like political opponents? And then I said, don't you think that these people answer to like entirely different groups? Like,
they do. I wasn't saying that they're the same.
Let me clarify.
Oh my gosh. I know what you're getting at. They're not obviously in the same.
I'm talking for a while, but I asked these questions individually before, and you weren't able to answer them.
Get on with it.
Yeah, I'm almost done. It's different when like the Lincoln Project, like they don't have to answer to anyone, right? As opposed to like Raffensperger or Kemp, they have to answer to their voters. Like, don't you think their actions are going to be influenced by this?
Right.
And they're not.
I
comparable.
100% agree with you. Yeah,
these things are not comparable for that reason.
No. My point in bringing up the Lincoln Project is that there are elements within the Republican Party, large elements too, establishment elements. The same people that were against Bernie, because I give Democrats the same credit on Bernie, is that they tried to get someone in that did not have special interests. And anytime that tries to happen, there's going to be elements against you within the establishment. And my point in bringing up the Lincoln Project is showing that the Republican elements, there are large Republican elements against Trump, right? Establishment elements.
Why don't we look at some of the Republicans who really like went against him on this? Do you think like Liz Cheney was rewarded for her efforts?
Can we get back to Georgia now? Hold on. We addressed your point, and I said I want to loop back to my Georgia thing because this is very important. Because
sure. As soon as you're done there, let's talk about Liz Cheney, though.
Fair enough. Oh, okay. But fair enough. But on Georgia, it has been reported, I forget, there was an AP article, I was reading it before the debate, where they admitted that they neglected their duty of holding digital copies of poll tapes and other things as well, records that they were obligated to keep, right? And they did, in majority of counties, did not either keep the records or they mismanaged and they didn't have a full set of records.
And that's what I was going to ask as well. First, provide your source, and then second, I want you to explain to me why Trump didn't do anything about this in any of his lawsuits.
Yeah, like stop talking. Do not bring up another point until you link the source.
Yeah, I won't be told what to do by you, buddy. So.
Oh, dude, ride my dick.
And this is what I knew. Was
Stop talking.
Boing. That's you bouncing on my
dick. I won't be told what to do by you or anyone else.
So you realize that like that makes you look like you have no fucking idea what you're talking about, and until you
does it, or does it
just
look like authoritarian?
You've been wholly unconvincing, my man. Chester, I'm not trying to ad-hom you and insult you. Like this guy's.
This is what I meant when I said that you yourself is. You can make your point without sounding like a douchebag.
This is why. Dude, who cares? That's the way saying that you were wholly unconvincing, though, is without any other evidence to substantiate your claims, my man. You're just saying things.
I just told you.
This is what I'm saying by it was just conjecture.
I can post it right now. I can post it right now.
Please do, because like, for example, the polls that you mentioned, you didn't
just post the thing and stop getting into the meta, you fucking.
I was so generous to you. They're literally showing me out for how generous I was to you, man. I'm basically a charity organization right now.
I'm Chester. I'm throwing my hips on Paul's cock right now.
Like Chester, bro, they're literally calling me the charity Roberto B right now in my chat because of how fucking charitous I was to you. How many points I gave you?
No, you weren't charitous to anything, buddy. All right, you know what?
He reposted it. We're finally back.
Let's read it. The charity and the concession in my own Twitch chat right now.
AP is doing their own little spin, by the way, so they have to
click on that link. Show it to your Twitch. All right, let's all read it together, okay?
Let's go through
Go
it,
ahead.
man.
Claim the fact that I'll even read it out loud, so you can't run away
ahead.
from it, Chester. Okay. Claim the fact that some Georgia counties cannot produce the original electronic ballot images from the 2020 election indicates that election fraud took place. Now the state has no way to verify that the ballots are legitimate reflections of what went through the machines. AP's assessment, missing context. It's true that some Georgia counties violated state law by failing to preserve electronic images from the original ballots from the 2020. No, it's not election, but this does not prove fraud or affect the election outcome.
Now we're going to get to the justification.
Georgia counties still have all the paper ballots cast in the election, according to the Secretary of State's office. The results of the presidential race in Georgia were counted 3 times, and all 3 tallies showed Democrat Joe Biden prevailing over Republican incumbent Donald Trump. The facts: social media users are reigniting unsupported claims of 2020 election meddling in Georgia after a longtime critic of Georgia's election systems pointed out that some of the state's counties did not produce electronic ballot images from that election. The electronic images are automatically produced when the ballots are scanned and tabulated. They're considered election records and must be kept for 2 years, blah, blah, blah. Isn't the rest of this important? I want to check the accounts, want to verify.
No, keep reading.
Checks using the list of. I mean, I can keep reading the rest of this if you want.
Yeah, I mean, because this is actually the Garland Favorito. That's the guy that did the open records request to all counties, and he's the one who exposed. He's the one who exposed that.
Let's keep reading it. Okay,
he's the one that exposed that they mismanaged or did not.
I don't want to hear what you have to say about it. I want to hear what reporters who know what the fuck they're talking about want to say about it. And a longtime critic of Georgia's election administration, and said Tuesday, there's groups on open record requests, blah, 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 receiving election result, law enacted this year, made the ballot images subject to public disclosure. We want to check the counts. We want to verify that everything was corrected and reported. So the election officials in about a third of the state's counties were unable to provide complete sets of electronic ballot images in response. Boom. Yeah, you got them. To hit this group's open records requests. Some said they didn't have any of the original images, while others had some.
Wow.
6 others claimed to have sent records of the group. Okay. So if they have all the paper ballots, does this mean anything?
Wait, let me ask you. What's the reason that they're obligated by law to keep those what they couldn't provide? What do you know the reason why?
Because
if it's a law, there's obviously a reason for it, right?
Do you want me to answer it? Do you want me to answer it?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Because Georgia has historically been a red state, and retards like you want to put up as many single barriers as possible and as many requirements on poll workers as possible.
Transparency.
Yeah, it's not transparency when you have like 5 checks that do the exact same thing.
Uploading can't let Hitler get into power. That's what happened.
So say for example, really important. Say for example, Democrats, like the opposite happened. Republicans won. Democrats tried to challenge the results of the election. They had the paper ballots recounted 3 times, and they're like, "Oh nope, the Republican won." But then suddenly we get access to these images, and it looks like the Democrats won. Do you think Republicans wouldn't say, "Nope, those were digitally altered"? The paper ballots were.
That's not what happened. I think we got to go by the facts here. We're not going to go by.
You know what a hypothetical is? Do you know what
Yeah, I know what a hypothetical is, but unfortunately, that's not what happened. And I know that transparency is.
Shut up, Frodo.
Wait, Chester, can you engage in one, or is that too hard for you?
No, because you want to go. I see why you want to go there, but I'm not going to because that's not the facts of the matter.
You're not going to because it illustrates.
They didn't maintain records, and this is embarrassing because they should have maintained the records they were obligated to maintain.
Yeah, ephemeral. I know. I read that part.
Yeah, you don't want to. I know you don't want to.
So you don't want to engage in the hypothetical because you realize it demonstrates the hypocrisy of the Republican Party. Because
why didn't they keep the records?
Because if the digital images said that Democrats won, the Republicans would have just said those were digitally altered. That's all they would say, and then they would dismiss them immediately. They do this for anything that doesn't agree with them. It's either there was fraud, or Trump won. Those are the only 2 options in the swing states. It's incredibly weird how in these swing states where Democratic U.S. House members lost their seats, we lost 13 seats nationwide, Democrats in 2020. Why none of those were election frauded away by Democrats? Why didn't we gain?
No, that's what's funny. That's what's actually funny is that it's very odd that Democrats would lose seats and still win the presidential race, because usually when a Republican like Trump loses, right, there's usually a downturn effect on the other Republicans within that state, but that's not the case, which shows that hurts your point at the end of the day, because it shows that.
So I love how I baited you into like admitting that you know fucking nothing.
No, you know nothing because you know what I said.
You want to know why? You want to know why? Because most of these seats were lost in safe blue districts where turnout was lower because they knew Biden would win. So yeah, you fucking get baited into the actual worst fucking argument. No shit. No shit. You can look at the list of the seats that were lost. Most of them were in blue seats. And there happened to be swing districts in blue states. these were the ones that were lost. So no, it wasn't Trump, Trump losing, but still somehow we lost House seats. There was low turnout in bluer states because there was no incentive for a lot of those people to go out and vote, even though they were in a competitive House district. So they lost seats. But it's kind of weird that Democrats are such
whatever helps you sleep at night. But if you want to ignore that, there's usually a downturn effect.
Everything I just said.
No, you could just ignore that there's a downturn effect, and you don't want to acknowledge that.
You can keep coping about it, but you just got exposed for being completely. You got exposed for being completely incorrect. You were just completely wrong. One, you were just completely wrong. But two, if Democrats are such masterminds, at rigging elections, why didn't we gain House seats?
No, they aren't. They actually aren't.
Answer the question. Okay, if
they tried to do it in 2016, they failed. But
I'm not going to get baited by that. Why, if they're successful and good at it, why didn't they gain House seats?
I mean, they're successful. They're not really good at it, but
were they?
So why did we lose 13 House seats? That seems like you're pretty shit at it, actually.
Well, wait, Chester.
I'm just saying, if Hitler was trying to get power, you would do anything you want to stop it. So I'm sure you guys pulled every single trick you could, and also, you won. So even won, quote unquote.
An even worse part of your point. Obviously, the swing states are going to have the most eyes on them of the people counting the ballots,
which is why they kicked out poll watchers, as I showed in the State Farm Arena, as I showed.
Shut up. Do you agree with that premise?
Yeah, let's ignore it.
Swing states. Do you agree that swing states will have more people's eyes on them by the nature of them being swing states? Yes or no?
True or not true? Did they kick out poll watchers
in
Fulton County? Oh, they did kick out poll watchers in Fulton County. So cool. Yeah, they had their eyes. The eyes were removed. The eyes were cut out.
We can take a look at the site chat.
So I'll ask it again.
Website that you linked, my man.
I'll answer
no
it again.
one told observers that they have to leave. Both an independent monitor and an investigator oversaw the vote count, according to state and county officials. I tried to link this to you early, and you completely brushed past it. But this is from the Associated Press website, the website that you linked me originally for your other claim, right? So this is a valid claim. This is a valid source according to you. So you can't just throw this away. It's like, oh, it's some partisan bullshit, right?
No, not every article and every site is gospel. Okay,
only the ones that
I know. That's why I'm specifically linking an article from a website that you linked to me earlier, right?
Only the ones that agree with him. Wait, can we please finish?
The only ones that include facts in them. Only ones that include facts.
So you're saying that the Associated Press lies sometimes, but then when they're only saying things that are in favor of you, right? In like one sentence. I haven't read
the article, but I'm not going to blindly agree that every article.
Well, no, because you're insinuating that this website lies, even though you linked them earlier. That's why I chose to specifically use sources from this website.
No, because if I linked Breitbart, you wouldn't accept it. So I have to link something that's gonna be objective in your guys' eyes. Even though, as we see in this, hold on, I don't even agree with the art. I don't fully agree with the article. I'm only the facts of the article, right?
Debate. This makes hold on.
AP's assessment, right? I don't agree with their assessment. So just because I linked the facts within that article doesn't mean
I'm using it to bootstrap the argument because this Breitbart article wouldn't be accepted. That's why.
Of course, you don't accept it, so I have to give you something that you'd accept.
So you're telling me that this website only lies some of the time?
No, they
when it's convenient
for
the
truth within the lie. Right? You see, you don't see the spin in this where they say missing context. So now they're saying they're justifying. It's true. This is all you need to see. It's true. Some Georgia counties violated state law by failing to preserve electronic images. Now comes the spin afterwards. So they admit they did something against the law, but here comes the spin. Right? It's bullshit. It's just fucking bullshit.
Okay.
So, Juna,
your same argument.
You have a fundamental misunderstanding of how evidence and how things and causality.
Oh yeah, it's misunderstanding.
I understand saying it's bad. I need to walk him down this logic chain because it makes him look.
Walk me down it.
Okay. Do you agree? I'll ask you again. Do you agree that there were more eyes from more people on swing state election polling places than in like safe blue or safe red seats?
Like Fulton County?
Sure, that's an example.
Okay, and where they removed the eyes.
Do you think there was more like Republican?
I agree with you, but they removed them.
Okay, that's not what I'm asking you. Are there more eyes looking?
I agreed with you, but they removed them.
Safe blue or safe red states? Yes or no?
They counted unmolested
yes or
no, 2 hours. I answered it. You're right. There are more eyes, right? But they kicked out the eyes. Why do you want to ignore that? Why do you want to ignore that?
Glad we agree. Second question.
Okay. Yes, you don't want to ignore that. You want to ignore that.
we can talk about that point later, but it's a completely different point.
No, it's a very relevant point because those are the eyes you claim, right? Those are the eyes you just claimed.
I know you're jerking off right now. We're horny about this point, but we'll get to it later, okay?
Yeah, you don't want to talk about it.
Okay. Second question then. if there is less eyes on safe blue seats, wouldn't it be really, really easy for Democrats to rig those House seats and win more seats?
They can't make it obvious.
Okay, so they lose a fuck ton of seats in the House because they don't want to make it obvious versus winning seats and having the exact same outcome of backlash from the right. Can you explain that to me?
No, I think there's sacrifices that were made, and they made sacrifices.
Okay, so
so now that I answered your little line of questioning, can we go back to the eyes? No, can we go back to the eyes? Let's go back to the eyes in Fulton County. What happened with those eyes?
Democrats are so good at rigging elections that we can do it when everyone's looking at the polling place, but we're so bad at rigging elections that we lose.
Let me ask you this:
that nobody's looking at.
How would you? Right? You want to play the hypothetical game, right? You want to play the hypothetical, but you don't want. If I were to ask you, if the same thing happened to Biden and Fulton County, where it went to Trump's favor because they kicked out DNC poll watchers, and then it comes out that they continued counting votes after they said they were done, and then all the votes and then it ended up coming in favor of Trump. You would really want me to you'd really agree that you just don't want to play that game, do you? You
want me
really
to answer your question? Because if it gets brought up in court and then a Biden appointed judge hears the evidence and decides there wasn't enough evidence of there being fraud, I'm actually fine with that. But you can't hold the same fucking standard to yourself.
No, it didn't go to court. It didn't go to court. Actually,
because it didn't have standing. Because you don't know what the fuck standing is.
Oh, standing. Yes. Okay, you got me right.
Turns out it's actually
discovery. Do you know what discovery is? I don't think they wanted that.
Yeah, I know.
Chester, man, you keep hand waving away all my claims and all my sources and shit, just saying they're super biased. What is a valid source for you? What is a burden of proof that I could bring to you or something? How do I show that something isn't biased or anything in your opinion?
Are they? Well, they are most unfortunately. This is why I can't link. I wish I could link what I want to link, right? But I won't because I will endure so much ridicule. So I try to find the middle ground.
Why don't you link it though? Because I linked what I want to link under the assumption that you either would or wouldn't dismiss some of this shit.
I didn't read it yet. No,
because I have stuff Chester. No, hear me out, my man. Don't railroad me, motherfucker. I've been so nice to you all day. So Chester, my man, I have sources in here from literally the January 6th report, right, from the J6 committee, which I know for a fact you're gonna go all over around and say about how fucking biased the J6 committee was. Blah 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 blah. So the fact that you didn't bring any Breitbart links, don't blame me for that, my man. Don't blame me for that.
No, you want to conveniently forget when you just linked
please
your AP.
define for me
I'm willing to read what you posted, but when you linked it, you said I'm linking AP, which you linked it as your source, so it must be credible for everything else. I'm not going to go into that article with that notion because that's not true for any news website. So maybe you shouldn't start out that way. Let's just go with the actual article itself and not fluff it up and fluff up your argument by saying, well, everything, because you just use the AP. No, the AP is not infallible. Neither is any other news source. So
how do you know that Breitbart was correct?
Exactly.
I know. I'm not saying they're correct on everything, but I'm saying the ones I would want to use, you guys would shoot it down immediately, regardless.
How do you even know that? With every other source?
Because I did it the other day in the D. This is an offshoot
from Donald Trump. He makes up a couple connecting points. He finds an article, and then that's it. That's the entire thing.
This is the
point of me
offshoot,
having this debate with you, though. The way I did it, though, is because you're gonna say oh, well, all of DGG, just throw it away. I am not all of DGG.
Right, that's what happened, did it not? And this is you said yourself, this is an offshoot of the DGD Discord, and it has a lot of the same members. And they had what was their reaction to my Breitbart article?
Well, I wasn't there for that part of the dog pile, man. But if you want to send me your Breitbart article, I'll be more than happy to give it a look, my man. Okay, I'm not just gonna sit here.
I don't even bother because I don't want to go through that because you guys dismiss it immediately. So I try to find something middle, which is the AP, which is something that has some facts in it, riddled with the spin.
But Chester, you would agree though it'd be hypocritical of me, right, to send you a source, right, and then for me to not read the shit that you send me, at least, right? That'd be hypocritical.
I wouldn't mind reading your source, but I didn't like the fluff you added to it. You could have done without the whole you used it, so everything dude, that's not. We don't agree on that. No, not every article from the AP is credible.
Okay. So then I'm asking you, how do we know when it is credible?
Well, okay, I want to go by the facts. So if we go the facts,
so how do I know
for example,
when it's
the article. The article I posted, it's not okay. It can't be disputed that the guy did a freedom request on those counties within Georgia, and it can't be denied that upon those freedom requests, that majority of the counties couldn't produce what he requested. Those are facts. But then the spin comes in when it says yes, they didn't maintain the records they were legally obliged to keep, but then they go on to explain why and justify it. Let me tell you, there's a reason why it's a law to keep those
what
records.
they said were facts and disprove what you're saying is not facts?
No, the spin though. My point is the spin of them justifying.
What you're saying that they're lying about. Can you disprove what you're saying that they're lying about?
They're not lying per se, but they're spinning.
So they're telling the truth. So they're telling the truth.
They're spinning the truth. Okay, is it true or not true? Was it not a law for them to keep the records that they could not produce?
I believe
the answer is yes.
Yes.
The answer is yes, right? So there's no spinning that, and there's no justification of this, that, the other. The answer is they fucked up, and they did spin it. Why don't we read that paragraph again?
They didn't spin that it was a law to do this. Why do they spin?
No, they spin that it's. They spend the severity of the law, right? Like this, so they're diminishing the law by saying, yes, they didn't produce this, but it doesn't matter because they did this, that, the other. That doesn't matter. You don't use that argument in court.
Nope, you are just wrong. What they quote unquote spun was the claim that because there's not these images, that gives credence to the conspiracy theory that the election was stolen when we have 3 recounts to look at and paper ballots for every single voter in Georgia. This is what, by the way, this is what like every other state does. I'm pretty sure this is like a rare thing that most other states don't do. They have paper ballots. They count the paper ballots. If it's close enough that it can trigger a recount and the other person wants to ask for a recount, they do a recount.
Did you know they got 3 different results each time? Did you know they got 3 different results each time?
It was Biden all 3 times.
Oh, we don't want to talk about that. The 3 different results each time, and then there was the 20,000 votes. There was the 20,000 votes that were unaccounted for. That they couldn't produce the poll tapes for 10 machines that went for Biden for 20,000 votes. They couldn't produce those.
Okay, do you want to link that?
Yeah, I'll link it.
Okay, great.
You're talking about like the dumps of votes claim?
The 20,000 votes while nobody was watching.
What do you mean while no one was watching? We saw him just add it to his total on CNN live. That's exactly how it works.
True. We saw the massive uptick on the graph for Biden in, what was it, Michigan? That means there was definitely fraud, right?
Yeah, it's when they had to simultaneously stop counting the votes and keep counting the votes all across the country.
I went
the
to
only
bed.
way the conspiracy would work.
I went to bed seeing that Donald Trump had won, and then I woke up, and then Biden won.
Yeah, the red mirage.
Yeah, literally a red mirage.
Do you wait? Okay,
they pulled the wool, and you guys bought it.
Chester, can I clarify? Can I clarify? Do you know how absentee ballots work?
Generally.
Can you explain them to me?
Are you talking about?
Fuck! I should have used that. Damn it! Oh, this guy's so much better than me. Fuck!
During 2020, how did absentee ballots work?
Basically, you had to request a ballot, an absentee ballot from the state,
boys. I'm
and they
wrapping
sent
it up. Career
to you.
done.
And usually, everyone could do it at that point because of COVID, right? And then you drop in your ballot at one of the drop locations within your county.
Could you?
But you're only permitted to have your family members drop it off or yourself. There isn't this, like what happened in the 2000 Mules documentary where. Not true. Not true. That's not true. Why don't you watch the documentary and see for yourself?
I mean, you can be incredulous, but that doesn't make you less wrong. You understand that, right?
Chester, they informed me that documentary, the guy who made that documentary, literally went to jail.
It doesn't matter.
What was the charges for it again? Who brought that up? What was the charges?
He was literally paying people to vote. Like He was actually committing election fraud.
He was.
Oh my gosh, you guys are so deluded.
Chester, did you know that there? Did you know that there?
Hold on,
there
stop
was-
distracting
wait,
me. You
there
guys have
was-
your own little discussion. Let me find the
this is why I
link for
pushed
the
for, like, did
from
any
the
of the
miss
people in
from
this
the
documentary-
votes I was taught.
Wait, do you deny that Dinesh stop, Roberto?
No, he went
Do
to
you
jail.
deny
He
that-
went to jail.
do you- Jester, so you agree that he was convicted on, like, I think it was 2 counts of paying other people to vote.
It was a political hit job. That's what it was.
Of course it was.
So
It
did
always
he
is
or
when
did he
it's
not
Right.
pay people to
someone you
vote?
like.
Democrats have done the same exact
Did he
thing,
or
but
did
then
he-
they
did
go
he
after
not pay
Dinesh
people to vote?
D'Souza. And by the way, it doesn't diminish what
please
he
stop for a
found in his
second. Please
documentary.
stop for a second.
No, it was a
Please stop.
guilty
It doesn't
plea.
diminish what he found in his documentary.
Please
Yes,
stop
yeah,
for a second. Do you realize that it's like really frustrating for us to say, look at this thing that he did? You say, no, he didn't. And then as soon as we prove it to you, it's, well, Democrats do it too, or it's not
I never
that
said
bad.
Dinesh D'Souza didn't go to jail. I know he went to jail.
Really?
But I knew you guys were going to bring that up. That's the most
When
common
you say it's
argument.
a political
Because you're
hit
using it.
job-
Wait, hold on. Is it fair to diminish Dinesh D'Souza's message within his documentary for a crime that's completely irrelevant to what he was covering in his documentary? Is that fair?
It's not irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant,
I think that when
though.
someone is, I think with that when
No, it
someone
has
is
no
trying,
relevance
Hold on,
to it.
stop. I think that when someone is trying to uncover something like election fraud, if they've also gone to jail for election fraud, that does diminish their credibility. Especially when
It
a lot of
doesn't
these
matter.
claims do rely on his credibility as part of it.
Especially when it's
If I
about
went
the
to
election.
jail
that
for
he
something
It should be
and I said
noted,
this
Chester,
guy-
that it should be noted the way of geolocating people, as done in the documentary, is not an accurate way of geolocating people. So, like,
okay,
they actually
sure.
didn't have any sort of like all of like there's been like PhDs in like a million different universities that have come out and deconstructed the method used of like signal inference, and it's just you can't do what they tried to do. It doesn't
say
work
that,
the way
but
they want to say it.
They
So,
knew,
yeah, I
they
mean, that's fine.
anticipated people like you. They anticipated people like you try to make
Which
that
is why
argument.
they didn't
So
go
guess
to
what?
court to prove
No,
their claims.
No,
Yeah,
that's not
Chester,
true. Hold
they
on, let me
didn't go to
finish my
court to
argument.
prove
not
their
even
Which is
that.
why
It's
in
not
that
even that.
documentary, if you
They
watch it, if
didn't
you watch the
cooperate.
documentary,
They didn't cooperate with the
hold on.
Republicans who asked for this in Georgia.
As
And
I was
when
saying,
when you
because
said
it's not
earlier,
real.
when you said earlier they kind of cooperated, that's not even true. They were
in
subpoenaed.
that documentary,
They were
in that
subpoenaed, and they
documentary,
had to be sued in order to cooperate with the subpoena.
in that documentary,
They were
had
obstructionists
they
and trying
used
to
the
advance
same
their own
data.
goals.
They used the same data in that documentary from the geolocation data that they had to find this information about the mules. They used the same data to also help the Chicago Police Department solve a shooting of suspects that were in an area when a shooting happened that was a cold case. So you're wrong that it's inaccurate or it doesn't work because they used that same data to help catch a murderer in that documentary. So you're wrong.
Yeah, this is not what every like data scientist says. So
Oh,
Chester, I have a question for you on a
We'll
completely
just go
different
like
topic.
I really think
But
you do need to answer this, which is like if it is so cut and dry, why wouldn't they just give it to the Georgia election officials?
I'll have to read into that and I'll get back to you. But I'm
Yeah.
sure they had good reason.
Chester,
Why?
The same reason that during the sham January 6th committee, a lot of the Republicans pleaded the 5th because they knew that what they were in for was a sham trial, and they didn't.
Oh,
want
by the
to-
way, hey, stop, real quick, Chester. I looked it up. Your claim that that Eckelberg or Engelberg, whatever the fuck his name is, the data methodology he used to find the information about the 2,000 mules, the police, the authorities in Atlanta, the case that was cited in the documentary as being proof of the veracity of their claims, the authorities in the case that looked over that case said no, he had nothing to do with this. He's lying.
Yes. Oh my gosh. See, this is what I'm saying. You guys will find reasons after the
evidence,
fact
yes.
to diminish.
The source,
I bet
the source they quoted said they were lying.
Isn't he just
No, the source. I don't know the whole context of that, but I'm sure that why would they include that in the documentary if it
Because
could be
they're
that
fucking
easily
crazy
debunked?
people who have
No,
been indicted and convicted.
Or political pressure could have been applied to the police department to say, "Hey guys, this does not look good. Go
What
back and
political pressure?
diminish this documentary's
Where's the
credibility."
evidence of that?
You, Chester,
Where's
have you
the
ever heard of
evidence of
Occam's? Have you ever heard of Occam's razor?
I was about to say
Guys,
that.
I'm trying to find
Chester,
the 20,000
please,
votes
please.
of the 10.
Chester,
the 10
what's
tapes.
more
Let
likely?
me do this.
What's
Let me
more
do one
likely
thing at
that there was a
time. Let me do
vast
one thing at a time.
interlocking conspiracy at every level of state,
Conspiracy.
local, state, federal levels from like an Atlanta police department to an election official in Ohio. Is that more likely, or is it just more likely that Donald Trump's a liar?
I think it's more likely that they did help find the murderers. I don't see why they would add that to their documentary. I think it's more likely. I think it's much more likely. Okay, so you say. I think it's much more likely that after the documentary got released,
the people they cited said they did not use their information in solving that case.
I want to read your source, and I want to read
I posted it in the side chat already like 5 minutes ago.
It's the Reuters.
Okay, I'm looking at it then. Jeez, relax.
So Juna, it seems I found like a transcript of like a Georgia election commissioner board meeting where there's saying that it actually even keeping the records was not that itself wasn't even sufficient to actually keep up with federal law, because the federal law just requires just retaining the records in general, not.
It doesn't matter. That was their law though.
And because they kept and because they kept the physical ballots, it wasn't necessary.
No, it's a state law for a reason, and you can dance around it. You can dance around it all you want.
This entire board meeting was to change the fucking regulation because it exceeded federal law.
Right. Okay, well that's just one example of Georgia not following the law that they're upholding, whether you agree with it or not.
On cell phone location data, which does remotely
Let me get to the 10. Let me get to the 10.
Let me get to the 10. It doesn't have the granularity to show that, as opposed to just walking or even driving by. The entire data set is useless.
The missing poll tapes. We're gonna go one by one. The missing poll tapes.
The entire data set is useless.
Yes, so you say.
So every expert
just to be
says
absolutely clear here, just to be absolutely clear here, you're saying that the physical votes are invalid.
Well, we don't discover. This is the problem: is that just in that Trump phone call, right, where Trump is asking to send his people down there and to verify what they're claiming? Because how can you take the word of people that had 3 different counts and the vote changed each time? So there's obviously something going on there. So let Trump's people go and look at the records. But voter protection, we trust us. We did our own. We investigated ourselves.
Yeah, I believe that itself would be in violation of Georgia law.
Right, but it doesn't matter. There's already irregularities, so there has to be a third party, which is then, in my opinion, let it go to court, discovery.
But what if that's in violation of Georgia law, which you've been appealing to for the last 30 minutes?
Georgia's word when they have 3 different
Okay, so Georgia's law doesn't matter then. So why are you bringing up the whole thing about retaining
wait. Can we put them down on this? 3 different outcomes. Can we put them down on this? Actually, so fucking retarded.
Pin me down. Let's see it.
Because do you understand that when a vote total is super, super close, there can be slight errors now and then of counting the ballots. This is why we do recounts. They did 3 recounts. It very slightly changed each time, but nowhere close to a degree where Biden would have not won the election. This is why we do recounts, is because we understand that, and actually I think they automatically trigger a recount when it's within 0.05% of the total vote, and why they're obligated to do one then, because we understand that sometimes there is human error in counting paper ballots. But when we do the recount and do it 3 times actually, and we realize that, Biden has won and it's not even close every single time, this is a stupid fucking argument. Yes, there's human error there, and yes, we change it very slightly, but it's not enough to change the outcome. So you making this point over and over just makes you sound so fucking stupid. I don't even think you realize it.
No, the head of Fulton County got ousted, by the way, because he was dabbling in illegal shit, and so.
Okay, provide a source for that too.
It just goes to show the guy that was handling the 2020 election
Did it have anything to do with election stuff, or was he just doing coke or something?
No, he actually did corrupt things. The guy that heads the election in Fulton County got fucking ousted because he did something illegal.
So let me look it up, because you don't have sources for anything we talk about.
Jump from one thing to another.
Fulton County election official.
Are we talking about Fulton County here?
Ousted.
Let's
get him out of there.
I know I have something specifically about it too. Hold on. This is the Atlanta State Farm thing, or is this something else?
No, this is just. I'm just highlighting that the guy that handled the 2020 election was not such a great person, and that's why he's gone.
Didn't you say this was a fallacy when you were talking about the what was the guy that got arrested?
And Susan? No, because this guy had a hand. Anyways,
let me short circuit. This isn't true. The county
my
Are you talking about the
source.
county manager or the county clerk for like the voting
The
commission?
director for Fulton County elections.
Yeah, so that'd be Dick Anderson, and he's been in that position since 2015.
Okay, and my point being is he still got ousted because
No, he wasn't ousted. He's still in the position.
He's there.
No, you're wrong.
Source. Make him.
It's actually so funny.
Source him.
I know. I'll get it right now for you. I know it's going to be hard for you guys to digest this. I'll get it for you.
He just says no. He's still there. He says no. He's still there. And you say no. You're wrong.
Here, everyone, calm down.
Chester,
you guys are so insufferable.
Chester, I have
You're the one who's getting like caught in his own bullshit.
Chester, this might be.
And then the county auditor has been there since 2008.
Chester, this is might be like a total sidebar and shit, but like I really wanted to like focus on this so much I even wrote it down in my big document. Trump said in his
You had more than enough time to go whatever you wanted. I even gave you the opportunity at the end.
Hey, post your source, man.
Okay, anyway,
I'm getting to it.
My man.
Good.
Because every time I tried to bring it back to J6, you said, "Oh, I thought we were talking about." Oh, I thought. So it's
no, Chester's right on this one.
Because you tried to narrow it after the fact. You narrowed it after the fact.
I was insanely charitable, and now I'm holding you to this thing. Okay.
Can we just press him on the one thing, please?
Yeah, no, I'm getting that. I'm getting that. The Fulton County guy, that's an easy one.
Okay.
Okay, here, let's go through
the county manager of Fulton County, is that who you're talking about?
Just let me get to it.
You're talking about the head of Fulton County, is this correct?
So I found the source of what he's talking about. Let me see.
I think I speak for everybody in saying I completely forgot that the debate was about J6 about 45 minutes in.
Right?
No one thinks about J7th. That's a day two. Stuff happened then.
Chester, I'm just asking if I'm like accurate here. We're talking about the county manager of Fulton County.
Listen, I'm gonna
the county executive.
I'll try to get my information correct. I might have misspoken on something. I just know he had something to do. He was a head position. Yo, listen, bitch. I'm speaking here. What the fuck?
Jesus.
Like, golly, you guys keep cutting me off. I let you guys go on your little rants and raves, but I can't speak.
Yo, now I see why you got banned.
No, stop real quick.
You got banned from PGG. Do you need help spelling Fox or
You guys have called me idiots. You guys have called me retards. So don't give me that bullshit. I see why you got banned. I've been pretty tame.
I've been yelling at you. Juna's been yelling at you. Stink's been yelling at you, and you didn't use any gendered insult towards us.
True.
You guys
What's the deal?
many names
And then a woman speaks one time.
And you decided to go I called men's bitches, but men bitches.
You haven't this
That's
conversation.
you reading into it. That's you reading into it.
Everyone shut up for a second.
You didn't call me a bitch one time.
Now you guys want to go on a semantical argument.
Stop for 2 seconds. Chester, I want to say thank you for letting us dogpile you, but please just don't do the misogyny shit. Like that's
okay. How about we have the ground? First of all, bitch is a term used for both sides, but I was annoyed because she cut me off, and I'm gonna call her what I called her. And if you guys want to call me names, which you've been doing, you're not gonna create ground rules for calling me names, and I can't retort back.
This was the first time she had spoken up, and like the fact that I interrupted you so many times and I didn't get the same response. That's all I'm saying. It's like we can move past it, but like just be a little more respectful. That's all I'm asking.
Well, can you guys be respectful
thank you.
towards me?
Like yes,
no,
yes,
No.
we should. You are accepting the dog pile. I thank you for that, and thank you for going.
Fair enough. All right, I do apologize. I did last shout. I didn't mean it.
All right, great. We can move on.
Hold on, let's go.
If you're gonna insult someone, do it to someone insulting you. That's like the only standard, right?
Well, speaking over me is insulting me, so I don't listen. That's
no,
regardless.
you didn't do that. But also,
I was in mid-sentence. She was speaking over me. What are you talking about? That's why I lashed out.
Do you want to link your sources,
Chester?
I'm going through my history right now because I had to do a lot of research before this debate. So
do I need to find your source for you?
Oh, I can find it from a different. I'm trying to find it from the website I was on, which is Revolver.
Okay.
So
I found it a while ago. If you want me to link it at any point, let me know.
Can you give me his name so I can look it up on the website?
Where is it? Let me find his name. I don't know.
By the way, I already linked the county manager in the side chat.
They didn't release their names, and also they weren't leaders. They were two workers.
No, okay, that's not it then, because no, there's a name on the one I saw.
So are you just talking about the registration and elections board?
Hold on, I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna look up Fulton County on the site.
Here's
because if you're talking about the registration and elections board, the person that was the chairperson of that at the time wasn't a man, they were a woman, and at least so far I can't find them being ousted for any wrongdoing.
Here's what I think he read into, but just completely misinterpreted. And this happened after 2020, by the way. This story was posted October 11th, 2021.
Yeah, no, this happened well after 2020.
Two election workers at the Fulton County Board of Elections were dismissed on Friday after other employees saw them destroying registration forms awaiting processing before local elections in November.
No, that's not the one.
Well, it is the one because
I'll find it. Oh, hold on.
Raffensperger put the total shredded at about 300 in a county with 800,000 voters on the rolls.
Oh, here it is. I found it.
Also, they didn't even specify if those people were Democrats or Republicans, or even who the workers were. And it also wasn't leadership either.
Let's hear the.
This isn't the same article, but it's. I believe it's the same guy, and it's the what is his name? Rick Barron resigned.
Yeah, what position are you talking about?
Yeah,
you just cut out there, Chester. No, what the fuck? Why did my Discord just crash?
Link it, right? But yeah, so this is but he resigned under a scandal. He was voted also.
What was
I think he was also voted. I gotta find the other article, but this is the guy right here. There's another article about him.
So I've opened the web archive of this. Let me just give it a second to look.
Scandal.
Yeah, can you link me it? I will put it up on the stream for anyone who wants to.
Understand.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a web archive from the 26th of November, and the person that was the chair of the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board was Ms. Mary Carol Cooney. And it doesn't seem like that person that you named is not on the board of Registration and Elections Board.
Can you tell us why Rick Barron resigned? What was the scandal?
Yeah, well, it's in the other article. This one's not as hard hitting as the one that I read that actually went over the scandals with Rick Barron.
Find the most hard hitting. Tell us why he resigned. Well, you should know this to be clear if you're going to make this point why he resigned instead of just saying he was ousted and we think it was political. So.
No, I have a source. You guys keep talking to me while I'm looking for it, but I'm trying to give you something at least while I find the main source
I'm reading the source that you pulled up.
But also, yeah, I told you that's not the one I had, but that's a source about the guy I'm talking about.
Shouldn't you know why he was ousted?
Oh my gosh! Can I find it? Like, what does it matter if it's true?
Fuck that in the first place, Juno. What was his tenure? Because again, during the 2020 election, this was not the person that was the chair of the Registration and Elections Board.
It says he left of his own accord on Atlanta Civic Circle.
No,
according to Fox, it says he was fired. Ooh,
I might be misreading. So this might be an early article. But...
So guys, from Georgia Public Broadcasting in 2021, he resigned.
Yeah, that's what I saw too. From one in March 31st, 2022. It says he resigned. I mean, yeah, he was under a lot of pressure from all the publicity he was getting. I don't see anything that says.
Yeah, the Fulton County Elections Board voted to fire Barron earlier this year, but the Board of Commissioners reversed the decision.
Oh, okay.
Did they give a reason why they wanted to fire him?
Yeah, there's something where he did. Okay, I know the gist of it. It was like he shredded 300 applications for.
So we just read this.
What?
And this was hold on. We just went over this. This was two random workers. They shredded
worked for him though. They were under his directive.
They shredded 300 in Fulton County, and they were immediately fired.
Yeah, but they're okay. So that's they're under his directive though. They're under his directive.
Wait, Juno.
They were under his directive. That's the article I read that said that was part of his scandal. Was that they're under his directive to do that.
So as a question, do you think that they were shredding these against Trump? They were shredding Trump voters' ballots?
I don't know. I just know. I just remember reading that he was in some sort of controversy and. No, it had nothing to do with Trump, by the way. This is I think this was unrelated to Trump. This is just in the future after the election, he got caught doing something shady, and it was with these 300 applications. But it had nothing to do with Trump.
This was in these elections or these ballots that were being shredded were because of the
it was applications.
because of the 2020 presidential and the Senate runoff. I'm seeing that.
I thought it was application.
They're upset with how he handled those, right?
It was applications for.
So is this being brought up? Is this being brought up to say that this
the
guy?
timeline is just wrong. The timeline is wrong.
Yeah.
He got fired in February 2021, and they found the 2 workers that were shredding shit in October 11th, 2021.
Well, he was in both. He was in multiple things. It was just one.
They voted to oust him. They voted to oust him 8 months before they found.
It was like a 3-2 vote, right?
Yeah, 8 months before they found the people shredding votes. So what did they actually fire him for?
This is just one of the things, though. I remember I read the. I wish I could find the article, but this guy was. The fact of the matter is, this guy was corrupt, right? And that's why he got out.
But you haven't
no
pushed it. Right?
Oh my lord, he's gone for a reason.
Because you said something. I just proved to you that it happened
because I
after
can't
he got
find
fired.
it I read the article, all right?
Well, you
read
read
the
it
article,
all,
but you didn't understand
he was
it.
fired because people working under him like shredded ballots, but he left like almost a year prior to that.
He left in February 2021. They found these people in October 2021. Please explain the differential. What did he actually get fired for in February 2021? What happened?
I'm gonna find
you
it for you.
You should
know it. You should know it. I'm gonna hold you to the exactly what you say and have you set your source every single time. Give me a break, guys. Come on.
Yeah, I could probably do that.
I'm trying to find it for you, but you guys keep wanting to
waiting.
detract.
We're letting you do it.
I brought up a point.
Detractors.
Called out. I'm crying.
Chester, does it bother you that like known Rhino and like anti-Trump Republican Brad Raffensperger was the one who led the charge against this guy?
Wait, say that one more time.
Brad Raffensperger was the reason this guy got fired. He was the one who urged the Department of Justice to open an investigation on him.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Regardless, Raffensperger is a piece of shit. It doesn't matter. He did something good, but he's exposing corruption. That's good for him. But he's still a piece of shit at the end of the day because he leaked that phone call, which I didn't leak the phone call.
Now you're moving on to something else. But it is kind of odd that like all these people are like they have like pinpoint accuracy in their corruption, don't you think?
Yeah. All right.
And nobody ever finds out about any of it.
Yep.
And
it's
just
crazy.
The evidence,
it's like police departments.
Itself,
no, it's kind of. I think it's like it's similar to like how.
Dude, did Discord just fucking shit its pants again? Dude! Oh my god!
Unarmed guy, right? He killed an unarmed guy, and it was a disgusting video. But they said, "Oh, he didn't do anything wrong." But then shortly afterwards, they fired him for something like, "Oh, he had something on his rifle that was." So
show evidence of that.
Do you see
evidence of that?
No, I'm drawing parallels. I'm drawing parallels.
You want
to avoid the fallout.
Chester,
you want to avoid the fallout of the big thing.
The irony is going right above your head. With that exact example you said, the irony is going right over your head. Because you just said
is it? It's over my head.
They said it was because you just said that they said it was.
Oh, I gotta take a piss. You guys are too much. Give me a moment. I gotta take a piss. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay, man.
Fucking hell! Like, what do you? Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt. Like, but what do you do? Like when he keeps wanting to go like these like weird metaphors, like cover his ass. Like I know
this is what I was running into. It's like, dude, I just don't know how to deal with people like this.
You hold them down.
Like you guys are right. Like I'm fundamentally lost right now. Where do we even fucking go from here aside from just calling people names?
Sometimes you need to realize you are not. Sometimes you need to realize you are not the person for the job.
I fucking guessed, dude. I thought that maybe being nice would have fucking been the play, but I guess just either way.
Alberto, three things, okay? Number 1, don't be nice. Number 2, hold their feet to the fire and do not get fucking distracted. Number 3, when they bring up random shit and but what about this? But what about this? Do not get distracted by it. Maybe you can talk about it later on once you've walked down a single line of questioning, but you cannot get distracted. If anyone knows Jamie in the DGG server, he says random conspiracy shit in his ramblings, and you cannot get distracted. The conversation will go nowhere if you do not stay on fucking base.
Okay.
All right.
I can take a hint.
I mean, we're not trying to change his mind. I already kind of went over this part.
Yeah, his mind can't be changed. It won't be changed.
Yeah, like this right here is the prime candidate for re-education. Is a man like this right there.
Once you fall into the everything that disagrees with me is fake news, you're fucked. It's over. Because then there's nothing anyone can show you that will will
All right, I'm
prove
back.
the other side right.
Bums
Yeah.
me
You know, it's
out.
funny you say that though. I just heard that
I
last
hope you
part.
get
It's so funny you
unbanned.
say that, but
Hold on.
you guys, the
I really
DGG
hope you
server
get
was
unbanned.
so quick to shoot down all of my sources as fake news. But
They're
that's why
bad.
I'm trying to appease you by doing like some AP, whatever, AP
Chester,
articles.
Chester,
Like
you
guys don't like.
send me.
Esther, what you
You
don't
can send me.
realize is
You
this
can send
room
me
right now is
Breitbart.
your best chance to prove your point. Is this room right here?
You
Like
can
in the
send me
DGG,
Breitbart.
there's no chance.
Well, this is
Go
like
ahead
an
and- go ahead and
offshoot of
send the
G.
Breitbart.
Like Alberto said it himself. This is an offshoot. You guys are like this, and this is actually
Yeah,
pretty
but
much
people
the
in here
same way I was
actually care
treated.
about the arguments.
I mean,
That's
feels
why they're so
very sim-
passionately
I mean,
against what Roberto did, is because they actually care about the shit.
But the thing is, I don't even understand the criticism against Boberto. I think they should be cordial at the end of the day,
All
which
I'm
it
saying
was.
is, if anything, like, people are trying to be good faith with you, even if they're being assholes.
The reason you don't understand the criticism is because you were allowed to just spew your bullshit for a long time without a whole lot of pushback to each individual thing when you should have held your feet held to the fire on each individual bullshit thing you said. That's why you think it's not a good criticism. But we can return back to the claim that he was fired for the 300 workers.
Yeah,
that
let me find my source
what was
on that
the reason?
before we go
The
forward.
real reason.
You guys can jerk each other off for a couple more minutes while I find it.
Oh god, I love Joe Biden so fucking much.
Dude, his cock though, man.
Brother.
I will,
brother.
I will bet you will not be able to find it. At some point, Chester, I want to talk to you about your views on lobbying as well. Okay, and corruption in the U.S.
Also, you need to take the IQ test that I linked to inside chat.
I think that's something we might actually agree upon. Is lobbying.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I think lobbying's good.
Stink, what are you going to do if he gets like a
Excellent.
142?
Oh, you're right. We won't agree. Then.
Reevaluate my life choices.
It's good and
Just
necessary.
How do you think
at
I
that
feel
point, I would
sitting
just
at a
unplug it,
133?
dude. I would just unplug it all. You know what I mean? Just flatline.
Let me know.
Just
Let me
to
know when
be-
you
just
have
to be
the
clear
answer,
here-
Chester, and then we'll move on to the ballot harvesting stuff because you're wrong on that as well.
You're saying that he got fired because 2 of his employees are shredding ballots?
He said that.
I'll have to
and then
read
we
the
proved that
article
it
again,
happened.
but let me. I remember
said
there was
that,
something with the
so he was wrong about it.
300 applications was in the article I read, and he was embroiled in other controversies.
Yes, that happened 8 months after he got fired. What is the real reason?
So I'm seeing October 11th, Fulton County Registration Elections Director Richard Barron has announced the termination of 2 employees who have allegedly shredded the number of paper voter registration applications received within the last 2 weeks. Seems like he fired those people. And this is before his resignation in November.
Was it?
I'm really frustrated right now because it feels like instead
Yeah,
of
but
actually
the Board of
debating,
Commissioners
like,
for the
actually
county reversed
debating
that
some other person and just trying to,
decision.
make an appeal to like my audience instead of actually.
So why did he initially get fired?
And
Is what
it's
I'm
just
asking.
like, dude, like if
for
you want to do
Chester.
that, you can just go
Because
build
he
your
doesn't
own
know the
fucking
answer.
show and just like fucking talk to people or whatever the hell. But I'm just like super ass pissed because like I had all this shit prepared for the actual topic, and it's like instead we're just talking about everything else to anyone else.
And
but
while we
me.
wait, I will
You
post
know?
the ballot harvesting.
And it's just so
ballot
annoying.
media
It's like, dude, if you want to go and
explainer
debate
in the
my
chat,
audience,
so
you
everyone
just
can
go to
know
my
how
Discord,
stupid
debate my
Chester
audience
sounds
like
when
you're
we go
doing
through
right
it.
now. I thought you were gonna debate me. Like fuck. Actually, so boring. This is so sad. It is. This is disheartening. I'm actually so bummed. I'm bummed.
The explainer for that link, by the way, is everything green. You can just tell someone, hey, can you go return my ballot? And they'll say, yeah, sure, you can go return your ballot. So like Pennsylvania, Nevada, Virginia, all of those states. You can just go say, hey, can you return my ballot? And they say, yeah. And they go deposit the ballot.
Also, funny thing too is it seems that the firing action by the board of the election board was actually illegal.
But he doesn't care. It was a political hit job if they did that. If they reverse the decision, it's a political hit job.
Yeah, there's
because
an
he deserved
excuse
to be
for
fired.
everything, man.
He deserved to be fired, but also I don't know why he got fired. Well, I guess we'll find out. Or maybe we won't. Who knows?
I really think this is a
3
moot
members of the
point.
Fulton
I know
County
I
Board
saw
of
it. It's
Election
such
who
a
were in
moot
favor of
point though,
terminating
because
Rick Barron's
regardless,
It's not a moot point.
problems
No, no, no.
caused by
regardless,
coronavirus
he was
lasted
He was
Last year
fired.
highlighted weaknesses in the county's
wasn't
election
fired.
management. They said this change was necessary to modernize election processes and to restore voter confidence. Two members voted against firing Barrett.
Many people step down before they're about to get fired, so it's not like
You have no evidence he was going to be fired.
That's
I can find it. I'll post it in the next day. I'm not gonna go down this rabbit hole right now.
So wait, Chester. They kept the 300 ballots shredded secret for 8 months, and then decided to release it in October for what reason?
Dude, I'm not gonna go down this. Let's go to the next point.
Well, it's because you know you're wrong. Can you just admit you know you're wrong? Can you just admit that?
No, I'm not wrong. I read the article, and I can't find it for some reason, but I read it, and I'm not gonna.
You read it, and
I literally just read the first fire.
What did it say? Wait. You read it. What did it say?
I read it, and I gave you the gist of what I know. So as of this point,
and what you know wasn't right. So what you read was probably wrong. So what did you read that was right?
Buddy, you're not gonna get me on anything right now, all right? Because I read it, and I'm not
You
going.
have no idea what you're talking about. So there's nothing to get. Right?
Okay, you got me. You win. Fine, you win for now. You win for now. I'll give you that, but I will give you the article at some point, and I'll send it to you.
Sure,
there's still a problem here.
Because it does exist. I didn't just make this up in my head.
There is still a problem here, though. You use this as like evidence that like Trump's like team, they had justification for like launching having observers to recount the ballots because this guy was so corrupt.
So since you guys have asked me many questions and you guys have yet to answer mine
Ask
from a
me
while
any
ago,
question you want. Ask me any question.
Why? Okay. Explain to me what happened at the State Farm Arena the night that the poll watchers left and they still kept counting votes.
Oh, a urinal pipe broke. After everyone was told they could come back in, they were told they could come back in. Poll watchers were told they were more than welcome to stay.
They were already gone.
Yeah, they left, and for some reason did not.
They thought the voting stopped.
Well, no, because you're implying that like the pipe bursts and then all of a sudden just like time just moved forward 4 hours and shit. Like,
why wouldn't they call the vote? Why wouldn't they if they could? My question is strictly this.
And now
why
you're
wouldn't they
trying to tie two claims together? You're trying to tie the pipe burst claim and then the them leaving claim. Like they were
My
never.
question is this: in the name of transparency, why would you start counting votes without letting the poll watchers know that you're still counting votes? Why would you do that?
At what
Are you
time
talking
of
about the
day
pre-process votes?
10:30 to 1 a.m. is when they were counting the votes. It was like a 2-hour gap.
Wait. I'm not what I'm asking you. When did the water leak happen? What time of day?
I'm not even sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah,
maybe we are, maybe we aren't. But I know that they shut it down. They shut it down at around 10:30.
Just answer Juna's question.
What time of day did the water leak?
I'm talking about. I don't know if it relates. Let me hold on. Let me look up.
It doesn't matter. Just assume
I don't know the
that we're
reason they
talking
shut
about the
down.
same.
No, I guess I know the conspiracy theory better than you do. It's that the water pipe burst about let them go in and steal the election, and because they had to move all the workers out of the area. That's the conspiracy you need to brush up on your election stolen shit.
Oh, cool! Nice one up on me.
Chester,
anyways, it doesn't take away.
I can run the dialogue for your side better than you can. Isn't that crazy?
Did they? Let me ask you a pointed question because I'm not going to let you slip away as you guys like to say. I'm going to pin you down. Why wouldn't they let the poll? True or not true? Did they count votes without poll watchers for 2 hours?
Who's they?
The poll workers, were they counting votes without poll watchers for 2 hours after everyone left?
I don't know. Do you want to link something that says they did? And I'll look at it. And if you're right, I'll say you're right.
Oh my gosh. Well, I thought you knew the conspiracy better than I did.
I mean, the water pipe shit, I certainly do.
Oh, so just one aspect of it. So you're.
Do you want to link it? Do you want to link it? And then if you're right, I'll tell you you're right because that's how arguments go.
All right.
There you go. Good job.
A water leak.
I'll ask
I'm
you
also
again.
going to post the GBI investigative report in side chat.
Okay, don't even bother. Don't even bother.
I'm sure I could
just
look
go
up
off
that
of what we
claim,
can see with your own 2 eyes. How about that?
and it will get disproven almost immediately. But I want to give you the benefit of the doubt to link me the best source you can find on them counting votes without poll watchers.
Georgia.
And to be clear, on the water leak stuff, the water leak happened in the morning, and then surveillance footage from late that evening shows like ballot containers being removed or whatever. So that conspiracy is just completely wrong because it happened at the entire different time.
Hold on, I'll link you the best one, right?
Okay.
The best video?
The best.
Or the best like accounting of facts?
I'll look it up.
I will look it up.
It's like the accounting effects seem pretty clear, right? Like, Chester, how about I just read it out loud? Yeah, how about I just read it out loud and you can tell me the
No,
part
hold on,
that
I'm
you
gonna
disagree
mute and
with.
deafen because I'm finding the source, the best one.
Okay.
Start asking him meme questions. He's withdrawing.
Like,
He doesn't care.
Yet to
Why does
engage
God
me.
hate
You're
us?
so-
I don't even know. I don't even, frankly, I think he's talking about the same conspiracy that I'm talking about. He's just saying different things.
No,
like,
what it is,
say-
it's like this is a common thing that I actually like have in my notes about how like a lot of Trumpers do this, where they try to tie two conspiracies together into one claim. Because you're right, like the pipe burst was very early in the morning, and then what he was saying about how they were counting like votes and shit late in the night, that was way late in the night.
Yep.
And these were pre-processed votes. It's not like these are magic new votes that they were like counting. These are technically already counted that they were just processing.
Correct, but his claim would be that gave the Democrats an opportunity to sneak in more, like thousands of new votes that were filled out for Democrats.
They pulled out suitcase.
But then you can ask him. Well, wait. In the recount, when they certified that each voter was a actual member of the state, when they went and like certified all of that like 3 times, why did they not find these thousands?
Okay,
of
Is he
this
just gonna
one's
say
good
that
enough.
they had
This is
different
good enough.
results every all 3 times they had different results? I swear I
All
heard
right.
him say that.
Well, Junos, because they're corrupt. Duh.
Hey, I linked it by the way, so let's go down this
Look at
article.
this in the side chat. The
United West. All right.
West.
Oh, so I thought we were going to
hold on,
diminish it. I thought we were going to.
No, I'm just saying what it is. I'm streaming, my good man. I'm talking.
Why don't we go with the facts? Let's go
I
with
will
the
put
facts.
aside my skepticism.
Let's
at this
read it.
website
Let's
and
read it.
just
Let's read it.
I don't
Okay?
even know what this website is.
Fair enough.
I have no
Fair enough.
predisposition. I have no predisposition to this website, my man.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's read it.
Video
You can make
footage
some
from
fair
Cases
assumptions.
filled with ballots and pulled from under the table after supervisors have told poll workers to go home for the night.
All right.
According to the video, 4 women stayed behind. to
Wait,
keep
where are
count.
you starting at? That's not where the beginning starts at of the article.
What the fuck? It's the first paragraph. Are you okay?
Video footage from Fulton
Video
County,
footage.
Georgia.
Yeah, there we go.
on
That's the
election
beginning. I
night
didn't hear you
shows
say that.
suitcases filled with ballots being
I
pulled
read all
out
of
from
that.
under a table after supervisors told poll workers to go home for the night. According to the video, 4 women stayed behind to keep counting votes. The blockbuster surveillance video was presented during a hearing before the Georgia State Senate Committee, where Rudy Giuliani, President Donald Trump's personal lawyer, presented his case to Georgia lawmakers. Jackie Pick, an attorney assisting Trump's legal team, said the highly suspicious activity took place at the State Farm Arena, where absentee ballots and military ballots were tabulated. Quote, "We have the tape from first thing in the morning all the way to the close of the polls," she said, adding that 2 Republican field organizers had been sent here to be observers. At no time, she noted, were they permitted to observe in any meaningful way. Pick explained to the GOP observers were roped off all day with the media. Should I keep going here?
Yeah, no, this is actually where it gets better right here. This is
According
actually
to
the best part.
according to their affidavits, a poll worker, a woman with blonde braids, announced at about 10 p.m. They were done for the night and everyone needed to leave. The GOP observers said in their affidavits that they were told counting would resume at 8:30 in the morning. Pick said that after the press and poll watchers cleared out, 4 remaining election workers remained behind and continued tabulating well into the night. They will continue
going.
counting unobserved, unsupervised, not in public view as your statute requires until about 1 in the morning, Pick said. She explained that the reason they knew about the counting went on until 1 a.m. is because GOP observers went to the tabulation center after they were forced to leave and were told by news crews that the counting had actually continued. Quote, "This shocked them." So they returned,
back to the State Farm,
where they confirmed that people had just in fact left. After the press and poll watchers were told to go home, it took until close to 10:30 for the room to clear. And then around 11 p.m., one of the women pulled a suitcase full of ballots from underneath a tablecloth.
And I don't even want to get into the weeds of the whole.
Do you know
I
what
just
was
pointed
in
that
those
out.
quote unquote suitcases, though?
I don't want to get into the weeds of that because that's not my main argument. I do not want to focus on that, and I don't care. The fact of the matter is they lied about people about picking up at 8 a.m. in the morning, and they continued counting votes when the poll watchers left, which is super fishy.
It feels like a lot of this relies on this affidavit from this lady. Did she testify in court?
Yeah, I really want to ask.
Branson
that
acknowledged that she was
under
aware
the
poll
threat of
watchers can be
perjury, or
present
is
from
this
when the
just
lights are turned on until the doors are locked at the end of the night, but she left because the staff were cleaning up, which led her to believe that they were finished for the night. So this is on
She
her.
also claims they told her they hold on. And then earlier it says in their affidavit they were told that they were done for the night and they're going to pick back up at 8 a.m.
Did she testify?
It's an affidavit. I don't know, but it's an affidavit.
I'm
That's her
reading
testimony.
from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation
not a-
report.
any legal people, isn't there not a threat of perjury if you like don't tell the truth in an affidavit, if you just like say what you think you saw, versus if you're like under oath?
Well, hold on. The guy said he's reading
saying what you
something
think you
else.
saw is never perjury.
Yeah, no. Affidavits I do not believe count as perjury.
Cool. Why didn't she?
The fact of the matter is everyone cleared out, and they all cleared out for a reason, right? So it's not like a mystery that they were giving the impression they were done for the night.
Chester, why didn't she testify in Georgia's in Trump's case in Georgia? Why didn't she testify?
Didn't it not go to court?
It
That's
did.
not what he asked.
It was Trump v. Raffensperger, which is I keep mentioning.
But it got thrown out. But hold on, did it not get thrown out before it was?
No, it didn't get thrown out.
Oh.
Trump voluntarily withdrew the lawsuit on January 7th.
Yep.
All right, hold on. Let me. So she's not in it.
No.
Why?
You can read through it.
Chester,
like
signing
why,
an affidavit. Yeah.
If this
I'm
is
taking
this
her
is-
word
this
for it.
seems to
She's
be-
an
this
observer.
seems-
What does she have to lie?
I-
What
I-
reason
this
does she
supposed
have
to
to
be the
lie?
key witness.
It's not even a lie.
Hold on for a second. Hold
She has
on.
no
Chester,
incentive to lie.
You didn't ask that question.
Chester, do you realize that we're gonna like run into like a corner though, where there's no like truth that can be gathered for either party? Because if we decide to go under the Trump v. Raffensperger case and it comes out with an outcome that you don't like, you're just gonna say that the court is rigged.
Well, I'm just taking her word at her affidavit, right? So if she claims this, I don't see why she would lie about this at all. Like, this,
But then
She could just be wrong.
But then I guess like
what do you mean?
why?
This facts.
Hold on,
There's
hold on.
there's video,
Why?
right? There's
Why?
in this. Hold on. In this same article that we're reading.
What is your
Hold
standard for
on.
believing someone?
In this article that we are reading, there is video, right? And this is it substantiates the claim that they told they were shutting down. You could see everyone getting ready to leave, and most people leaving by 10:30, right? And then 4 people staying behind. Why would most people be leaving if not under the impression that they're shutting down for the night, right?
So the AP basically says that people thought that they should leave because they saw someone cleaning up. That's their version of the events.
But what about the lady, right? The poll watcher.
This is why I was going to ask you a second later. Like, what's your burden? Like, what's your standard for believing if someone's telling the truth?
Well, I think a poll watcher has because a poll watcher, his job is to watch the poll workers counting the votes, and so they have an incentive to stay.
I would ask, like, because immediately after this, like the Fulton County, they sent an investigator there to watch the vote counting after it restarted. Would you believe that person if they said
It's not
that,
the same as a GOP poll watcher, though.
So what is your burden of believing something? That's like the thing, right? Because it seems to me like the common thread of like who you tend to believe in these situations are the ones that agree with you. Anytime we pull up someone who doesn't agree with you on this, like they have some sort of like a deep state motivation or agenda, right?
Yeah.
Like what? What are you going to say if we say that like, well, isn't it obvious that like a GOP person like has an incentive to like keep Trump in office?
Chester, is there anything that could ever change your mind?
They most definitely do, but they also have an incentive.
How do we reconcile this?
No, like, I'm genuinely really curious.
Please don't go to a new question. Please don't go to a new question.
Okay, fine. I'll ask after this, but I'm really curious.
Yeah, that sounds good. But like, I just like, if you say that everything's just a deep state like conspiracy, and if we say that like, well, these people are, I guess like that woman is like a GOP member and has all the incentive to get Trump back in office, how do we reconcile what the truth is?
But that's you saying also there's unbiased, which is the reason there are poll watchers is because we can't trust the poll. We can't trust the
This is
poll.
exactly what he's saying.
Poll workers for their own devices. There's a balance. There's a balance here. They both have incentives because one could be an operative.
Poll watchers from both sides.
So would you agree with me?
Yeah, but this is a controversial county.
I know. Would you agree with me that like that Republican poll watcher would obviously have an incentive to keep Trump in office?
Yeah, but even if that,
which is why it's weird that they wouldn't let them.
Just yes or no. Just yes or no. I'll ask like 4 questions.
Okay.
It's like 4 questions, and then I'm done. Okay.
But there's a leading questions. This is something in court that would be objected upon.
I guess, but we're not in court. So.
But the reason being is because you're trying to lead me down a path, which is not as simple as the questions you're trying to ask.
What else isn't in court?
Which is why we're on.
I promise. I'm just trying to understand how you think about this. That's all.
I'm answering the questions the same way they would in like a congressional hearing, where it's not going to be pigeonholed into the way you're trying to frame it. I'm sorry, but I just don't agree that she has an incentive to have to watch it truthfully and to watch it, but I don't think what could she do as a poll watcher? Like she has to be there, right?
Yeah.
She has to be there.
So when like Gabriel Sterling, who was like one of the Republican officials who was like overseeing this, he was like the chief like operating officer, right? Like when he came out and he said, well, we reviewed all the footage and we saw that there was like no misgivings there. Do you apply that same standard to him?
Are they? I think they're talking about the Aren't they talking about the suit? I don't want to get in the weeds of the suitcase, right? But there's no ambiguity that the poll watchers were not there for 2 hours. Is that contestable?
No, what I'm saying is that when he came and he reviewed all the footage and all the evidence that's available, he said that there was no evidence that some sort of like ballot stuffing was happening.
Yeah, I don't want to get into that but there's no poll watcher there. That's not fair. That's not fair.
Hold on.
The job of the poll watcher is to make sure.
I'm asking why you don't believe him, but you believe this poll watching lady.
Because poll watchers are third parties to and like you said, there's Democrat poll watchers and there's Republican poll watchers, right? And
by definition,
I believe
they wouldn't be third party.
Well, they are both there to keep. I mean, in reality, we all know that most poll workers are Democrats.
I could easily harp on this and just say, well, there were no Democrat poll watchers easily, right? Like, it could
just let him answer.
There's really no need to have Democrat poll watchers because most poll workers are typically Democrat. They're usually they usually work for the city and they overwhelmingly vote Democrat. Like it's just a known fact.
Dude,
you tried.
Like
go to your most teachers are
I don't.
a lot of
You're the party that's talking about how the election was stolen, and then you're going to say,
please stop. Like you understand that like another one of these elections that was filed after this was to make sure Republican poll watchers had access to these, right?
Wait, say that again.
Like another one of these elections was in Pennsylvania, or another one of these lawsuits that was in Pennsylvania was about making sure Republican poll watchers had access to these. So why would you say something?
I'm not aware of Pennsylvania as much as I am on this one.
Yeah, well, I guess I don't know why you would say something like all poll watchers are Democrats.
No. I'm saying most poll workers, right? There's no need to have Democrat poll watchers because most poll workers are state employees or city employees, which heavily tend to lean, especially in Fulton County. We're talking about.
Hang on. Give me a percentage.
Hold on. Give me a second. For example, it's anecdotal, but where I grew up is heavily Republican city, right? Where most people are Republican, but most of the teachers at my schools were always Democrat left wing leaning. So that goes to show that even in Republican ran areas, the Democrats control the elections.
Can I just make sure I understand? I just want to understand. So because the teachers in your Republican neighborhood were actually more Democratic leaning, this is strong evidence to you that most poll workers actually are Democrats because they're also state employees, which means we don't have to worry about having actual Democrat poll watchers because the workers will be there. So I'm sorry, what the fuck?
Okay, so it seems like you have a hard time understanding because you wanted to cut me off.
Let
me explain.
The piece of counter evidence to this.
Hold on,
Chester.
Let me tie this together. Let me tie this together and let you respond. I want to tie it together. Me explaining that anecdote is to show that even in Republican-dominated areas, the public employees still lean left. Dude,
I understood. It's not evidence for your point. Let's move on. I shouldn't have derailed. I apologize. You understand it's bad evidence for the point you're trying to make. Let it go.
And my point being is that, and guess what? Teachers are one of the groups that highly represent poll workers during election times, and that's with a lot of city and state.
Remember what I was asking you? Remember what I was asking you?
Well, she derailed me, so go on.
I was asking you about like what your burden, like your standard of believing these people is. So I don't know why we went on this like weird tirade about like teachers being Democrats and somehow poll workers.
Because you're saying to trust the. I remember it started. You were saying there was an official, right, that looked into it and claimed there was no wrongdoing. But that doesn't mean anything to me because most officials and workers of the polls always typically lean left for the most part.
Typically.
Hold on. The one I'm
for the most part lean left.
It's
not a fucking mystery that most public employees lean left.
Shut up for 2 seconds. Like You don't have to do most. I'm talking about a specific person, Gabriel Sterling. You can look him up. He's been in the Republican Party since 1986.
But it doesn't matter because we're like Raffensperger, right? That it doesn't matter. It does not matter that there's elements within the Republican Party that are also never
So
Trumpers.
when does a
Trump.
Republican become a rhino? When they oppose Trump?
No, definitely not that.
So what's the standard?
But the standard is if they.
Because doesn't it seem weird that somebody who like worked for the Reagan campaign is somehow like not a Republican?
Because okay, and I get it. Raffensperger donated to Trump, yada yada, right? But the thing is,
no. Gabriel Sterling has been with the Republican Party since.
No, I know, but I'm saying a strong case for Raffensperger. I'm helping you out in a sense where Raffensperger is who I'm also against, and I think is a rhino. Went against Trump, right? But he also donated to Trump. But my point being is that it just is very fishy when I see something that's questionable, and Georgia has a lot of questionable things, especially in Fulton County, and then Raffensperger goes out of his way to not be helpful to the Trump campaign and their grievances about what happened. It leads me to believe that there's an ulterior motive at play, and I don't
moving
trust
to something
him.
else. You're moving to something else. What I'm talking
I'm defining what led me to believe
Listen to what I'm
Raffensperger's a
saying.
rhino.
We're not talking about Raffensperger. We're talking about Gabriel Sterling.
Okay, I don't know much about Mr. Sterling, but
okay, what I'm saying is in the very specific case you're talking about the State Farm flooding shit, he reviewed all of the evidence and he came to the conclusion that there was no fraud that happened there.
Who is this guy, by the way?
He is the COO of the elections part of the Georgia Secretary of State.
Lifelong Republican.
Hold on, Gabriel what?
Gabriel
We also
Sterling.
have the FBI in GBI.
Stink, can we?
And the Secretary of State's office reviewing
Can we
it.
jump? Can we jump to the end?
Oh wait, this guy works under. This guy works under. This guy works under.
We all know what he's gonna
Raffensperger.
say. We all know exactly what he's gonna say.
But
this guy works under Raffensperger.
I really like Chester. Doesn't it seem strange that like you hadn't even heard of this guy before? But somehow
No, I actually read his tweet. I read his tweet because he he was one of the guys that clapped back against one of the Twitter users that pointed out how there's irregularities, and he's like, oh, but except for the count, the recount, and then the digital. No, this guy's a clown. He works under Raffensperger. I remember.
Why?
I know this guy is.
Why were we talking about hold on. Like just because he works under Raffensperger, somehow he can't be trusted anymore.
Well, I already illustrated how Raffensperger, I don't trust him, so of course this guy is an underling.
Don't you think it's more likely that he's like Raffensperger is getting his opinions from like the work that Gabriel Sterling is doing?
I mean,
but wouldn't that be just as bad, if not worse?
That's
like,
bias. That's your bias. That's your bias.
No, because then it becomes this weird circular thing where Gabriel Sterling is a rhino because of Raffensperger, but if you also accept what I just said, well, Raffensperger is a rhino because of Sterling.
Okay, well, I mean,
which one is it?
What about, let's go to Comey. Let's go to Comey.
What do
you believe about Comey? Was Comey a secret Republican? Was Comey a secret Democrat? Or what?
I'm gonna loop it back now. I want you to tell me why. I want you to tell me why.
I'm drawing parallels.
It doesn't matter. I want you to tell me why you trusted automatically some random poll worker's affidavit on this, but you didn't trust this lifelong Republican's review of all the evidence.
Because it's the same reason that I don't trust establishment politicians on either side, right? And these are establishment politicians at the end of the day. Do you it's like what happened with Bernie, man? Do you trust all the people that went against him? Like, no, of course not, right?
You don't need to do a whataboutism thing.
No, but I'm drawing the parallel that just because they are Republican, just because Hillary Clinton, hold on, just because Hillary Clinton, no, I'm not going to stop because this is important. Just because Hillary Clinton is a Democrat doesn't mean she has the best interest of Democrats, which is why they screwed Bernie out of the election.
I don't care at all about Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton right now. I want to know why specifically.
You see where I'm drawing the parallels?
I want you to give. I don't care about that. That has nothing.
Why not? It's important because you can.
I want you. I want you to give me. I want you to give me.
I want you
to give me specific evidence.
I'm truly at a loss for words. We have reached cognitive.
I want to know why someone.
I didn't
want to know why
someone
lying. Literally
evidence
to the max.
That's what I was trying to ask.
Holy shit!
Misled, my man.
That was insane.
You can't get around that. That's why they left.
What?
The fact that the poll worker came back at 1 a.m.
The
fact that the poll worker came back at 1 a.m. shows that they were misled.
That was.
I want you to explain.
I'm impressed.
To me, why
I'm
this
actually
person
impressed.
who
I
devoted
didn't know
their
you could be
entire
this
life to
crazy.
the political cause would
And, like,
sacrifice
still,
an
like,
additional
function.
4 years
It's
of
wild.
getting everything they want.
I have like a whole new
in favor
outlook
of
on
something
life.
else.
It's
Like,
crazy.
that's something that I asked you before, and you never gave me a good answer.
People
to
getting
this.
married while someone
Politics
else
is
is
a
having
weird
a
game.
baby. What?
That's not an answer.
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, it's not like the establishment Republicans ever wanted Trump, so that's kind of like.
Yeah, but they want Biden less.
That's my point.
Right.
Well, do
right.
they,
Melik,
or is
Melik,
that just what they
Melik,
tell
you would even
yeah,
admit that.
exactly.
Melik,
That's
you
a
would
good
even
point.
admit
He
that.
makes a great point
Wait.
because the
Not the person you want on your
establishment
side. No offense, Melik.
establishment does come together to protect other establishment, even if it's from the opposite party. They don't want
Oh, okay.
outsiders.
So yeah,
This is even
that's
true.
it's all
They
that
tried to destroy
cross
Hillary
the aisle
Clinton for years.
support.
That's not
We see.
true at all. You know
Wouldn't
nothing
this-
about politics. Please stop talking about
Dude,
that.
there's a never Trump movement within the 2016, which was against
Hang
Hillary
on.
Clinton. You're wrong.
So
Jester, it's a
among,
really
like,
good question.
can we look
What-
at like all of the polling that suggests that Trump is like almost certainly going to win the Republican primary again? Why would we think that there is?
He's gonna win the general election. Like, it's not even a question.
I don't
If he
care
doesn't
about
win
that.
this time, there's definitely tomfoolery afoot if he does not win.
Look, I need you. Here's what I need from you right now.
This
Here's what I need from you right now.
Right?
I need you to, in your brain, put on horse blinders so you don't go for every shiny object. If I mention primary polling, you go to general election. Like, I need you to do that for me, please. I'm begging you.
Can I?
When I say, yeah, go ahead.
What was your
Okay,
point
shut
of even bringing that up, though?
I have a quick
My
question
point
for you.
was to
No,
say that when
don't
you say
interrupt.
when you say dumb shit like, oh, there's this like never Trump movement within the Republican Party, but then I say like, hey, it looks like there's like 65, 75% polling for Trump. Like,
That's
it's not that
his base.
strong of a movement.
That's his
Wait,
base.
no,
yeah.
no. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm not gonna let you get away from this because
Okay.
what did we learn? What did we learn with senators and congressmen who came not in swing areas, but in Republican Republican held areas? What happened to them and their elections when they were vocal against Trump?
They lost.
They lost, right? So
That doesn't support your point.
It does support my
Yeah,
point because it goes to show that they fell in line
hurts your
afterwards and
point.
they became more
Oh.
smart with their tactics
Okay,
because
so-
if they came out against Trump, they were
So
going
why-
to lose their
Right,
position.
right.
So
They
why
pushed
would
against
Kemp,
Trump
why would
when it was
Kemp, why would
convenient, and
why
then
would
they
Brian
went
Kemp,
back.
why would Raffensperger, why would Gabriel Sterling, why would all these people do that? Like, not only now, because before I was building
Because
the case,
Fulton
they were,
County
hold
is
on,
blue, and that
shut
got
up,
him
shut up,
elected.
Shut up. I'm asking you a question. Like, why would they do that before I was building the case as to like the Republicans, so this would hurt the Republican cause? You just built the case for me as to why it would hurt
I
them.
said deep red
personally.
areas. Deep red areas, right? I said deep red. This is Fulton County. If you don't remember, Fulton County got fucking Kemp in office, right? So that's a blue area by
This
and large.
argument, okay, one, you're wrong, and two,
do you know
hold
off
on.
the
So
top
if
of
you
your
go
head how
against,
much
of
Kemp
course
won
they're
by?
gonna fucking defend Fulton County. You got them in
Kemp
office.
won, I think Kemp won by like 8 to actually like 6 to 10 points, somewhere in that range.
Yeah. He won by almost 10 points in Georgia.
Regardless, he got helped by a blue
What is it?
blue area. So a
What is
blue
it? What is
area.
a deep red? What is a deep red area if it's not 10 points?
Hold on.
53 and a half to 46%.
Stink, you don't even need to play on this ground in Georgia because the argument he's making hurts him because he's saying that all the
Most definitely
establishment
doesn't.
tried to go against Trump, but then you're also saying that when you try to go against Trump, you get fucking crushed in a primary, which means
Georgia
that the
is a
establishment
swing
is
state.
Trump, which means the establishment is Trump.
Georgia's a swing
Oh,
state.
Trump is a populist.
You understand what a
He's so
swing
popular
state
that-
means? Like, it doesn't mean that like the entire state's like purple. It means like there's
Did you
areas
know-
that like switch.
Did you know that?
and
Liz-
that's why
did you- hold on, hold on.
it's that's why
Chester.
okay, it's the same reason. What's that one? The guy that's a
Matter.
Democrat that has that is it like that he's a Democrat, but he's not really a Democrat. Mnuchin, what's his name? Mnuchin, whatever. He's that guy. So it's like the same concept of
Mnuchin was
he's
the
not gonna,
Secretary of Treasury for Trump. We're probably thinking about Joe Manchin.
no. Okay, who am I talking about then?
But again, Joe Manchin is probably more of a Democrat.
Yeah, that guy.
He's
Or
so
Cinema.
Democrat.
Although he's a Democrat, he
Cinema's
still has to
also
play
more
the game.
Cinema is not a Democrat anymore. They're an independent.
She's still far more
Yeah.
left, right?
Joe Manchin, whatever the fuck his name is. That guy is an example of what I'm talking about, where it's not the same rules apply, and that's what I'm trying to allude to with Georgia. With
Wait,
with
Fox. Let me look back, because I don't think he understands why Trump is the base now. Liz
and look at
Cheney
Sterling. He doesn't even look like a Republican.
Can you let me finish a single fucking sentence?
Sterling is such a rat. Just look at this guy.
Chester,
Put on the blinders.
I need you to focus, okay? I know it's really hard.
Dude, this guy looks like a fucking
dweeb. Take your meds, okay?
Chester, please.
Take your meds, okay?
Focus.
Chester, Liz Cheney lost her primary by a record amount. She lost by more than anyone else has ever lost in a primary before in Wyoming.
She went against Trump. That bitch got.
This is what I'm.
Got what was coming.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Trump is the establishment now. He is the. If you go against the establishment,
you know what I mean when I say
Trump,
establishment, though. Don't be.
Because establishment means the people in power that make the fucking decisions. Trump is the one
establishment is the ones
primaries.
who grew up in this environment. That's what I mean. Okay, let me define establishment.
Trump owns
establishment
now. Trump owns
establishment.
The
Establishment. No, I'm not gonna let you redefine vaccines. Right? We're not gonna do that. So. We're not going to redefine establishment. Establishment has been known that these are people who have been entwined in politics from a very, very long time. It's all that's what they live and breathe, right?
I agree.
Can we skip that's what when I say establishment, that's what I mean.
I understand. Hold on. Pause. With your definition, all of these people are sucking Trump's cock right now because they understand. Because he owns the establishment right now. Because they understand that most of them are in safe red seats. The only way they can lose is if they get primaried from their right. So countering Trump, going against Trump, would be the only way they lose their seat. Yeah, he is the establishment. He owns the establishment. So any claim that like the party's against him is just foolish. It's just wrong.
Well, it's not against him overtly. It's not against him overtly. And they learned. Did they not learn? Is it smart? If
it's not overtly, how are they against him?
We all saw what happened, and you agreed to it earlier, right? That they learned that if they go against Trump, they lose their seats. So, with that being said, if you want to maintain your seat,
in Georgia,
this is like this goes back to like
Georgia, correct? Yeah. Except in swing states where they consistently lose if they
except where it's like convenient.
You guys want to be naive when it's convenient. It's so sad.
No,
it's just
isn't it weird?
Isn't
it weird that in every Senate seat that like was handpicked by Donald Trump that was competitive, they all lost? Isn't that like really weird? It might just be that he's like really unpopular in swing states where they can lose, but then in states where they can't lose and the Republican will always win, it's the most Trumpy person possible because the only way they can lose is from their right, and Trump is.
Hey, hold on! I'm debating these idiots. Let me call you back.
Oh my god.
Ew.
You can just text me.
All right. All right.
I feel so fucking bad for that girl. Holy shit.
Just such a bad taste.
Don't feel bad.
Hey, babe, I don't have time to love
treat
you.
her very nice before she goes over.
He's turning down.
Hey,
you guys just want to play this game where it's like when it's convenient that my argument, but hey, don't bring up Hillary, don't bring up Comey, right? But I only bring this up
because people have been so patient with you.
I want you to agree with one thing. I want you to agree to one thing, that Donald Trump owns the establishment right now in 2024. Yes, right? We agree.
He has them by the balls in a sense.
So he does.
Okay, that's the same thing.
Well, he is not the establishment. There's a difference.
Okay, but is there functionally a difference of controlling the entire establishment versus being part of it?
But yeah, okay. I disagree. I retract what I said that he has them by the balls because that's not true because they do subvert him, like as we saw with Mike Pence, right? So there's like some spineless turds within the Republicans.
Stop. No, stop. 2024 was the question.
No, there are still elements. There are strong elements within the Republican Party of the establishment that do not like him.
Like what?
Outside of the state of Georgia, name one.
Current ones, we could do Mitch McConnell. We could do Paul Ryan.
Paul Ryan is not even in office anymore, and he hasn't.
It doesn't matter. He's still vocal about how he feels, and he has sway in the Republican Party.
Paul Ryan.
This is a 2012 vice president nominee. This guy holds power.
He's like a
How
golf.
is the brain not like melting out of your ears?
Nominee.
Okay, I'm not going to get distracted.
He's way deeply entrenched in the system.
Mitch McConnell, like a couple days ago, admitted in a private meeting where it got leaked that he wasn't going to do an immigration bill because Trump didn't want an immigration bill to happen. Does this not say that they have
Mitch
them?
McConnell's
That
been
Trump has them
outspoken
by the
against
balls?
Trump.
2024, not 2020, not 2019, 2020.
Because just because they fell in line doesn't make it that they're not rats. Like, of course they're gonna hide it.
No, hang on. We're saying now. The question was now. Where is this? You're alluding to it existing now, so point to it now.
Oh, Fox, the person who's on my side.
What is the
sweetie, honey,
current?
I tried to
what is
build
the
a bridge
current
and they
rebellion?
burned it. Don't
No, you
need it.
didn't. You genuinely misrepresent the others, my
Chester,
side, and you
It-
genuinely
it was-
feign like you don't know what's going
Chester,
on. But
I
you're not
really
full
need
of
to
it.
ask you this before I like lose my mind. It's actually burning in my soul. Is there like on anything that we've talked about so far today? Is there any point that you could conceive you'd ever change your mind on any of this, like ever?
I conceded earlier.
No, but like, would you change your mind on any of these grander points, though?
But you won't. Well, I can ask the same for you, though.
I told you that there are
hang on,
things
the
that
better
would
question is,
convince me.
what would it take?
Yeah, I'm just no.
What would it
I want to know
take
if
to change your
they're
mind on
even,
one of these points?
if he's even capable of having his mind changed, and then that would
But
be
the thing
follow-up
is,
what
facts
would
are
it
on
be?
my side.
Wait, but Chester, that's why the hypothetical is.
But that's what
What
you're
would it
saying.
take? What hypothetical? Not saying it exists, not saying it's out there, but
You guys
if
deny
something existed-
transparency.
hang on, hang on.
Okay. You know what
What would
changed my
it
mind?
take? Yeah.
Full
What would-
transparency. Full
Okay.
transparency. But you argue against it, so it'll
No,
never happen.
stop. That's
What does
not
it
an.
mean?
That's not okay.
Tell us
What
what full
information?
transparency
Right.
looks
The
like.
point is,
Please,
it's
Jonah,
clear from that response. Yeah, I don't know. I just the thing. If I can ask just one question, for me, I'm still stuck on this thing. I can't figure out how you determine whether or not somebody is trustworthy, because it seems like you use a really strange metric or rubric that I can't wrap my head around, because some people you just it seems like you're going off their political allegiances. Some people it's off of their, I guess, their vibe. But if you could just articulate clearly, how do you determine if someone is trustworthy?
If they, if the signs point to, I'm a big fan of transparency. Huge fan of transparency. So if anyone goes against it, that means they got something to hide. The same concept. I think you were there,
Hang on.
Fox.
Then you got to define.
Fox, I'm answering
what was-
it. You can't cut me off mid-answer. I'll make it quick for you. Don't worry. The same, I think you were there when I made the argument. The same reason, if a cop was to be hesitant to have a body cam on, is the same way I feel about a politician or bureaucrats that try to hide things and then hide behind laws and whatever to justify it. Unless it's national security, which that's one justifiable reason to hide stuff. Unless it's, and even that is bullshit sometimes, but I'll give it that.
Sure.
But if you're hiding transparency, which I think Georgia has been doing, then you are a fucking rat and you're a rhino.
So-
Even if you're a R next to your name.
And Jenny, just because I truly want to understand, when you're talking about transparency, what indicates somebody going, quote unquote, like going against transparency, especially because you just said the acceptable reason would be for something presumably important for national security, in which case how would you possibly know, right? They would have to say something that would look like they were obfuscating, but in actuality you wouldn't be able to know, but they would be doing something you would consider to be justifiable. So how do you gauge that? How do you gauge the transparency part?
Well, are you talking about Georgia, right? Are we talking about that?
No, just in general, like with this whole thing, right? There's so many
I just
people
told you.
coming
I just
out
told
with
you. Like
different-
you could. The
So
easiest
that's the
way.
only thing. If somebody says something that feels to you like they're
Not feels. You're
100%
hiding something.
transparent,
You're hiding the public record. You're hiding the public
how do
record.
you? That's what I'm asking. Is I just genuinely in good faith. I'm trying to figure out, how do you determine if somebody is being 100% transparent? How do you know?
Because they're blocking. Let's just use what we're talking about, which is Georgia, right? And Raffensperger. When you're hiding behind laws that protect certain information that would audit the results, right?
Hiding
When you're
behind laws. What do you mean?
You're hiding behind laws that protect you from disclosing information
How do you
that would
hide behind?
that would.
I'm just
You're
trying
cutting
to
me off when I'm explaining it, though.
The correct question is, what law is he hiding behind? That's
right. Well, yeah, perfect.
Like
Thank you.
for
What law is
example,
he hiding?
on the phone call, right, with Trump and Raffensperger, when he said, let me send my people down there to look over it. And Raffensperger said no because it's voter laws.
Right.
So that is not transparency, in my opinion, because
so I've looked at that.
You have to trust. You have to trust.
To my understanding, he's following. He was doing exactly what the law said he should do. That information is not allowed to be disclosed, even especially to somebody who's involved in the disputed election. I mean, even if you wanted to, right? Let's say that, like, in a hypothetical world, it's a different person who wants to share that information. Are you saying that you would rather have somebody break the law because it's more transparent, even though it's
I don't see
illegal?
the reason for the law. I don't see the reason for the law. Therefore, it's not just, in my opinion. Same reason if they tried to block body cam footage. I don't see a justification in that.
Real quick. I don't see the point in the law where you have to digitally upload every single ballot when you have all of the paper ballots right there that everyone can look at. Does that mean we should just not care about it?
But that adds to transparency. That doesn't take away from it.
Weird.
It's weird that one adds to transparency and one blocks transparency. I know it's super hard concept to grasp.
My argument is I don't like the law because it can be digitally altered and people can just claim whatever they want, and we have the paper ballots all there, and a lot of other states.
Chester, I brought this up the other day. Stop, Chester. I brought this up the other day. There are plenty of things that can seem on the surface like they're increasing "quote unquote" transparency, but actually add complexity and a lot of opportunity for fraud and irresponsible behavior and human error to come into play. I don't want to add unnecessary complexity that can make things more liable to break down and be just functionally erroneous. I mean, I don't understand. Do you not think
in favor of hiding? Protect them from? Let me ask you that. What does it protect them from? That one set of bureaucrats.
I can tell you exactly.
Hold on. One set of bureaucrats, which is the Georgia representatives, are able to look at the data, but then the president of the United States is not allowed to look at the data.
And so here's the thing: the president is actually involved in the election. So I don't like the idea of somebody who has a lot of power and has a lot of stake in the election going through and being able to see my name and see whether or not I voted for him. Let me
He's not manipulating it. He's just looking at it.
Stop.
How about manipulating it?
Let me finish. I'm not saying he's manipulating it. I'm saying now somebody with an incredible amount of power knows whether or not I voted for him. That means even he can claim, "Oh, I don't care. Oh, it doesn't matter to me." But at the end of the day, you don't think that would maybe have some impact on how he might feel about me? What if I was going to apply for a job in the White House and he sees that he knows I didn't vote for him?
Can we do a really?
No, I'm sorry, but like the thing is, there's already irregularities.
That's my right to have
There's already
okay.
You're right. You have that right until. You have that right. You're right. But the problem is Georgia was caught up in fumbling the ball in so many aspects that they lose that right, in my opinion.
Wait, hold on. Really easy hypothetical, okay? If Trump was allowed access to go look at it, and in reality he sees that it was totally fine, but then he goes and tells his base there was a lot of problems here and they definitely stole the election even after looking at it, would you then say that it was like completely justified, or like would you say that they I'm curious what your response would be.
That'd be wrong. But that's not.
Okay,
but officials misuse their power all the time. That's like
because wouldn't
that
just add more credence to Trump being like, I saw the ballots and it confirmed that they were all wrong, and just lie to the base because they'll support him over the election officials, right?
No, I could argue the opposite. What if he went in there and he found that they were hiding something?
He wouldn't do that because he wants the election to be stolen. He wants to claim it's stolen.
Right.
I mean, he lies. I'll give you that, but I don't think he would lie on something like that.
Oh boy, gee, really?
Wild.
He lied about.
Yeah, I mean, because Paul. I don't think he would. A guy that took $1 salary in the White House. No, I don't think he would lie. I think he has.
No, that's not what he did. That's literally illegal to take a $1 salary.
He just donated it.
It's not. He had to take a salary. That's why he took $1.
Chester.
No, you can't do that. It's federal law. He took the full $400,000. He just donated some of it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know what I mean. He got rid of it. He didn't.
How did your story just change in the span of 5 seconds? First it was that he got a salary of $1. Now you're saying that he donated all of it. So which one is it? Your story just changed.
He donated all of it. So technically he didn't get anything.
No, your story literally just changed in the span of 5 seconds. You just bend in reality like you're Thanos.
So much.
Don't get
how much
derailed.
how much of his salary did Joe Biden donate? And how much?
Dude, this guy has the Infinity Stones. Holy shit! What the fuck?
This doesn't matter. None of this matters. The donating the salary is just symbolic. It does not fucking matter.
Technically, it's
Bro,
not
he
a salary.
literally
He
has
donated it all, but that
Infinity
guy doesn't want
Stones
to
with
harp
how
on
he just
that, does
shifted
he?
reality like that.
This does not.
In
This
the
doesn't matter.
States,
doesn't
what?
matter.
He just went,
If Trump went and saw all of the data, still claimed it was stolen, even after all of the third-party reports went in and said, actually, we don't see any problem with this, after there was 3 recounts where they counted each person and matched them to voters in Georgia, like, after all of this, if Trump still goes in, sees it, says there is voter fraud, your reaction would be the exact same. So I don't understand why you think this is like some sick own that like, oh, he didn't get to go see it, because even in the world where he did, you would just believe him that it was wrong.
Right.
So how does this change anything? If you're completely and totally right, where he saw it and then came back and said it's totally wrong, like they stole the election, your opinion
just because there's a
change
chance that could happen doesn't mean that doesn't argue against.
That's
did you know that like
Trump would do that.
hold on.
The point is
Did you
there's
know that,
no
like,
way for. Go ahead.
No, did you know that sometimes like liberty and freedoms can jeopardize people's like it doesn't matter that it could jeopardize something when there's a bigger thing at stake here, right? Like we don't operate that way where we make laws to protect everybody in the sake of less transparency. That's not how it works.
Do you remember? Do you remember what happened to the poll worker, the one that was in the video that Trump put on blast, and she and her mother got harassed and harangued, and they had to be put into protection, and people were showing up at their house, and Trump literally said their names in that call you were just talking about, and literally put them in front of the whole country, accused them of inappropriate behavior and of basically like fucking up the election purposefully
and they
being
sued
fraudulent
OAN for defamation, and then OAN settled and issued an apology because they knew it was bullshit. Yeah.
Right. And here's the thing.
No, well, it was
fact that
premised on the
Chester,
GOP poll worker.
Let me finish, Chester. The fact that he was willing to do that before it had been taken to a court without any actual substantive evidence, because he felt like it was the truth, and he was willing to do that to an American citizen who was volunteering at the election, I find that deplorable. And I also think that it's indicative of somebody who I don't trust to have the information of who is voting for who.
I don't trust them saying they're shutting down for the night and not shutting down.
Chester,
I don't trust
you're pivoting,
them.
You're pivoting and flailing because you understand ultimately.
Pivoting, we're on the same point.
Chester, if you could admit and be honest with yourself and like look at yourself like in the mirror for a second, if you could admit that your feelings on this and your position on this is based off of a narrative that you like, a story that feels right to you, and you're just willing to kind of fit the facts and fit the piece of evidence to what you believe and what you want to think is the truth because it's something that sounds good to you, I would be happy with that. I could walk away from that. It's perfectly fine. But I don't think you're going to be honest with yourself to point that out.
Oh my gosh, that's a whole lot. Anyways, so you're wrong because you want to say that, oh, she's so innocent, they're so innocent. I'm not going to shy away. I think the main slip up that Trump fucked up on was the ballots in the suitcase, which is an issue in itself, but I'm not going to harp on that. The main issue
for him
that he should have just took on.
You think it's appropriate for him to put them on blast in front of the whole country?
If they lied, which they did, they said they're shutting down for the night. They did not shut down for the night. They did not shut down for the night.
That isn't what they were like going to court for. They went for the flash drive.
Yeah.
He was saying
I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. Trump should have harped on the whole the thing that's indisputable. Indisputable. I'm
Do you think
telling
it was
I'm answering
appropriate for him?
I know you don't like the answer.
To name names.
Yeah, the DBI is saying that nobody was told to leave.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes, and I'm explaining why. The answer is yes because they lied. They misinformed the poll watchers.
Nope,
they misled.
That's not what we're talking about. Not those people. Nope, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the mother and her daughter who Trump accused of pulling out ballots from under the table and filing them. Ooh, they were all for Biden before he had any actual evidence.
The poll watchers should have been there.
Before they've been found guilty.
Chester,
that's not the question. That's not the question.
Well, I don't know. I can't believe them. I can't believe them.
There was surveillance video that the FBI and
I can't
DBI
believe them. I'm sorry. There's no poll watcher. I don't believe them.
Doesn't matter. Even if they were
guilty, should get called out. Maybe you shouldn't be counting votes without poll watchers, and this won't happen.
The fact that you can't focus and answer the question says a lot.
Oh,
Because
yes, because you go
it's
on your
disgusting
2-minute
behavior.
diatribes and I answer for 10 seconds and
Because
you
you have the
immediately cut me
attention
off.
span of a fucking golden retriever.
Let me tell you for 2 minutes and repeat myself over and over. Give me a break, lady. Like, come on. I'm answering your question. You cut me off, and I can't. And it's gonna drive me insane. All right. I let you go on for like 2 minutes each time, and I
I'm sorry,
respond,
2
and you
minutes
cut
is
me
too
off in
long
10
for you to
seconds.
focus.
I mean,
It's too
welcome-
hard for you
No,
to
but
focus on
obviously
one
10
thing.
seconds is too much for you.
I'll be right back.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Can I? Okay,
Yeah, I know,
can
it's annoying,
can I go on a
isn't
quick,
it?
Can I go on a quick like 30-minute rant and then I'll just fucking leave? Because like this is going nowhere.
Yeah, go for it.
Just to yeah, okay, without Chester interrupting me. If we want to just quickly summarize all of the things, even in this couple-hour conversation that you've been have been just like verifiably proven wrong, you've been caught out in a lie, or you just don't know what you're talking about. There's like a long list of them, right? Let's go through them, okay? Number one, you had no idea
Wait,
why
so you're just
the.
wait, hold on. I want to know. Are you gonna let me rebut, or are you just gonna go on a rant?
Oh, sure. I'm gonna go on a rant.
No,
but you're not
because
gonna
if you're gonna go on a
point
rant and
that
just
point.
leave, then I'll just leave
Well,
right now. I don't need
this
to
is what
hear
you
it.
did. What you did to TC, right? Is you just like went on a big rant and then just like didn't like.
The difference is I'm gonna hear you out and I can respond. And are you gonna let me respond?
Are you saying I didn't hear you out, motherfucker?
Yeah, let him.
You're out too.
Bro, I got
he
dunked
said
on
you want to
so
go on a
hard
rant.
for
I'm
how
asking
terrible
him.
I was.
I'm
You're
asking
really about
him.
to tell me I didn't fucking
Oh
hear
my
your
God.
dumbass out? Fuck
Yeah, you
you.
heard about too much.
Fuck
Okay.
you.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you're gonna let me respond?
No, I'm just
After
gonna
she's
list them out
done.
because we've already
Okay, then there's no
gone.
point. All right, this was a good debate. This was fun. I have no point to be here if you're not gonna let me respond to you. If you want to go on a
You can
rant,
respond after.
you have the
Just
floor.
you can respond when he's
Why are
done.
we
Wait, just
why
let
are we
him finish his
degenerating like
point.
this?
What the fuck?
Well, you can
Because
respond after, yeah.
they don't want to have a dialogue. So if
No,
there's no
he
dialogue, then
literally
we're done
just
here.
said you can respond when he's
Yeah.
done. What are you doing?
No, he
can
didn't. He
respond
did
right
not
after.
say that. He said, "I'm gonna go on my rant. and I'm gonna
Just
be
said
gone."
that
Sorry,
Pretty
twice.
much he is.
you can respond after. You can respond after.
Will you
can
be here?
respond after. Yeah, sure.
All right, we'll see.
Do you want me to be here? Do you need me to listen to you to make you feel heard?
Well, do you want me to listen to you? Okay, then I don't need to be here if you don't want me to listen. If you don't need me to listen to you, right?
I mean, clearly you want to be here.
Jester, hear
I
his
will
point and then
listen to you
respond.
if you let me respond.
Okay, cool.
Right, fair enough.
I'm gonna go through them all, and then you can respond at the very end. Okay? Don't interrupt me, or I'll just stop. Number one, you had no idea what you were talking about when it comes to the 300 shredded ballots. The guy was fired 8 months before the story that you talked about, and when pressed on it, you said, "I know what happened. Just trust me. I read this thing, but I can't find it right now." That's number one. You got caught out in a lie. You didn't know what you were talking about, and you just said, "Okay, I'll send it to you later," and you never will send it to me. Number two, when talking about the all of the Georgia cases, you linked together things that were unrelated. You couldn't tell me when the pipe burst, and you also couldn't tell me why that related at all to them, like moving out of the sort of election area, which is what the actual conspiracy is. By the way, you have your conspiracy wrong. Number three, you couldn't tell me why the people who have been Republicans their entire fucking life are suddenly now just anti-Trump just because they did a third-party investigation, found no problems. There is no example, and even a lot of conservatives like at least have something for why they think these people are rhinos. You have nothing. These people are lifelong conservatives, and they are just saying the truth, and you don't like the truth, so you are against them. Number four is that what was number four? That the lady who was like did the the poll worker who said that she was kicked out or whatever, that lady is the sole source that you trust on this and not the third party investigations. But when suddenly there's a Georgia case that, where she might be put under oath, that person's just not called upon, even though she's the star witness that confirms everything that the Trump administration and you are saying about this. But suddenly she disappears and is unwilling to go under oath when this case is happening. When a third-party investigations find that everything she was saying is bullshit, and of course a random poll worker can be a Republican, and that person has an incentive to lie about something when they're not under oath because there's almost no punishment when they're anonymous, which they were. Cool. I'll stop now.
Talk about the blonde woman.
Yes.
All right. Well, I think a lot of that is just your prerogative and your bias, but I think I've addressed each every one. But you guys like to accuse me of pivoting, but it's crazy how when you want to draw you want to just narrow in. Like let's go to the whole rhino thing with Roethlisberger and his little weasel underling, right? When you want to use that as your hyper example to focus on, as if someone can't have an a different allegiance to the person that heads their party, right? That is such a naive way to look at things when we know that's not the case.
Why would he?
Okay, so that's what I was saying. So we know that there's already elements within the Republican Party. We know this. It's undisputable that many Republicans keep their mouths shut and toe the line because they don't want to get ousted from their positions of power. So, with that being said, we know these elements exist. So it's a very naive, simplistic, and childish view to hold that, oh, why would a lifelong Republican go against Trump? It doesn't make sense. It's so childish to even think that way. But if that's the viewpoint you're gonna hold, that's fine. It's just disingenuous, and honestly, it's just there's not even anything more that needs to be said because it just shows how bad faith you are.
I preempted everything you just said because I said you don't have a reason, and you in that entire.
I just gave you a reason. I just gave you one.
You just said we know it happens, therefore it happened.
Because they're against transparency. If you're gonna represent my argument, maybe represent it correctly. Because I told you they have gone against transparency, in my opinion. Right? I've said that many times, but you conveniently leave that part out. You say some Republicans. No, shut up. Because I listened to you and I'm responding now. You say some Republicans at least have some reason. Some Republicans have some reason, but I don't have any reason. That's a lie. I've given you my reason. Whether you don't like it or not doesn't matter. But it's my reason nonetheless.
Your reason you just said is, I guess, kind of two things. Neither are actual reason. One, you said that this has happened.
Oh, it's not a reason. You dictate reasons.
Do you want me to finish? Number one, you said
not really because you misrepresented my argument entirely.
This happened before. I'm about to tell you, and you can tell me what is wrong about this, right? I'm about to tell you what I think your argument is. You can tell me what's wrong about it. You said two things. One, you said that because there have been people in the past that have been anti-Trump, you think why wouldn't these guys be anti-Trump? And number two, you said that because they are anti-transparency, they are anti-Trump. Please give me an explanation for how, number two, at least, any example of why they're anti-transparency before this, and number one, why just because something happened before means it happened in this case. Either one would work.
Because you have a dual argument on this, right? Your dual argument is there's no proof that these guys are just blindly anti-Trump, and then your other argument is they are lifelong Republicans. You've harped on that many times, and I'm impugning that side of the argument with a first response saying that just because you're a lifelong Republican, I'll speak slow, just because you are a lifelong Republican does not make you a Trump supporter by any stretch of the word, right? So that's the first argument that I'm debunking. Second, separate from that, they are against transparency, in my opinion, based off their actions and their inability to show information that would prove them to be right. So if that's the case, that is my reason. So you saying I have no reason is a fucking lie.
Just to be clear, your evidence. Well, we don't know they're not doing it, so we have to assume they are doing it.
You still didn't give me the reason why just because it has been done in the past means that they are now anti-Trump. You just can't give me any examples why these
the anti-transparency. That's the example. That is your example right there. That's it.
Anti-transparency. All you have is your feeling and your vibe and your framework.
Is the data available? If it's not available, it's not transparent.
If there's no evidence of something, it doesn't happen.
Before 2020, what examples of there being that they were anti-transparent that would have made you believe that they were rhinos before the election?
We're talking about 2020, right?
Isn't it important to see going into something if they behave a certain way or show certain inclinations towards being anti-transparency or anti-Trump or whatever? Isn't it pretty important to see how they behaved in the past to predict how they might feel about Trump or
2020, there are irregularities which prompted Trump to have his focus on Fulton County in particular in Georgia, right? So it didn't just come out of nowhere. There were reports and there was evidence that he had available to him. So he's trying to corroborate that. And so it doesn't matter what happened prior. It matters what happens in this election that sparked his interest.
It's going to do it again. I already know. Yep. Fucking Discord, dude. What the fuck? Why? Why does this do this?
their own system, which could show them to be either incompetent or having malice. And I'm sorry, you can say that I'm wrong and because the law is in favor of them. It doesn't matter. It does not
proof
matter.
that they're a rhino is that they didn't agree with your assessment of the election. That is
No,
it.
it's that there's no transparency. I'll say it
every
again.
every other metric of being a Republican, they fit. Every single other one. They have been Republicans their entire life. You said the guy donated to Trump.
They don't look like Republicans. They look like rats.
They do look like Republicans.
No, they don't.
They look like Southern Republicans. They are chubby white guys. Like I don't know. I was like, what?
They look like bureaucrat swamp.
Just very quick, Chester. I just want to understand the point that you made about violence.
Whoa. I'm definitely not a chubby white guy. I'm sorry.
All right. Anyways, so you said that nobody had the right to do violence unless they got permission from
Definitely
God
not
first. So why do police officers exist?
Wait, I didn't hear you. Someone spoke over you.
You said last debate that even if a child were getting raped in front of you, you wouldn't be able to respond, even if you had the means to stop it, unless God told you so. So I'm asking you, why should police officers exist given your worldview?
No, that's the parameter that the guy set. If you remember the parameter
No.
What do you mean? No. That's the parameter. He said if you're in the room and you saw it and you had a hammer in your hand, what's the hammer implying? First of all.
I clearly said you had the means to stop it.
Okay, no, the other guy, and I conceded later in that, if there's no hammer involved, that's different. If it's like, if I can intervene without killing or hurting a person, that's different than just killing someone, because he's implying that I'm going to hurt and kill the rapist, which 99% of people agree with, but listen, I don't agree with violence in my purview. So it's not, and I've maintained that even throughout this debate, where I don't agree in violence. So I would intervene as best as I can without getting hate and anger involved, but I think honestly, in a perfect world, yeah, police shouldn't be there. But like, it's unfortunate that there's bad people in this world, But I don't control the police, so I don't understand how that like falls back onto me.
Obviously, you don't personally control the police, but just saying this worldview where you can't respond to any sort of thing without violence, unless you have the permission from God. It seems to me that that'd be weird for you to have police officers in this instant.
Well, were you present during the debate between me and
Yes,
Bob?
I was there the entire fucking time.
And what did I say when I said if I believe that the election was justifiably stolen? I have a hard time coming to grips, and I'm being consistent with my logic. I have a hard time coming to grips personally with how I would take back power of my government without violence. It's a hard question, and I don't have an answer because there probably isn't one because it's impossible. But it's just a fact of life. I'm not arguing in favor for the police or the military. I honestly really hope. I just know that in my worldview, if I was, because it all stems from my faith, if I were to die because someone had a gun to my head and then asked me to do something sinful, and I said I'm not doing it, and I died, I would, in my worldview, in my belief, I'd go to heaven. So it's not a punishment, in my opinion. So that's my opinion on how my own personal view. But it doesn't mean I'm going to implement it for everyone else.
Okay, Chester, last thing I'm actually going to for real leave, and this is not about the topic. Any topic you want to discuss, any political topic, literally anything, pick anything, and I will debate you on the server about it. My preference would be that lobbying is good, because I think you.
What if we agree though? Would you argue with me?
Yeah, I think you think lobbying is bad.
No, I'm saying in general though. If we found a topic that we agree on, would you disagree with me just to disagree?
I know both sides of any position better than you do. So yeah, I would.
Oh,
totally
so you say. All right.
Yes,
You're very okay.
I could argue God exists better than you, even though I don't think God exists. I could argue your side on this exact thing better than you can. I can argue any single position that you can think of.
You're a typical
better than you
prideful
can.
atheist, and pride comes before the fall. Let me tell you that. So you could sniff your own farts all you like and think that you know. How can you know that you know every argument better than me when we've yet to have those arguments? That seems a little
Because
are you omnipresent? No. Let's use your own logic. Are you omnipresent? Are you omnipotist? Can you know? Do you know everything?
Omnipotist.
Do you know everything? Do you know? No, omnipotist. Are you
omnipotent?
Omnipotent.
Is
You almost
God-
got there.
Do you
Wait,
know
Chester, do you
everything?
believe in
I mean,
God?
you're proving my point right now.
Yeah. Do you know everything? Do you know everything?
That is so
Compared to you, the average person would think I know everything. Yeah,
Oh my
because
God.
you're that dumb.
So you say.
You're that
So you
stupid.
say.
Oh,
I'll
Meadow,
debate you.
you're gonna love
let's
this.
set it up. But
Choose any topic. I will pick any side, and I will still beat you on that topic.
See, this is the problem. Is you, and this is why I asked you if you'll debate me on things that we agree on.
How you doing, buddy?
Because you are dangerous
Chester,
to society
really
if you want to
curious.
argue
And-
in bad
and you
believe in
know
God,
what?
right, Chester?
Chester,
Wait, Chester.
I'd volunteer to moderate, but I know you don't believe I can.
No,
act
yeah,
in good faith.
you are so far from what I would consider
But Chester,
do you believe in
unbiased
God,
moderator?
Hold on,
There's no way in
That's
hell.
me.
Hold on, real quick.
You're still not a moderator.
My preferred topic, okay? My preferred
That's a simple
topic,
question.
real quick. My preferred topic. If you think lobbying is bad, I would love to debate you on that. I won't even bully you that much. If,
Money in
if
politics or just lobbying in general? Like, what do you want to do?
Either one. I know so much about either one that it won't be fair, but I'll give you as much time as you want to research.
Dude,
okay?
oh my gosh, you are so high on your own farts. It's so disgusting that people like you actually exist. Like, I will never say something
done?
like that because that's such a
Okay,
oh
wait,
my gosh,
if you're,
that's disgusting.
wait. If you're this confident, then you should.
I know I'm not that confident in that.
Oh.
You have such you literally just your arrogance is so nauseating. Like it's oh my
really
god.
It's really
I know you don't have friends in
to be
real life
arrogant.
because no
It's
one would survive 5 seconds with someone
it's
like that.
super easy to be arrogant when the person I'm talking to is so incredibly stupid. I'm not
you know
arrogant.
that
I'm not arrogant
you
against
could
people that
be
know
right on
more
a
than
lot
me
of
about
things.
things.
You could be right on a lot of things.
You just happen to not know
you
more
know
than me about
you'll
anything.
still rub
So,
people the
of
wrong
course I can
way,
be-
and I know
of course
that's
I
what you're
seem-
doing right now.
He's
Of course I seem
he's
arrogant to you.
omnipotous.
Of course I seem arrogant to you because I know more than you about probably everything. But when people are actually smart, I am not arrogant to them.
Chester
Isn't that
is
really
God
weird?
all-knowing.
No, he's gone.
Well,
apparently.
I
Wait,
think
so
you're
is-
probably
so he
more
is all-knowing?
less
Just to
arrogant when people
clarify,
are like
right,
honest
Chester?
about what they don't know.
God is
Oh my
all-knowing,
God.
right?
Anyway, let me know if you want to do that lobbying debate, Chester. If you post the
I will
outfit,
do
I'll
it.
be very
Whatever.
sad.
Sure. Whatever. Yeah.
All right, go.
Get on out of here.
Go message Duke.
Hell yeah.
No, you go do it.
All right, Smalls, buddy, what's up, man? It's been a while.
God, I'm out of here. But Fox, I hate
I'm
you.
good.
You're the worst. You are the worst. Out of
Wait,
everyone
Chester,
I've talked
Chester,
to,
real quick
pussy.
before you
Fox
go,
is the absolute
Chester,
worst
before you go,
person.
I have a question
Nobody
for you.
cares.
In like
Wow.
seriousness, like non-meme
No,
question.
we're done playing with him, please.
I just want to know: do you really think I wasn't listening to any of your points? Do you really think I wasn't honestly hearing you out?
No, when you went off on me, that was weird. I don't know why you went off on me. I was not saying that you didn't or whatever.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
I think there was a
how old are you?
miscommunication because I know you've 180'd on me, but I still think you were a good debate, and I still respect you. But if you want to have a new viewpoint on me, that's totally cool. But
No. If it was
still
a
think you did.
miscommunication, then I appreciate the clarification. I just wanted to clarify.
No, yeah,
that. That's why
I
did-
genuinely think you're a good person, and you have a good, and I like that you were open minded. But I don't. If you want to listen to these guys and say, oh, like you probably could have done better, like sure, but like the fact that you're like they wanted you to go all vitriolic, that's just silly, and I wouldn't have participated. The only reason I want to let you know this. The only reason I participated in the debate with you was because of your demeanor and how you conducted yourself on the previous debate. So I wouldn't have ever done this if it wasn't for that. So
Thank you,
stick
man. I
with what you're
appreciate
doing because you are trying to bridge a gap that I try to do as well, and we have to have these dialogues. But I will not have dialogues, and I'm really hesitant to even have it with Juna because of what he was saying at the end there. He was just so arrogant that type of person shouldn't even be talked to, honestly, if they're that far removed from reality.
Well, I appreciate the clarification on your miscommunication, man. I'm sorry I popped off super hard. You just got to understand that really
you're
upset
good.
me with how I read that.
No, you're fine. And I apologize if I came off the wrong way. But it was a fun debate. I had fun tonight, and I wish you the best.
Bye, Justin.
See, told you
young
you'd love
sir.
it. When I told you would love
Fox,
that.
I hate you.
You don't need it.
What an
Oh my
absolute.
god,
Oh
dude.
my gosh, that hurt.
Dude,
Auntie,
so
I'm not gonna lie,
Yes.
Auntie. I just want to start off by
Yes.
saying I owe you a personal apology. I was consistently for multiple days now saying that your ban of him was a bad call and a very bad move. I was talking about how GGG was becoming more fascistic and less free speechy because of his ban, and I completely rescind those comments, and I'm so sorry. I owe
He's
you an
just
apology
sexist,
for
like, he
that
just-
blatant
He's a
slander
young
that I owe
person.
against you.
He's rooted in his beliefs, and he's not going to change his mind. I mean, nothing that we said here is he's going to be like, "Oh, you're right. I am stupid." Like, he's never going to do that.
I just the first time we interacted over in DGG, like I was genuinely trying to like, I don't know, give him a little bit of space, like help him out a little bit, build a little bit of a bridge for him, and he just like flat out refused to like. I don't get it. He just apparently he fucking hates me, but I don't get it.
Ego is way too big for him to accept the fact that he's wrong about anything. He can't do that. And like these settings are not conducive for like him to be like,
True.
you know what, you're right. I am wrong about that. There's just no way. He's not gonna be able to do that.
it's just so funny for all the people that like poked him and like actually came at him. Like I feel like I barely I don't know. He's a whole bucket of weasels. I'm so curious what goes on.
Honestly, Fox, it wasn't even you. It was the fact that you were an easy target by virtue of you having a feminine voice, and so he he was getting pummeled, and he couldn't strike up, so he could strike down, and so that's what he did.
It's so cute with his hair. Oh my.
I just gotta say, I applaud everyone that was coming at him really hard for being way more knowledgeable on this. Like, I literally had 3 days of like cram session to learn about like all of this shit from complete ignorance, only watching like Destiny debates, not actually doing any formal research. So like honestly, like props to you guys. Thanks for helping me out there in the post talk. But yeah, like the knowledgeableness.
I didn't actually hear the debate, but
it was actually really, really awesome. Like seeing everybody kind of like go through their lines of argumentation with him. Like I don't know, I got a lot out of that, so I appreciated it.
Yeah.
Alrighty then.
Definitely gonna take everyone's notes though, and I'm holding
that guy is
the
stuck.
points.
I don't know why. Like we went for a while, guys, and he just continuously sucked.
But yeah, a couple people were asking me for the document that I was showing on
Remember when we talked to him last week, DJ?
He posted articles that described like someone who is set in their belief system, and what happens whenever they're presented with evidence that challenges that belief system. The feeling of dissonance that's created makes people root down in their beliefs, and they become even more like defensive and like they're not going to hear what you're saying. Yeah. Because
I will say my favorite part was when somebody pointed out that for 40 minutes, like Stink and 2 other people had gone in on him and he hadn't raised his voice or even gotten that rude. And then some girl said 2 fucking words. And he was like,
he went
shut up,
off.
bitch. It was like, oh my God.
The inflection he gave was bitch.
It was just like, holy shit. Like he really just like masked off like the second a woman spoke to him, he lost.
So the problem is he knew he was getting fucking raped in the ass there, right? And so like he knew that, but he couldn't strike out at Stink or Juna or whoever. But the moment like a feminine voice chirped in, he could. He had this bottled up like.
She couldn't stand it that she was going to dunk on him. She couldn't stand that like it got to the point where like
right, like it was like a bunch of dudes shitting on the one woman. He's like, oh,
he couldn't do it. It was just crazy.
I know. That was his only thing he could do.
Get that out of here.
Fox was his outlet.
And the thing is, I was only gonna say one thing,
and that was it. By the way, thank you guys so much for all the support tonight.
Oh, was that you? The best were you the one
30 viewers on YouTube. You guys are amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, Kai. I thought it was Fox. Yeah. No.
Yeah, I thought it was Fox too.
You couldn't really tell us.
Only got one word.
Say one thing.
It doesn't mean it's literally just the feminine tone. He can't take it, and he got like all turned around at least twice by it too, because he said it. Somebody else. I don't know if it was you. Somebody else said something, and he like came out. He thinking it was me. That happened at least once or twice.
This man is fragile in his ego. I mean, it's way too big for him to have taken the L here. Like, nothing y'all said. Y'all could have had Donald Trump join this call and say, like, you know what? Yeah, he would have said, like, you know what? You know, he would have changed it. No.
Nothing would have changed his mind.
The information shared is good. I mean, he heard it regardless of whether or not it'll do anything. As of right now, if anything, he just solidified within himself, because the dissonance of believing these things and purporting them versus like being wrong and publicly wrong he's just not gonna.
Yeah.
He can't take that.
These people are not savable in the short term. You need to bully them over and over and over until they realize how stupid their position is, and everyone else around them realizes.
So I have a question for you guys.
That's also a very big if.
And this is also kind of like really important to me personally. I really kind of need to ask you guys this question next, because it's like kind of just as important as the question to him a while ago.
Go ahead.
Do you think like, because obviously over the span of like one conversation, one fucking debate, he's not going to change his mind. He's too dug in. Do you think there's ever any hope of like down the line, over like the span of like multiple conversations, he could ever change his mind?
Yes.
Okay, so can I briefly say, I grew up in the Deep South, and I grew up with a very conservative family and like church environment, blah, 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 blah. And it wasn't until I got to college, and I was this person, I mean, I didn't have like as extreme of like beliefs and backing that this guy does, but like I was very kind of stuck in my ways, like this is the right way and we're righteous in this belief and da 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 da. But it was empathy and someone meeting me in the middle.
Dude, Discord needs to stop crashing. It's really pissing me off. And now it's taking forever to
You have to empathize with them. You have to make them believe that you're empathizing with them.
Right.
And then you slowly
It's
introduce
validating that,
information. Yeah. People who are challenged, like if you're smoking cigarettes in 2024 and your doctor, everyone in the fucking world knows that cigarettes will causes lung cancer, right? But people still smoke cigarettes. If you were to go up to a smoker and say, "Hey, those are going to kill you," of course they fucking know that. So they're going to be like,
wow,
yeah,
new information.
It's going to build this resistance within them. That's like, yeah, I fucking know. It creates like a wall of resistance there. And it's someone who it's a very gentle tactic that has to be taken. But these conversations, I don't know if this conversation in and of itself will have any impact, but there are ways to change people's minds. It's more subtle and it takes a little bit more time and it requires empathy. You have to, even if you're faking it, people have to believe that you're agreeing with them to some extent or at least understand them.
So my one caveat there is that it's not the smoking analogy is that they know that smoking is bad versus like someone that's like, oh, smoking is actually healthy and you're trying to convince them otherwise.
Well, I didn't. Two people were talking at once. I didn't hear. I'm sorry. What did you say, Ephemeral?
I was saying that the issue with the smoking analogy is that
whole
people know that
thing is
smoking is bad for them.
worked.
Hold on. We're doing
People
it
that think
again.
smoking will be good.
One at a time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. People are bailing. Ephemeral. Yeah, I know that you have a problem with the smoking analogy. What is the problem? I'm so sorry.
I said people know that smoking is bad. You don't have to convince anybody of this in the first place. Versus,
exactly.
Yeah, versus in this, for example, it'd be like someone saying that smoking is good, and you have to convince them off of that first.
Yeah.
Well, you're providing the information. Yeah, I mean, so there's a thing called okay. So there's knowledge sharing. Like you can share knowledge, and that in and of itself, there's a difference in polarization. Like who believe Fox? I think you brought this up. Like who are you willing to believe on these topics? Like who would you trust as a reliable source?
Right.
That does matter. Yeah, but it comes down to their social context. Like if someone is feeling like, if this guy, I don't know his living situation, I don't know anything about what's going on in his life, but for him to change his mind, that might be very societally shifting for him. And there might be a cost benefit analysis. Like I would change my core relationships or my family dynamics would shift, and it makes more sense for him to be resistant because and not allow the information to really penetrate and percolate and whatever, because it makes a lot more sense for him to exist within the realms that he's currently existing in.
It's a good point though with the smoking thing. Ah, fuck.
People don't like to be challenged anyways. People anytime someone's like, yeah, you're a fucking idiot, you're like, wait a minute, I'm not. People push back against that, and it creates a resistance to whatever you're saying because they feel like, I'm not a fucking idiot. I graduated high school, I graduated college, or whatever. How do you actually change someone's belief system? And it's a little bit, it's a bit more subtle, and it takes a bit more time.
Well, it's also the smoking thing. The smoking thing brings up a really good point because with something like smoking, yes, okay, the information has kind of been delivered, but if you're looking at something like this, like a political shift or something, I think the empathy is critical. The empathy absolutely has to come in the validation. But I think there also has to be this kind of thing, right? Where people are kind of poking you with a stick, making you feel that cognitive dissonance, introducing pieces of information and evidence that you can't square with your current worldview. And if you can get enough kind of aggressive poking in the right ways, that can kind of move them from 100% confidence to 99 and hopefully give them something to chew on and force them to kind of confront the pieces of reality that they can't square.
Yeah. Well, it's you have to convince them that their belief system is, is changing their belief system would be a net benefit to them. And like I was saying with the social context, in a lot of ways, it would not be, I'm guessing, I again don't know the social context for Chester, but changing his belief system would probably not be beneficial to him in a interpersonal context. And so, it requires a lot of tiny sort of ends that
Prisoner Arena is exactly the mod I wanted.
But it's not so much as like being like, hey bro, here's a news article, here's a research article or whatever that says you're fucking wrong and you're just a fucking cuck for da 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 da. Like all of that is going to make someone like ground down in whatever the fuck they're already believing and be like, you know what, fuck you, I'm not that. Like it just makes people more like resistant and want to push back because they don't like being like targeted or pinned down in this way. In smaller groups, I think it's possible. Yeah. No one wants to feel like that. Unfortunately, it's very fun. It's very fun to tell someone they're a fucking stupid idiot. their beliefs are
I don't know.
shit.
I get so uncomfortable sometimes. It depends on the person. Depends on the.
I had a great time.
Yeah,
I'm glad that I could
fun.
at least entertain you guys for like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it is fun. I'm not taking that away. It's fun to be like, you're fucking stupid. Like, it is fun, but it it just depends on what the goal is. If the goal is to just be like, like this person, here's a lolcow, and someone who's just fucking, going about their own shit versus changing their mind,
I think at the very least, the goal should be to try to give arguments to the room listening.
My personal goal was because like I already knew coming into this that like because this is like essentially a GGG offshoot that everyone was gonna already agree with my position, all my points and stuff. I just basically set this up as like a pretense for every future conversation I would be having with him. But that's also why I was asking, like, is it even like worth it to have these future conversations with him, or do you think he's just like too dug in?
Not these kind of conversations. This wasn't really a conversation. This was an attack.
Yeah, well,
and so I don't think it's really gonna.
In the debate that I was
What's
having
your
with
goal?
him,
And that's what I actually.
I feel like I was really trying to like give him a lot of ground and like be overly charitable because I feel like he's already gotten like so dogpiled on every other
It's
conversation.
the people that changed my mind whenever I was this like very southern. I was like church going, blah 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 blah. Very grounded in like my beliefs and like there's this framework that comes with it. It's like people who try to change your mind are the enemy. Like you feel like this immediate resistance to anyone who challenges it. And so the people that changed my mind were close friends and people that I actually respected. And it wasn't immediate. They didn't immediately like target me and be like, you know what, you are thinking about this, this, and this, and it's all fucked up and it's really wrong and you should change your mind. Like that, had they done that, I'd been like, whatever, who the fuck are you? I had professors who I had been under for like a couple years and done research with who would slowly have conversations with me or with the class as a whole. It wasn't like targeted at me. I wasn't feeling like personally attacked in these conversations. I was presented information in like a group setting and I was like, oh shit, that's like, and I had a better understanding of how research and data and, these kind of things work. And so I was like, fuck, I can't really continue to defend what I've been defending because it literally is illogical. I can't do this.
Right.
I think the only thing I would add, and I think like all of that is right, is that you need to change the information atmosphere of that person.
Oh yeah, I'm lucky that I was in a college setting whenever I was changing my mind. Right. Yeah.
So if we're talking about like adults or like people that don't go to college or like then if their news feed is entirely stuff that will always agree with them, even if family and friends say they're wrong, it's not enough. Like
for sure,
you need to change their
someone's
information
knocking my door.
landscape.
Hold on. Oh, my dog's
One
I really agree with that super
that
hard. As someone that has like no like formal like education like through college and shit, who also used to be like Steven Crowder and like Ben Shapiro's super dug into like that bullshit. Yeah,
I used to
things like ground news, like a news aggregator like Ground News, I've found to be incredibly valuable because if you put it in front of people, it shows you like it'll take like one news story and it shows you all of the headlines from left to right and it lays them all out and it kind of forces people to confront, like it doesn't let them pivot to bias because they can't, because it's all any take that they want to have, any position they want to have, you can present them with like a version of it and show them that like the information largely is the same, right? Like it's the same Associated Press clippings in most articles. The headline might change and you can point to that, but it's really, really helpful to kind of help knock people out of their bubbles a little bit.
You gotta do that
I found it to be really
early though.
Real quick, what are you talking about? Just like
Ground News.
So Ground News, it's an app. Yeah, it's an app and it's there's like a free version and you can pay for like extra features. But it's just, even the free stuff is like really great just to see, like I said, it lays everything out so you can clearly see
holy shit, this
how
is
it's kind of
based!
spread out with bias.
I think you
Oh
just
my god!
do that early. Like I feel like that wouldn't work if someone is already You know,
no, it's harder with
somebody like him.
This guy, right? He's like, not everything AP News says is right. Not every like it won't matter if you say this is the left, this is the middle, this is the right, because the left and the middle are always wrong, and he's already connected that.
Yeah,
So you gotta get them. You gotta get them before they're at that point. Once they're at that point, it's almost impossible. It's like 99.9% sure. For the next at least like next couple of years, probably he's too far gone unless he has some momentous like thing happen in his life.
Well, and a lot of people are based
maybe in 10
fear,
years he'll look
too.
and be like, man, I was a stupid ass fucking like 20-year-old or whatever. But like right now, that like there's not really hope for people that don't trust anything outside of what agrees. So yeah, you got to get him early or else it's fucked. Like my dad, for example.
I mean,
I tried super hard.
I spent about 7 years in college, and I'm still Republican. So
yeah, you probably went to a shit college. No offense.
What was your degree? I'm out of curiosity, just for a moment.
Oh no, not this.
I mean,
not the opposite false degree war. It's over.
Well, I'm curious. Are you a Trump
Criminology, right?
Republican,
Or like
or are you just
a
like
criminal
a Republican
science thing? What was it?
So Officer
history?
Smalls went to like some super bullshit school that had the most bullshit standards of all time for military studies.
Wait, Officer Smalls, are you like a Trump conservative, or are you just like
I went to LSU. I went to Louisiana State University online.
Oh, okay.
Smalls, I'm not. That doesn't faze me. I mean,
LSU, Louisiana State
Republican. It makes
online.
sense.
Wait, so are you a Trump conservative though?
Just having a college degree does not, by virtue, make someone more liberal. The context in which they receive it, their degree, where they receive it from, what's their social group look like, all of these things are factors that play into like changing a political affiliation.
Oh yeah, all those factors, because everyone I know is a fucking Republican or in the middle. That's it. I don't know any Democrats at all.
No,
yeah, well, because where do you live in like Louisiana on the bayou, right? Like, I mean, of course you don't. Like you're in a very like Republican hotspot of the country, aren't you? Small.
The entire area where I'm from is Republican.
This is what we're talking about information landscape. It's like both
Texas,
of the factors we talked
Oklahoma,
about.
Right? We're all fucking Republican.
Family, friends,
it makes sense that you would be. It makes sense that you would be.
That's what you were just talking about. It's a much bigger ask to ask somebody to go against their entire social setting, to push back against everybody around them that has one narrative, compared with somebody who's in a space where they have like mixed views around them, or if they're they're the kind of lone outlier now.
Smalls, can I ask you a question? Like your family, like your mom and your dad are probably Republican, right?
You're cutting
like
my life experiences short, though. I've been to dozens of countries. Yeah. But you're cutting my life experiences, like dozens of countries, educated, work. I've been in the workforce. I've had 3 jobs since I've been 18. So I know the workforce. I know how to work and shit like that. Educated, fucking dozens of countries, witnessed different cultures and killed them.
What were you in the other countries for? Just out of curiosity, like why were you?
All the good stuff.
Were you on vacation or were you there for like work stuff? What were you doing? And where'd you go? Where did you go? And what were you doing in these other countries?
Some was vacation, some was work.
Okay. Well, what I'll say is like you probably grew up.
Some was vacation, some was work.
I would assume your mom and your dad are probably Republican, right? Like your wife is probably Republican. All your friends and family are Republican. If you were to pop up one day and be liberal, what would the reaction to that be? Like, would they be like, what the fuck? Like, there are certain things within, and I'm not trying to say like you need to be liberal. It works. It benefits you as an individual to maintain that and to challenge liberal beliefs because your entire like network at a very personal level shares the beliefs that you currently share. So like you don't have a motive to change that. It would be very like unsettling for you to change that. I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just saying that's why you are more inclined to believe what you do because it benefits you.
Oh, it's like the younger you are when you go to college, because I know even the colleges around in my state, if you go to college at a young age, you're easily molded. You're easily like, hey, open your mind up to this, do this and do that and stuff like that, which is not a bad thing. I open my mind up. I've experienced, I've done drugs and all shit. I mean,
all of that was probably at a lower risk.
It's just never taken effect on my life because when it comes down to it, my values are totally different than a person on the web.
Like, yo, I'm gonna need to on the mod list, and I'm
Yeah.
actually looking at the mod list.
I mean, would I help my neighbor if they asked for help?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
If my neighbor was dying and if someone was attacking my neighbor and I have my son and my wife with me, I'm worried about them. He can take care of himself.
I gotta
or something like that. I mean, that's all you, bro.
It's like a process of elimination, right?
We're more like family friends, and then everything else. But
I think some of them look at you weird if you sacrifice your wife and kid for your neighbor.
To all the people coming over the fucking border, Yeah.
I mean, I think you're a smart guy, Officer Smalls. Like, I'm not asking you to change anything, honestly. I'm not trying to do some like voodoo, like cross reverse psychology on you, I swear. But like, it makes a lot of sense for you to be a Republican.
It's been tried. It doesn't work.
I'm not trying it. I'm trying to assure you.
Yeah,
it makes a lot of sense for you to be
understand
Republican.
I understand I understand how you're talking about how you got to have empathy with people and stuff like that. That's
in general.
When I was
in general,
use that to get like on their side and stuff like that. So I mean, it's general, but it's a good tactic. It's like you're saying, it's a good tactic to like, get someone to open up to you, and then like you use that. Hey, he just talked about his daughter. Let me talk about his daughter.
It creates a shared basis of like understanding.
That's so
cool.
True.
And a lot of times, empathy is real. Like, people can look at someone and say,
let's just call it what it is.
It can be. It can be. In cases like this, when as a woman, right? If I were talking to someone like the guy who's just in here, Chester, who clearly attacked Kai, like, he probably didn't have a high opinion of women. For me to be empathetic with him, I would probably have to put on a little bit because my natural, like, my personal instinct is to be like, fuck you, bitch. Like, who the fuck are you talking to like that? Like, that's what I want to say. But like that, if my end goal is to like be effective with him and provide information or like move him along a spectrum, me responding to him in that way is going to immediately drop a wall. He's not going to respond to me at all because he's going to feel defensive, and I already feel defensive. I have that knowledge that like me being defensive in that way is not going to help him. It's not going to get me anywhere. And so I would have to rely on the fact that I understand how empathy works to get me anywhere in that conversation if I wanted to have it. But a lot of times empathy is not fake. A lot of times people can have like, they can understand like, okay, well, this person grew up in this environment. This is what the whole network is based on, is like this belief system, and to shake it is really unsettling and it doesn't feel great. And like, it makes them question a bunch of things, and they don't want to do that. The moment someone's like is presented with information that makes them think like, well, have I been wrong for the 35 to 40 years of my fucking life? It makes people really unsettled. And so obviously, like, people can empathize with that aspect of it, right? Empathy in and of itself is not always manipulative. It can be whenever the person who's presenting the information needs to like have some grounding that is going to allow them access and not create a resistant barrier. But no, I get what you're saying. Like, it can in and of itself, it can be used as a tactic, but in a lot of ways, it can be genuine too. It just kind of depends. I said a lot of words that I didn't need to say there, but hopefully, I'm eating in the background too, so my attention is split. Yeah, I'm chowing down.
I got it.
Well, yeah. If Duke, if you're still here, my man, thank you again for setting this up on such short notice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. I had fun at least.
I'm just surprised you didn't say a racial slur.
Who, Chester?
Yeah.
I thought for a second there, like during the post debate, it was going to get fishy, but I knew for like the formal that he was going to behave.
No, in the post debate, when he was getting a little heated, I thought one was going to slip out, especially when Juno was going at him. I was waiting for it.
Yeah, I was definitely prepped for the lambing comments and shit.
Juno has a racially ambiguous profile picture.
Yeah, because Well, Juna you can interpret as I am Jewish or I am anti-Semitic. Unclear.
The guys from the South, the fact that you're Jewish is probably a lesser egregious offense versus if you had a black guy in your profile picture, you might be risking it.
Southerners love the Jews. There's also so many Jews in like, Georgia, for example, that like
for real. Yeah. True. Yeah, I grew up in like on the border between Alabama and Georgia, and like Jews weren't ever really an issue. Like I never heard anybody really, other than like I heard every so often I'd hear a comment about like Jews and money, but like other than that, I like that was never
Those
really.
are usually like cartoon memes.
What game is this?
Yeah.
Free.
Here we go. Tossing grenades. Switching mics.
Is this a new Call of Duty? Ew, never mind. Damn it. All right. Well, anyone else have anything else?
Nah, bro. You should go take a nap.
I have a root canal tomorrow. I think it's going to be significantly less painful than this, so I'm ready now. Thank you.
Good luck.
Cat, I'm being for real.
No, just your phrasing was like.
People aren't focused on the Jews. Let me tell you.
Favor.
The Mexicans and blacks are a bigger focus.
Yo, wait,
sorry.
I want to know.
Take
Wait,
some paper
whoever
towels, get them
photoshopped.
wet, and put them in the freezer, like hang them up so that they like freeze. And like it's honestly the best thing if you're getting like dental work done. So it's like cold, but they're not like ice packs, so they don't hurt.
Whoever photoshopped that tweet, by the way, are there? Can I get that?
Was that Noni? Was that you or was that someone else? That was awesome.
And so I'll
Good
DM
job.
Noni
Good
for
job.
that, but I'm gonna definitely use that for the thumbnail for this video.
Wait, what photo?
Did you Photoshop it or is it someone else?
Oh no, I got it from someone. I don't remember.
Yo,
who.
Noni, do you have the original image?
Just go
I think
scroll
the
up in
person's
the
in here to be
chat.
honest, but fine. I don't
Go
remember.
scroll up in the main stage.
Yeah, the good news about Jews in the South is that Fox News tends to be very pro-Israel. So, honestly, God, Jews are not really like a questionable group because Israel. They really love Israel down there. It's like,
oh my God,
I don't understand the Trumpers for
real.
Palestine group.
I'm
Conservatives
being
are more
honest.
Zionist than liberals are. It's just true.
I mean, yeah, but like.
I am sharing like this. The information they're presented is like because Christians in the South, there's a lot more Christians. They feel like Israel is like preserving the sacred grounds essentially, and therefore like there's like where Jesus walked, and so yeah, they have more interest in like preserving that versus ever backing Palestine or whatever. I don't want to get into that debate. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, I'm not
having grown up with Fox News in my house every day for years and years. This is the take. This is the
I used
brief
to
take I
love
have.
it when I'd hear fucking like Sean Hannity on my grandpa's shit. Rush Limbaugh on the radio. Good days.
Oh, good old Rush Limbaugh.
Good fucking days, bro.
Dude, how many super subscribers you actually got for this thing?
It's classified. Why you looking to support?
Potentially.
Yeah, get on this, bro.
Oh, for sure.
I think I'm just gonna look at. I just
You have
look
a
at
secret
your
super supporters
server?
room that you currently can't talk in.
Oh no.
Well, I can just look at all your members and see who's allowed where.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's a channel where they can talk and you can't.
Yeah, DM
Yeah,
me.
but when you want to tell me who, I can just look at the list of people who are in the server and it'll tell me.
Dean can become a super supporter,
Yeah,
but not
but now you
respond to the fucking DMs. That's crazy.
I am going to respond when I get my work scheduled. I can actually put it out.
You can join. You can talk with Stink. Talk with Teddy. You can talk with Powers. You can talk with Jeb. You can talk with Percy. You can talk with Trader. You can talk with me. It's a great channel.
I was just trying to get a rough
Or me.
estimate of how much income you're getting out of this.
Classified.
Honestly, bro, I'm kind of proud of you, dude, because you went from no offense, but you went from some dude just hanging out in DGG to establishing a name for yourself, building up this Discord, building a brand, getting people in here, organizing all this shit. Spending
All right.
No glazing.
Duke is
fucking do it. No, I need to know
like
a secret, bro, because I'm trying to get some clout too, bro. How do you do it?
No glazing.
I'm trying to shill.
Bully people in debates and then start stuff.
make people cry on mic.
Yeah, I'm just trying
Dude,
to shill
please
the best
remove
one,
your penis from this man's throat.
No, I'm just trying to shill the best one, man.
No.
You gotta understand.
I don't think I will.
And remember, he's half the operation as well. The other guy.
Hey, you're right. I owe Octavian an apology. too.
Excuse me,
Right.
one-third. I'm an admin now.
That's total cap. I'm about 95%.
Yeah, he is.
Octavian's just your face.
Yeah, just a really cute face. Yeah. Really,
Hey, I moderated one debate. Does that make me 0.01% of the operation?
Yeah, good job.
What's it take to be a
Yeah,
moderator?
Dean, be a super supporter, please.
Yeah, do I have to?
There's really not a need for moderators at the moment, but
okay.
Yeah, do it, Dean. Think of all the quality content I provide for you. It's
Do you give me $84 worth of content?
Be a
Dude,
good,
he's gotta
be a
survive in
good
Europe.
lefty, Dean.
Do you give me $84 worth of content a year?
Yes, absolutely. Are you kidding me? I'd probably give you more than that.
Absolutely.
Are you kidding me? Think of all the quality content I produced, all the locales, all the spectacles I've created. Are you kidding me?
Like, I feel like you could spend like that much in one night out, like
Yeah.
like
I
easily.
regularly spend that. That is one trip to the dispensary.
What?
Exactly.
For real.
Exactly,
You
Dean.
spend that much on weed?
Yeah, but think about how
amazing
long
things
it
I
lasts
do.
you. Okay, you spend all that on one night out. He spends that for like a week's long worth of get out of here with that.
Dean, save your money for when you're in a foreign
pound.
country and don't have any fucking resources and you need to buy a burger. Don't fucking spend it on weed.
Well, so I get about a half ounce of really premium weed.
No.
Like
Smart thing to do is buy a few.
Yeah, you're
just
saying
give me
you
drugs
do
out of
when
the
you're in a
evidence
country
locker. What do you mean smart
and
thing
you
to
run out
do?
of funds, make sure you have a couple Rolexes on you.
Smalls, will you go pull over a black teenager and give me
Dude,
everything you pull out of the
I
car?
retired. I retired like last year. I retired.
What you retired to what?
I want you to get a job. All right, Smalls.
Like
Here's the
early,
deal.
like this year.
No, I'm curious. Smalls, how
Hear
long
me
were
out.
you on the force for?
You retired from policing, Smalls?
Yeah, I was curious how long you were. Because you can like retire actually pretty short, depending on how long. Like
15 years.
Oh yeah. That's
15 years. I made sergeant, retired.
What are you doing now, Smalls?
Is your is the locality you have like a formalities?
I passed my practice exams to become a teacher or professor, whichever I want to do, or
what do you want to teach?
Or I'm looking at being a security consultant for a history.
What's your out of the two? What is your preferred thing though?
Or I'm looking to be out of criminal justice and history. History, love history.
You would out of the security consultant versus like teaching, you would want to teach history. Like if you got to choose, that would be your favorite thing or your preferred thing.
I'll have more time home with my family if I did that.
Yeah.
If I did the security consultant I'm going to be doing is for it's for petrol. It's an oil company.
Okay.
So
hey, Smalls, you want to make a lot of money really fast?
That's easy. 100K to 200K.
Yeah, Smalls. I got you with like the ultimate deal here.
I was.
All right. So I know all the degenerate drug dealers in my town.
I did PMC work first year out of the Marine Corps. Okay.
I know degenerate drug dealers in my town. I will tell you where they live and when they make most of their money. And you and a couple of your cop buddies just pretend you're doing a no-knock raid on them. Take all the shit. If they see a badge, they will shit their pants. There will be no questions asked, and you will leave with a ton of money and a ton of drugs. I just want the drugs. You can keep the money.
How many?
Like how you get killed?
How many?
I have you on recording.
How many cop buddies do you think I have? Like I literally have 2 buddies.
I don't think you need many. They're mostly idiots. You really just need like one dude to watch your back while you pick up all the shit and leave. It's more about
I
pretend
didn't hear any of that. I'm gonna pretend I did not hear any of that.
Yeah, you're on. Yeah, I am still streaming, bud. Calm down.
I'm kidding, of course.
Oh, dude, you missed it earlier. Dude,
Just rob a bank in Minecraft. You gotta understand.
Yeah, they got a chest full of diamonds, okay, and they've been smithing up fucking apple cores in the back.
Dude, did you hear me?
No, I did not.
Someone was streaming earlier. Stop! Someone was streaming porn earlier.
Oh lordy, who was
No,
that?
it was not. I I clicked a link in
Something
DGG
smarter
and I forgot
you
that I
could
was still
do?
sharing my notes to the class. Okay, it's not like I was
It
streaming
said
porn.
it said NSFW and there was a link. What
I
is
I forgot I was streaming my browser window to the call.
You were jerking off. Get your nerves
No,
fixed
I
before the
literally
debate. Don't
just
tell
no.
anybody.
Someone literally
He had it
said
open for like 2
laugh.
seconds.
No,
Dude, sometimes you gotta crank one out. It's all right.
Nah, dude, you gotta understand, okay? I don't see the NSFW. When someone says lav and then puts a link, I click it, okay? That's how it works, okay? I'm only human.
I mean, I don't blame you, but yeah.
Yeah, well, hey, you know, you make that, you know, all you want, man. But you know what?
I feel bad, brother. I feel like Paul went a little hard on you in the post-mortem. I want to let you know you did all right for you. It was a good debate.
He went too hard. He went too hard for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, you were doing all right. There is definitely room for improvement, but I feel like that other guy was just such a fucking moron. There's not so much you can, logically hit on somebody who logic is a bit impervious.
Paul is just particularly aggressive, so he gets really mad when other people don't reach his standards of being aggressive in debates.
Also, like from
Well,
what
I think
I'm
it's because
coming
if
from,
he was,
like,
he's imagining if he was the debater, how aggressive Paul would have been in that moment. He would have been like, "I'm going to nail this dude to the fucking wall."
This is also a personal anecdote, but like Dijon, I've been having hella people in like my personal life tell me that I've been really aggressive in debates lately, and that I need to chill with like calling people names and like being super aggressive and shit like that.
It's like I said, dude.
So it's
It
actually
depends on what
really
your
vindicating
goal is.
and the post
It's
debate.
funny 'cause I was sitting here listening with a couple people. It was me and two of my friends, and we were all smoking, just listening to it. And we went through the whole thing. We were dying laughing during the post-mortem. And I was talking to my friend because you did something that I see a lot of people do, which is a lot of these debates, people act like the other person is somebody in their real life. And they're trying to be like, finding this common ground, trying to change their mind, trying to get them to like be persuaded. And for a lot of this, you got to realize like it's just a blood sport, right? I did the same shit where the first debate I did against Doobie in that little tournament, I kind of got cracked on what is objectively one of the easiest subjects to debate on, because I came in with like, one, having watched his previous debate that he did on the same subject, so kind of preparing for that, and two, thinking it was going to be like way less blood sporty than it is. And it's like, nah, in these moments, the other person really, like, there is no convincing, there's no persuading, you're just attacking. That is the like avatar of the other side come to battle with your avatar, and you just got to like let them go.
DC,
I will say it
sign
was
up?
very vindicating having everyone afterwards be like, "You should have gone way harder. You should have been way more aggressive." Because now I gotta
DC,
show.
did you sign up for the DGG debate tournament that's happening?
Yes, actually.
Awesome. Just wanted
DC,
to make sure.
I'll say it all
very
depends on
excited
what
for
your
that.
goal is in conversation.
Yes.
If you want to shit
I was
on
just going to
people,
say that.
yeah, then be aggressive.
Because I knew
You were
he
just
was gonna
having
get
a
shit on in the
conversation.
post-mortem. Like he got shit on
True,
the other
true.
day when he got
You
banned.
heard him though, right? You heard him at the end though. The reason he was willing to engage was because he felt like you had taken a different tone earlier, and you were just having a different style of conversation. And your tactic would have been he wasn't the right person to use it on, but there are absolutely people that would have been more receptive in a different setting. So it's just a mismatch of kind of context and people.
Yeah.
Well, in this kind of audience, even though y'all were one-on-one for like the actual debate portion of it, the group sitting and listening and like taking note and commenting in the chat, like that, if this was you and him sitting down for coffee, a style that's like less aggressive and more like a middle ground would be great. But like if your goal is to have an effective change and like present him information that makes him shift his goal or his like viewpoint, the context is just he's automatically going to be defensive.
You're asking someone on a stage to admit they're wrong, right? This
Yeah,
is something
and no one
people
wants
in
to
their
do
own
that.
personal lives,
Oh,
they won't do this by themselves in their room at 3
Specifically,
a.m.
important context on a topic that already requires a lot of like mental derangement to fully be bought in.
No one wants to be wrong
That's
in this
the important
context.
context. Like if you're debating some random philosophy or like some random current events that's like not really controversial, like maybe like even then it's like probably hard, but like maybe they might concede some stuff. But on this polarized
This is a central
topic
part of that man's
on
worldview.
On a stage,
yes, exactly.
It's his entire life. He's not going to concede anything.
Yeah, you're asking him to
anything of
concede
value,
a central,
anything important.
Yeah, you're asking him to concede his central, like part of his worldview, right? Something that is fundamental to the way he views the society he lives in. And you're asking him to get up there and be like, yeah, I'm actually a dipshit who's completely wrong and bought into conspiratorial thinking. So I'm like really gullible too. You're asking him to admit a ton of faults that, like, again, people in their own lives when they're alone can't admit this to themselves.
Yes.
Like you're not going to get it out of them in front of 30, 40 people.
He would probably rather break a bone versus like admitting in a group setting like this that, oh yeah, man, you're right. Like my view on Donald Trump is definitely a little distorted, and he's never going to do that. None of us would want to do it.
I've been this person, right? I can think about when I first joined into the servers and I was fully steeped in my leftist ideology, right? And I hadn't really been confronted with intelligent people that were going to argue against it. And the first time that I really got into like not even the first time, after me and Bali, after like months of hating each other, just sat down and had like a 14-hour conversation. And there was like at least 70 other people who joined in and dropped over the course of that 14 hours. And it was just like a fucking dog match. And I couldn't admit that I was wrong on certain points. And that's why I dragged on for so long. I just couldn't do it. Like, it was like my entire economic theory, political theory, everything that I was doing required believing certain like axioms that he just didn't accept. Yeah. And they were wrong. I was wrong. I couldn't admit they were wrong. Fucking labor theory of value. God damn it.
Yeah.
Is that why you're not like a
So
that was the first one. That was the first link that kind of like made me question it, and then me and Auntie sat down and did the whole like marginal price utility thing, and then I started reading more Romer and reading more humor and the analytical Marxists, and eventually it just like it turned into everybody that I like, as far as like political thinkers go, seems to have cherry picked the good shit out of here and then said fuck the main ideology. So like that's kind of what I ended up doing.
Okay, so there's this thing, just to not to do like a whole fucking lecture on this, but I'm really gonna try to abbreviate it. The trans-theoretical model, stages of change, and like where people are in their belief systems. This model is typically used with like health, belief, behavior change, blah 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 things. But it applies. The cognitive psychological basis of it is the same in every aspect of like making someone change their belief system. If someone is like, so probably Dean, like what you were saying ties into this directly. If someone is in what this model has called pre-contemplation, that's like the stage in which I would place Chester, who is unable to accept the fact that information that is being presented to them that counters their viewpoint is in any way has merit. Like they just cannot do that. A contemplation state of being is like, maybe you have these beliefs, but you're at least open to the idea of change, that maybe like some of the things you believe, whether you're worn down by hours and hours of evidence presented to you in a setting that's conducive to like making a change, whatever, like you have an opening essentially. Then it moves to like the planning stage, or like you're planning to make a change, blah blah. A lot of this follows like, if I used the smoking example earlier, it's the same thing. A lot of this is like help change stuff. Let me actually link it, but it's like if a doctor walks into a room and they're like they have your chart in front of them that says like this